If you like the story, you can support the author on Patreon. Link is in the description.
Chapter 1 Linwen. Beneath winding ravines and valleys. It's dark, it's damp. Gigantic pipes transport industrial wastewater recklessly, filling and polluting this place. Amidst the foul odor of underground drains, in this harsh environment, stands a steel behemoth. Covered in rust, shrouded in haze, green alchemical gas continuously spews from its body. These are pots standing atop factories. And in this underground city with its strange sights, outside a shop named Old Zoran Repair Shop, a young man in a linen robe is currently holding an oil-stained wrench, bending over a massive mechanical arm in front of him. 3 strange glass tubes filled with eerie green liquid are inserted into the central slot of the metal arm. As the young man keeps tinkering, bubbles rise in the glass tubes, and the green liquid gradually turns red, like boiling blood. Seeing this, the young man steps back cautiously, then squints at the metal arm in front of him. The arm, nearly half his size, begins to move on its own under the burning red liquid, accompanied by a thunderous sound. The young man chuckles and wipes the sweat from his forehead. Well, it looks like it can still be repaired, but how did it get damaged like this? No, he'll have to pay me extra for this. A small piece of burrow iron should be around 7 copper coins, so he'll need to add at least 10 more copper coins. I won't scam him, adding the time and material cost, I should get at least 2 more coppers. Linwen taps the center of the arm with his boot, then presses the red button on the central panel of the arm with his leather boot. The bubbles in the glass tubes dissipate, and the liquid's color changes from red to green. Then, the massive metal arm becomes quiet. Linwen reaches out, effortlessly lifts the huge metal arm, and walks into Zoran Repair Shop. You brat, how many times have I told you? You're not allowed to take on private jobs without my permission. Do you want to get into trouble? I've said it so many times, you're not allowed to take on those thugs or gangsters' work without my consent. Just as Linwen enters the shop wearing his gloves, there's a clattering sound, and a short, smelly middle-aged man with an unpleasant odor appear in front of Linwen, as if emerging from a pile of iron. That's the smell of machine oil, mixed with the scent of burning metal shavings. Walking straight to the cashier's counter, he first notices a pile of junk on the table and angrily sweeps them off. Be more careful, Zoran. Those are all my treasures. Linwen complains. Shut up, you troublemaking kid, you idiot, blockhead, you filthy, you stinking stone crab, you solitary stone who only knows how to eat. Without stopping, he continues to spew these words at Linwen. Ignoring old Zoran, Linwen walks into a room. First, he hangs the metal arm on the wall, then he walks out of the room and looks at old Zoran, saying, to repair this gauntlet, I can charge 1 silver coin and 20 copper coins. That price is not bad. Old Zoran suddenly changes his tone from scolding to a more favorable one, stroking his chin. I can give you 50 copper coins, and the rest will go to. Linwen tentatively says. Get lost. I've been raising you, teaching you for 5 years, and you dare to haggle with me? Is your thick skin itching again? Zoran roars loudly, even grabbing a heavy object in front of him and throwing it straight at Linwen. Seeing this, Linwen easily dodges, then stretches out his hands toward Zoran, with 4 fingers raised on each hand, and says, all right, to thank you for raising me, old Zoran, I'll split 80 coppers with you. No, you brat, I want that silver coin. Haha, you're quite the greedy old man. Pot calling the kettle black, you stinking brat. Seeing Linwen standing there in frustration, old Zoran laughs triumphantly. Linwen didn't resist. 1 silver coin is just 1 silver coin, even though Zoran can be a bit irritable and greedy. But Linwen knows the kindness that Zoran has shown him. Zoran is simply not good at expressing himself, the reason he wants 1 silver coin is because of protocol. As Linwen, an apprentice, took on the job from the gangsters without permission, and they promised to pay 1 silver coin, it might be questionable whether they would actually pay. But if Zoran gets involved in this matter, things would be different. It would be seen as Linwen taking the job under Zoran's guidance, and if the other party refuses to pay later, Zoran can step in. In this dark street, Zoran is quite a tough character. Otherwise, how could he run a repair shop in a place like this? By the way, Vander wants to see you. After laughing for a while, Zoran suddenly turned serious. He looked at Linwen and grumbled, you haven't gotten yourself into trouble again, have you? Linwen Laurent, I've warned you countless times. You're not supposed to hang out with those kids in his tavern. You need to understand, you're different from them. Yes, 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 I know. Here it goes again, the familiar lecture from Zoran. Linwen lowers his head, picks up the junk that Zoran swept off the table earlier, and says, because they have no brains, they only have fists, but I'm different, I'm a thinker, I'm smart. So if there's a chance, I can try to climb that golden city of splendor. I can escape from this place covered in smog, this bottomless pit of darkness. I can stop being called a gutter rat by the topside people and become an aristocrat. That way, you, my foster father, can also benefit. And their future can only be as gangsters in the lower city or as drug peddlers, doing dangerous jobs. If they want something better, they have to go to the upper city's docks to work as exploited laborers, but they must learn to endure the condescending looks and words of the Piltes. Enough, Zoran, you've said this countless times, and I've answered you countless times. Linwen rolls his eyes, bags up his belongings. The topside hey. When Linwen first arrived in this world, he had a strong aversion to the Undercity and longed for it. It was bright, safe, with fresh air, a place of greatness and freedom. It was full of academic vitality. And what about the Undercity? Filled with toxic green alchemical gas that permeated the entire city, it was dark, cramped, and damp. People here breathed toxic gas laden with metal particles every day. It was incomparable to life in the top city. But that was Linwen's thinking 5 years ago. Why is Zaun in this situation? It's all because of the Great Piltover. Now, Linwen really likes it here. Although it has always been shrouded in smog, Linwen sees the vibrancy of this place as on par with, if not surpassing, the top city. The residents here are diverse, and there's a rich cultural tapestry. Linwen has embraced this place. And this place has now embraced him. But you need to understand, I'm doing this for your own good, Zoran grumbles. Yes, 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 old man, are you done? If you're done, I'm leaving. Linwen tuts and, with his bag in hand, pushes open the iron gate. Zoran watched Linwen walk away and angrily cursed, you ungrateful, ignorant brat who doesn't know what's good for you. You'll spend your whole life as a gutter rat in this place. Linwen waved his hand and quickly disappeared into the thick smog. As Linwen walks away, Zoran, who was furious a moment ago, puts up a helpless smile. If I were to leave, what would you do, old man? You have no children, and I'm the only apprentice you have. Do you expect someone to take care of you in your old age? The people here might not come to rob you, but if I were to leave, you might end up inhaling smog until you die in this shop, and no one would know. Someone has to come collect your body, right? Besides, I'm a Zaunite, you ungrateful old man. Chapter 2 All right. In the deep trenches of Zaun. Linwen was walking down the street, his cap pulled low, and his head lowered. In the depths of Zaun's trenches, smog was constantly thick in the air. In the past, Linwen would even feel his lungs burning with each breath, the intense foreign sensation making him nauseous. But now, he had grown used to the smog seeping into his body. Human adaptability can be remarkably strong. The visibility was very low, perhaps only about 5 meters, but for Linwen, who had lived here for 5 years, it wasn't a problem. After about 15 minutes, he arrived at a tavern called The Last Drop and pushed open the door. / tavern? Or bar? I'll go with tavern cuz it sounds better. / He took off his hat upon entering. Those who had initially been taken aback by his sudden entrance quickly averted their gaze upon seeing his face, and the tavern's patrons returned to their merry drinking. Linwen, over here. At the nearby bar, a burly man like a bear set down his drink and waved to Linwen. Linwen walked over and took a seat on a stool at the bar. A young man with peculiar facial tattoos and a mohawk beside him who had been with Vander, nodded respectfully to Linwen, then picked up his drink and walked away. Before you come here, old Zoran must have scolded you again, right? Of course, he's been inhaling smog way too much and it must have affected his brain. You know it too, Vander, the smog is toxic. Inhaling too much not only makes you stupid but also increasingly irritable. The person in front of him smiled gently, nodded, and then looked down to find something. The usual. Yes, I'm only 15 years old now, so I'll pass on the alcohol. Linwen nodded. Hey, you little kid, 6 started drinking at the age of 10. Well, she doesn't actually drink, she just saw us adults always drinking and probably thought drinking is a symbol of adulthood. But she only took one sip and then spit it out. You've told me this story at least 7 times. Vander shrugged nonchalantly. As you get older, you tend to repeat things. Lowering his body, Vander pulled out a bottle and poured out juice for mixing. Vander, what do you want from me? Linwen accepted the glass Vander handed him and sipped it slowly. Vander looked around, his smile disappearing. He placed his hands on the bar, lowered his head to Linwen's level, and spoke softly, there are 2 things. Go ahead, I'll consider them. Linwen squinted his eyes, realizing that if Vander was this cautious, the matter must be quite serious. In Zaun, the true power holder was the man in front of him who seemed mild-mannered. Linwen found this situation quite troublesome. He remembered, there weren't such characters in the original lore, right? The first thing, Linwen, is that just now, my men delivered news that there was an explosion in the noble district of the top city. The explosion destroyed a room and caused the entire building to shake. Although the exact cause of the explosion hasn't been discovered yet, nearby residents have been forced to evacuate. Linwen nodded. The culprits behind this explosion are 4 kids, 2 boys and 2 girls. Vander's tone turned somber. Linwen's hand holding the glass paused, and he looked at Vander with a hint of distress. This was not a minor issue. Vander continued, so, the second thing is, I want you to look after them. They rely on you a lot, so if something happens, they'll definitely come looking for you first. Compared to their foster father, they rather seek help from their older brother figure, Linwen. But right now, that wasn't the important point. Vander went on, the top city is in quite the mess, and it's within a major house. Linwen, with your brain, you know what will happen next. Are there casualties? A building was destroyed. What do you think? This is going to be tricky. Vander, even you can't handle it. You want me to handle it? Linwen looked at Vander as if he's having an headache. I'm just a 15-year-old. Enough of that, you can say this to old Zoran and get away with it, but do you really need to say it to me? Besides, do you think old Zoran is unaware of your activities? He's just pretending not to know, Vander retorted. Anyway, I'll leave 6 and the others to you, Vander said without hesitation, taking out a bag filled with silver coins, opening it, and handing it to Linwen. He added, this is your payment. Linwen's eyes brightened as he took the bag of silver coins and nodded at Vander. All right, I understand. Is there nothing else? Nothing, now let me check the time, they should be returning soon. Linwen nodded, finishing his juice in one gulp. I'll go pick them up now. Okay. But Vander, how do you plan to handle the enforcers? Vander fell silent for a moment, then waved his hand. Don't worry, I'll take care of it. Linwen said no more, got up, and walked out. His figure quickly disappeared into the smog. Damn it! Damn it! Powder, do you see what you've done? How could you? You! Beside the foul-smelling canal, 4 children, 1 chubby and 1 thin, 1 tall and 1 short, fell onto a pile of garbage. The skinny boy spat out what was in his mouth, wiped his mouth, and angrily said, I told you not to bring her, but you didn't listen. Now look, it was an explosion. We almost died. It's not my fault, I didn't do anything. Accompanied by the skinny boy's angry accusations, the blue-haired little girl retorted unhappily. You didn't do anything? If it weren't for you, how could it explode? It was an explosion, for crying out loud. Damn it, the enforcers will definitely come after us, and then you. Enough, Milo. The girl walking ahead suddenly shouted. Yeah, Milo, at least this time we got a good haul, the tall and chubby young man hesitated for a moment before speaking. Seeing the attitudes of these two, the skinny boy immediately deflated, feeling helpless. All right, Clagger, 6, you 2 pamper Powder as much as you want. Blat. Powder, the little girl they called Powder, hid behind the tall girl and made a ghost face. You. Milo. Fine, fine, I won't say it anymore, okay. Milo raised both hands and huffed. 6, where are we going now? Clagger looked at 6. Back to Vander's. No, with such a commotion in the top city, Vander will definitely scold us, the pink-haired girl sniffed and said, we're going to Linwen's place. Clagger nodded, and Milo on the side also nodded in agreement. 6. Are we going to see Big Brother Linwen? Powder looked up at 6 excitedly. Of course. 6 smiled and said, when something goes wrong, Linwen will help us sort it out. The group immediately set off, heading towards the Undercity. But 6, we always trouble Big Bro Linwen like this. On the way, Clagger suddenly spoke up. 6 knew what Clagger wanted to say, so she shrugged and smiled, he won't find us troublesome. Yeah, Clagger, we're family after all. Milo chimed in again. I just thought, it's just. Clagger wanted to explain, but 6 suddenly raised her hand, looking alert. Oh, who's this? Isn't this the famous Violet from the last drop? 5 people appeared ahead, and one with yellow hair stood there, looking at 6. I just got the news, it seems there was an explosion in the top city. Yeah, I've already heard about it. Are you here just to tell me that? 6 and Clagger walked closer, and 6 shrugged, saying nonchalantly. But as they approached, the guy with yellow hair raised his hand to stop them, saying, so you know, do you? Heard it was caused by 4 kids. Wait, there are 4 of you. What are you trying to say? 6 stopped in her tracks, looking directly at him. Nothing much, just noticed you guys seem to have had a good haul. If you're willing to. 6 remained expressionless upon hearing this but placed her hands behind her back and made a gesture toward Clagger and Milo behind her. Clagger and Milo nodded in response, and Powder stopped pestering 6. Instead, she took something from Clagger's hands, a large bundle filled with the loot they had acquired during their big heist. 6 clenched her fist, and Clagger and Milo behind her made a gesture to prepare for a fight. All 3 were ready for a brawl. But soon, 6 released her hand and smiled. What are you smiling for? Blonde Hair was a bit puzzled, but he saw 6 raise her hand and beckon behind him, smiling broadly as she said, why did you come here? Did Vander send you? Yellow Hair immediately turned his head, but as soon as he turned, his entire body twisted like a giant shrimp, flying backward. As he flew out, he faintly saw his partners lying on the ground, rolling their eyes and foaming at the mouth. And the person who kicked him, before he fell unconscious, he saw his attire. A person in a white linen robe with their face hidden under a hat, of average stature and somewhat frail. When the newcomer lowered the hat, it revealed a youthful and handsome face. You 4. Linwen looked at the enthusiastic Powder running towards him, then at Clagger and Milo who were excitedly looking at him. He abandoned the idea of giving them a lesson for now. Never mind. Why did they do this? Linwen looked ahead at 6, and he could probably guess why. Come with me. Linwen reached out and picked up the eager Powder running towards him, then turned and stepped away. 6 also immediately ran over and followed Linwen closely. Milo patted Clagger on the shoulder and said, see, you still think Big Bro would find us troublesome. You should apologize for even doubting him. I didn't, I just thought we shouldn't always trouble Big Bro Linwen like this. Soon, the 5 of them disappeared into the sewer entrance. Chapter 3 Leave it to me. In a place deep in the gutter, there was a dilapidated square-shaped metal shack. Apart from Vander's people, no one dared to come here in the whole district of the Undercity. Well, even Vander's people wouldn't enter here without receiving orders from Vander himself. Inside the shack, Linwen Laurent first checked his pockets and pulled out some freshly grilled meat jerky, which he handed to the 4 kids. Then he sat down on the worn yet clean sofa and looked at them. Linwen spoke in a serious tone, all right, let's talk about the explosion. Big Bro, it's all Powder's fault. I don't know what she did to cause the explosion. Milo immediately shifted the blame onto Powder. I didn't do anything. Big Brother Linwen, I really didn't do anything. I don't even know what happened, it just suddenly exploded. Powder quickly explained, her blue gem-like eyes blinking rapidly. She genuinely had no idea what caused the explosion. She only remembered hearing a sound like something falling to the ground, and then the explosion happened. But the situation was so chaotic that they almost got caught, she didn't have time to investigate what that something was. All right, I believe you, Linwen said as he reached out and ruffled Powder's head. She obediently nodded and lowered her head to eat. Clagger remained silent, and Milo kept rambling on, struggling to articulate his thoughts. 6 was sitting there, clearly annoyed, listening impatiently to Milo's complaints. Seeing the situation, Linwen extended his hand and gestured to 6, saying, forget it, 6, come with me. She nodded and got up to follow him, but not before raising her eyebrows and making a face towards Clagger and Milo. Her expression seemed to say, "Look, Linwen is going at it again." Milo nearly burst into laughter but managed to contain himself with a nudge from Clagger. After Six followed Linwen outside, Milo couldn't contain himself and burst into laughter, saying, "Linwen is more like our dad or something when it comes to this kind of stuff, he's even more lenient than Vander." Clagger added, "Do you think Big Bro will scold Six? This time it's not a small matter, it's an explosion, a big one." Milo continued munching on Linwen's cooked jerky, feeling safer with Linwen than even Vander. At this moment, he felt that Linwen might have surpassed Vander, though Linwen kept a low profile. "Linwen won't scold Six." Powder chimed in, expressing her displeasure. "Do you think Linwen is like you? He's not a whiner like you." "Yes, yes, yes. But Powder, you're the real troublemaker," Milo replied nonchalantly. Six followed Linwen out of the room, and he closed the greasy iron door behind them. Linwen turned to her and asked, "Violet, what have you all been up to in the top city?" Six, with her lips pursed and her bold eyebrows raised, looked quite proud of herself. It seemed like she was trying to impress Linwen. She probably thought she had done something right, didn't she? Linwen couldn't help feeling a mixture of annoyance and amusement as he remembered his first encounter with Six. She had always worn that disdainful expression, not just towards him but seemingly towards everyone. She was a rebellious and stubborn kid, unruly to the core. Even Vander struggled to control her at times, despite being the unspoken leader of Zaun. To Linwen, seeing Six was the moment he truly believed he had crossed into a video game world. It was amusing to think that staying up late to climb the ranks in League of Legends had led to this. Who would have thought that reaching gold would result in a crossover? When it came to potential candidates for a crossover, shouldn't it have been those who achieved Challenger or were the top players in the Rift? How did someone like him, who was a forever gold, end up here? What made Linwen find it even more absurd was the fact that Six and Jinx, the iconic frenemies, turned out to be sisters. Back when he followed the stories created by Riot Games, was there ever such a narrative? At most, people said that Six and Jinx might have grown up in the same orphanage, but Riot never confirmed it. Now, not only were they sisters, but they were also adopted by Vander, the big shot of Zaun. This was beyond bizarre. Because, in the original lore, there was no character named Vander. It seemed like Riot Games had stirred up their lore once again. But Riot's lore discrepancies weren't a new thing. As a League of Legends enthusiast, Linwen had faithfully followed every narrative told by League Explained, even though he couldn't remember all the details. The stories of his favorite champions and the famous ones were etched in his memory. As for Milo and Clagger, they left Linwen baffled. Initially, Linwen had thought Clagger resembled a chubby version of Ezreal from his childhood. After all, he wore adventurous-looking glasses, and his appearance gave off a vibe similar to a plump Ezreal. However, after careful consideration, Linwen realized it was just his imagination. Ezreal was a trust fund kid, an aristocrat born into the prominent family of Piltovian nobility. How could he become friends with Six and Jinx in their formative years? Therefore, it took only a few months for Linwen to discard the delusions brought by his previous world's memories. Because this wasn't a game world. This was a real one. By the third year of his existence in this world, Linwen had learned many things. For example, the division of power. Champions like Six and Jinx, to put it simply, were on a higher tier than regular people, even though, in the future, they would still be considered ordinary despite the addition of alchemical and hextech technology. And then there's Vander, the man in charge. He fell within the category of ordinary people. Without the aid of technological gauntlets, Vander couldn't break rocks with his bare hands, and his speed wasn't significantly faster than an average person's. But even with these limitations, Vander had become a powerful figure controlling the Undercity of Zaun. As for the highly popular champion in the game, Jinx, well, she was just a feeble little girl sitting in the room, around 10 years old, with her trademark blue short hair. She was the same Jinx who would later wreak havoc in Piltover. But Linwen couldn't quite connect Powder and Jinx in his mind. Powder was an adorable and mischievous little girl, completely different from the character he knew. However, Six in front of him bore a striking resemblance to the Six in the game. She had the iconic pink hair and, aside from lacking the Six tattoo on her face and not having a nose ring, she looked very much like the Six from the original artwork. When Linwen asked, Six didn't try to hide anything. She immediately recounted everything she and her friends had done in the upper city that morning. Then Linwen's face darkened. Do you even know what you've done? I know exactly what I did, Linwen. I crushed the spirit of those topside people. I made them realize that we people from the Undercity are not to be trifled with. Linwen sighed and looked into her eyes, speaking firmly, 6, I know you despise the people of Piltover, and I don't like them either. But, 6, can you handle the consequences of angering the people of Piltover? What can they do? Are they going to come down to the Undercity and arrest us? If they dare to come, we'll just drive them back. Linwen Laurent, Zaun is our Zaun, not the Piltes Zaun. Violet. Seeing 6's indifferent attitude, Linwen raised his voice with frustration. 6 was taken aback for a moment but then stared defiantly at Linwen, tilting her head stubbornly. She remained silent but resolute, refusing to back down. You have no idea what you've done. You think this is the same as the things you did before? This time, someone died, and it might well be some of the nobles from Piltover. If they die, the enforcers will demand answers. What do you expect Vander to do? Then they can fight us if they want. 6 was getting angry. She said, this is our land, and we should make our own decisions. Linwen sighed and looked at 6. You're being reckless. Do you know that doing this will lead to many deaths? How are we going to resist Piltover's enforcers? They have people, money, guns, they have everything, and what do we have? Linwen reached out to grab 6's hand, but when he saw a piece of cloth stained with blood wrapped around her fingers, he felt a pang in his heart. He softened his grip but maintained a serious tone. Are you planning to rely on this to defeat Piltes? Are you going to win against them with this? 6 argued forcefully, pulling her hand away. I'm not afraid of dying. Linwen chuckled at her. She's really still just a hot-headed kid, after all she's only about 13 years old now. 13 years old, and she shouldn't have to bear so much. She was a reckless hothead who thought of solving everything with her fists. Yes, fists could solve problems, but only if they were strong enough. Did 6 have that strength? Clearly, she didn't, and neither did Vander, nor all of Zaun combined. She was being foolish. Linwen's tone softened as he continued, but what about Powder? Milo? Clagger? Have you thought about them, 6? They look up to you as their leader, they listen to your every word. If you ask them to blow up Piltover today and follow you into the Sun Gates tomorrow, they'll do it. But have you considered what happens if something goes wrong? Can you really handle the consequences? Can you accept them leaving you? Being a leader carried responsibility, and you can't just keep relying on your fists to solve everything. I. Seeing 6's attitude change, Linwen sighed and said, 6, think carefully before you act. I've told you many times. I don't want you going to Piltover, but you don't listen. 6 retorted loudly, I just can't accept it. Why can't people from the Undercity go to the top city while they can freely come down here? Even the boundary markets is like that. They look at us like we're animals, like we're trash. I can't accept it, I want to change everything. I understand, I really do. 13-year-old 6, even though strong, felt somewhat aggrieved at this moment. Linwen knew the reason for 6's hatred toward the people from the upper city. He had heard it from Vander. 6 and Powder's parents had died in a protest a few years ago, killed by Piltover enforcers. Witnessing the death of her loved ones, 6 harbored a blood feud against the topside people. As she grew older, 6 became even more resentful. Why should top city residents enjoy sunlight while Undercity residents rarely saw the light of day? Why could top city residents feast on fine food and drinks while Undercity residents went hungry? Top city residents breathed fresh air, while Undercity residents inhaled thick, toxic smog, often falling ill without warning. In reality, Zaun was the legitimate city, and Piltover had split from it. Linwen extended his arms and embraced 6, pressing his chin against her head, feeling a prickly sensation. Well, it was natural to feel this way because 6 liked her short hair. She thought it was neat, clean, and convenient for fighting. Linwen repeated softly, I understand. 6 tried to pull away, showing her discomfort with Linwen's actions, but he held her even tighter. Seeing this, 6 relaxed her body and slumped into Linwen's embrace. Linwen gazed ahead. Violet in front of him wasn't just a game character, she was a real person. She is not just a string of data, nor a figment of imagination. She is a person. A living, breathing individual with flesh and blood. The first time he met Six, Linwen had a sense of admiration and longing for game characters. But gradually, his feelings toward Six, Jinx, Milo, Clagger, and others turned into affection and concern. They were his family. A few minutes passed. Big brother, what should I do now? After calming down, Six buried her head in Linwen's chest and asked softly. Surprisingly, Six had just called him Big Brother. Unlike Jinx, Milo, and Clagger, who preferred to call him by his name or even made fun of Linwen's last name that Zoran had given him, they seemed to enjoy calling him Sir Laurent. After all, Zaunites didn't have last names, and Linwen was an exception. Don't worry, Linwen said confidently. Leave it to me. I'll take care of everything. What you need to do is stay here and wait until I resolve things. Then, you can come out. Linwen rubbed Six's head, making her short, messy hair even messy, and spoke with assurance. Six looked up at Linwen, her actions betraying her displeasure, and then lowered her head again, accompanied by a soft hum. It was at this moment that Linwen heard a strange mechanical sound in his mind. Ding! Piltover Enforcer's favorability increased, earning 1000 experience points. Ding! You have leveled up, all attributes +1. Ding! Congratulations, player, champion, Piltover Enforcer, has favorability exceeding 90%. The player receives a reward, 1 pull opportunity and the corresponding champion card. Ding! Congratulations, player, you have obtained a champion card, Piltover Enforcer. Please check your inventory. Linwen chuckled when he heard the notifications. It looked like he had more work to do. Chapter 4 Champion Witness System. Player, Linwen. Level, 15. Strength, 155, affects health, increases attack. Agility, 70, enhances defense, increases speed. Intelligence, 90, boosts magic affinity, accelerates chanting speed. Psi, 0. Skills, advanced repair, basic swordsmanship, relentless force. Champion card, Piltover Enforcer. Items, Chrono Ring, 10 meters, Duran's Blade, Red Potion X3, Damaged Unknown Rune Fragment X1. Remaining lottery chances, X1. Dash. The Champion Witness System, this is Linwen's system in this world. Rather than calling it a system, it's more like a real-life version of a strategy game because Linwen only needs to establish contact with the target champion, get on their good side, and activate the champion card. After increasing their affection, he can obtain experience points and attribute points. When it comes to improving his strength, leveling up is not the best approach because each level up only grants Linwen 3 points across his stats. It's just like a card game. Does level really matter? In card games, it's all about the cards. If you spend enough, going beyond and defeating higher level enemies is basic strategy. Linwen opened his champion card collection, and despite the cards being predominantly black silhouettes, it wasn't a challenge for Linwen, as he is well versed in the game's champion. Although Linwen's ranking in League of Legends didn't reach the top, only reaching gold, his passion for the game and the number of matches he played made him extremely well versed. Above the card collection, the cards were roughly organized into 3 categories: strength, agility, and intelligence. Within each category, there were further subcategories for easier management, helping Linwen plan his collection and strategy. For example, strength-type champions were divided into warriors and tanks, agility-type champions into assassins and marksmen, and intelligence-type heroes into mages and supports. Once he activated a card, Linwen gained a star level corresponding to the champion's attributes. A 3-star card would provide 20 points across his attributes, strength, agility, and intelligence, collectively referred to as attributes. 4 stars equaled 30 points, 5 stars meant 50 points, and 6 stars were the jackpot, granting 100 points for his attributes. Cards also had primary and secondary attribute bonuses. For example, 6, a strength-type champion card, added 10 points to strength, 5 points to agility, and 5 points to intelligence when activated. Furthermore, when a hero's affection reached a certain level, Linwen earned a lottery chance. After 5 years in Zaun, Linwen successfully activated 4 cards, and now he collected his first champion card. Acquiring 1 card meant gaining the card's primary attribute bonus, and for a 3-star card, the primary attribute bonus was 100 points. As a result, Linwen's strength had now surpassed 155. I don't quite understand this part. But I guess the attributes are different from main attributes? I usually just skip the part I can't warp my head around and enjoy the story, so yeah, different people got different ways to understand it. It was an astonishing number. Before, Linwen's strength was only 55, but even at that level, he could effortlessly lift things that required a mechanical arm for ordinary people. Now, Linwen wasn't sure how strong he had become, but he believed he had surpassed many human champion. As for the remaining lottery chance, it was a reward for obtaining 6th card, a high-level lottery. Let's just pull it, after all, probabilities are all about luck. Linwen clicked on the use button after selecting the lottery option. There were no flashy animations, just a simple ding sound. He received a notification of obtaining a half-star item, and in Linwen's system item inventory, solely for system items, a small green item resembling a mung bean appeared next to the Duran's blade. Haha! Linwen twitched his mouth. It was a high-level lottery, but wasn't the probability of getting a half-star item only 5%? Yet, he ended up with this thing? Opening its panel, Linwen was somewhat disappointed, but he nodded because he already figured out how to use this thing. From a certain perspective, it was exactly what Linwen needed right now. He took it out, and a warm little bead immediately appeared in Linwen's hand. It was the size of a thumb, with a bright green color, warm to the touch. Rejuvenation bead, item. Quality. Effect, wearer will continuously regenerate health, 0.5 per hour. Not a bad item, I can give it to old Zoran. Linwen shrugged. With his exceptional strength and robust life force, this item was practically useless for him, but for someone with a weaker constitution, especially in a place like Zaun filled with toxic air, it could be quite beneficial. This item could reduce the harm caused by the toxins. However, Linwen didn't return to Zoran immediately. Instead, he headed towards a corner, going deeper and deeper with fewer and fewer people around. Linwen had entered a place he shouldn't have. In the Undercity of Zaun, there were various gangs and factions. This place was chaotic, dirty, and bustling. This was also where the culture of modern Zaun originated. Linwen held his breath as green toxic fumes, mixed with metal particles, entered his lungs. It burned his airways, scalding his organs. Even after living in Zaun for 5 years, he still couldn't get used to this cursed haze. Even little powder seemed to handle it better. Could it be because he wasn't born here? The air in Zaun. Linwen sighed. He can't do anything about it now. Compared to this air tainted with rust, the deteriorating visibility is the most troublesome thing. Well, I'll have to ask for some help. Hey, can't you come out and help me? Linwen suddenly spoke, even though there was no one around. He removed his grey hat and continued, you know, I really hate this haze. It seems like you enjoy it, but you can't impose your preferences on me, can you? After all, you don't need to breathe. Linwen paused and added, of course, don't worry, I'm not here to cause trouble. I just have some things to say to him. You don't need to worry that I'll kill him. You know, if I want to, even if he has 100 lives and has modified himself 100 times, he's still doomed. But this time is different. The topsiders are sending people. Taking advantage of the chaos in the Undercity, he'll definitely try something. I've dealt with him so many times, I'm familiar with his ways. I, like you, love Zaun. I certainly don't want this place to descend into chaos. But if Vander gets into trouble and doesn't have time to manage the back alley anymore, the depths of Zaun will surely become chaotic. You wouldn't want to see that happen, would you? Linwen spoke to the sky, but through the heavy haze, apart from faintly visible abyssal rifts, there was a massive bridge connecting the Piltover Plaza with the lowest parts of Piltover. This was the origin of the distinction between the upper and lower cities. But in reality, Zaun and the Piltover folks had different perspectives. After living here for 5 years, Linwen understood the strengths of Zaun. It was inclusive, resilient, and its citizens were tenacious and diligent. In the face of abandonment, mockery, exclusion, and oppression, the people of Zaun used their intelligence to help Zaun rise again. When Linwen talked about them, he wasn't referring to the brutal gangsters who took advantage of others, nor the pioneers who ventured to the lower city for smuggling or forbidden technology research. He was talking about people like old Zoran. People who were willing to endure hardship to make Zaun a better place, even at the cost of their own suffering. Linwen halted and waited for something. Soon, a gentle breeze brushed by, and Linwen's face broke into a smile. Turning around, he saw a blue bird that had appeared behind him, seemingly out of nowhere. It was a stunning bird, not a flesh and blood creature, nor a mechanical bird crafted by the tech in Zaun or Piltover. It was a bird composed of energy. It tilted its head, using its beak to groom its feathers. It didn't need to look at Linwen with its bird-like eyes, it acted as if it didn't care about Linwen at all. "Don't be like this, I can swear to you that I won't harm anyone," Linwen raised his hand and swore to the bird. The scene was strange. A young man who had entered someone else's territory, and was now swearing to a bird that he wouldn't hurt anyone. It was a rather theatrical scene. "You said that last time, and the time before that, but you still acted. You broke their mechanical arms and legs and pushed them into the ditch. Although they didn't die, they were left with lingering injuries," the bird said, and in its bird-like eyes, there were emotions, just like those of a human anger. It seemed to be expressing its dissatisfaction, and it put its wings on Linwen's head before using it to slap Linwen's head. Linwen spread his hands and shrugged, allowing it to peck him. Then he said confidently, "They deserved it. After all, they tried to harm a few kids from my family. Zaunites shouldn't deceive Zaunites, but what did they do? They took advantage of their superior position and tried to bully a few kids. Linwen, you can't protect them forever. One day, you will leave Zaun. I have this premonition, and by that time, without your protection, what will they do?" The azure bird shook its head and spoke gently, its voice soothing and gentle, like a soft breeze. In Zaun, this was a miracle that was impossible to encounter. Due to the haze in Zaun, the voices of Zaunites may sound somewhat hoarse, which is a sign of damage to their lungs and throats. "Nonsense, I'm a Zaunite, why would I leave Zaun? Why are you saying this again? I didn't say you're not a Zaunite. Because you always say I will leave. You've been saying that at least 100 times since I've known you for 3 years." After a moment, a gentle breeze blew, and the bird landed on Linwen's shoulder. It looked at him seriously. "But I have this premonition." "All right, forget it. Can you help me disperse this toxic air then?" Linwen sighed. The bird blinked and lightly pecked Linwen's face with its beak, as if expressing its discontent. Then it said, "You promised not to kill." With that, it opened its wings, gently waved them, and a gust of wind rose from under Linwen's feet, carrying the surrounding haze up into the sky. Afterward, Linwen revealed a bright smile, showing his white teeth. "Haha, it's about time for those topside ears to taste the air down here. After all, this is a specialty made by their hands." As the haze dissipated, Linwen could see his surroundings clearly. He had arrived in what seemed to be an abandoned factory. Walking towards that direction, Linwen contemplated while he moved. Should he take some action? If he did, without killing that person, it might only create trouble. But if he killed him, that would complicate matters on the other side. After some thought, Linwen slapped his palm. "Of course, let's prioritize that. Dash. How effective is it?" In an abandoned and spacious factory in the depths of the Undercity, a cold voice rang out. A thin man stood upright in front of a glass window, looking at the enormous sea monster outside, and asked softly. "It's in the final stages now." "Now, it's time to test the results," replied a man with a thin face, sunken eye sockets, and yellowing irises. He was wearing a coat typical of an alchemist and walked over to him, gently shaking a test tube in his hand. The glass tube was filled with purple fluorescent liquid, and he glanced sideways at the room. Nodding, the thin man walked toward the thug tied up in the center of the room. "Hello there." Reaching out and grabbing the man's head, he slowly squatted down, and Silco stared into the man's eyes. "I told you to follow them, but why are you and your little buddies are all sleeping there?" They had reinforcements." "Reinforcements?" "Yes," the tied man stuttered, trembling and staring fearfully at the man in front of him. The thin, scar-covered face of the man held no expression, and the most severe scar appeared to run through one of his eye sockets. His one eye was a terrifying deep red prosthetic. "Speak up. After all, this will determine whether I have a reason to spare you," Silco said calmly, staring at him. "A person in a robe showed up, and he knocked all of us out." Yes, Vander's daughter recognized him. "He must be one of the bouncers at the last drop, he must be working for Vander." A yellow-haired man struggled to convey the information, afraid that one wrong move would end his life. "Robe?" "Yes, a greyish-white robe. He was very skilled, I'm sure he. Yellow Hair tried to supplement the information he saw before fainting, hoping to save himself. However, Silco suddenly sighed and interrupted him. Tell me, how did you end up here? Yellow Hair was puzzled, but he answered, I was brought here by your guy. The alchemist beside him walked up, rubbing his chin, and looked at Silco. Silco knew what he wanted to say and shook his head, then stood up and kicked over the chair, breaking one of the chair legs. Yellow Hair also took this opportunity to stand up. You're not gonna kill me. I can't blame this on you, Silco waved his hand. You've done what you can. He's not within your jurisdiction. Get lost. Hearing Silco's words, the alchemist next to him was stunned. The hand that was shaking the potion also stopped. No need to look. Abandon this place, pack up quickly, and leave as soon as possible. Silco walked up to the table, which had a round red button embedded in it. He opened the protective glass device on the table and pressed the button. It was an emergency siren, and Silco quickly pressed it 3 times. Soon, in the underground of the factory, a group of topless men, after a few seconds of confusion, quickly began to gather up the surrounding equipment. Boom! Just as Silco was about to turn and check if the door was closed, the previously fleeing Yellow Hair flew back and landed directly in front of him. He had once again fallen unconscious. Instead of foaming at the mouth, blood mixed with a shade of dark green dribbled from his lips. Well, he was faster than I expected, Silco remarked, unfazed. He adjusted his leather gloves calmly and advanced forward. There was a voice from ahead, carrying a somewhat youthful tone. Hey, Silco, if I were you, I'd put down the short-barreled rifle. You've seen it before, you know this thing is useless against me. The newcomer wore a grey-white robe, walked on sandhog-skin boots, and his attire appeared modest compared to most Zaunites. He approached Silco with a friendly smile, as if greeting an old friend, exceptionally amiable. I'm here to discuss something. Silco watched him silently, but in the next moment, he swiftly drew his rifle and fired it forward. Accompanied by a deafening blast, a large burst of fireballs was unleashed. However, the young man who had been standing there had suddenly disappeared. You're fast, Silco remarked, discarding the gun without emotion. What brings Vander's lapdog to my door today? Also, why isn't the little puppy wearing the mask his master gave him? Linwen reappeared above and landed in front of Silco. He sniffed and looked at Silco disapprovingly. Although I don't intend to kill you, if you keep running your mouth, you might experience some pain. Silco relaxed the hand holding the dagger behind his back, placing both hands over his shoulders. He wore an inscrutable smile and calmly said, I'm just joking with you. Then, he gave Linwen a polite bow and placed his hand over his chest. He spoke, a pleasure, enforcer of the Undercity. These words were emphasized oddly by Silco. Linwen knew what Silco meant. Silco, I've come to deal with 2 matters. Without intending to engage in further banter with Silco, Linwen directly stated his purpose for coming here. Speak, and I'll comply. Silco nodded and took a few steps back, leaning against a desk, his hands clasped in front of him. He gazed at Linwen calmly. After all, I don't have the right to refuse now, do I? I like that about you. Although I don't know why you've broken ties with Vander, it's much easier to talk to you than him. Linwen crouched on the ground, smiling. First, while the enforcers from the top side are here in Zaun, you must not take any actions. You can't leave this factory, and you cannot contact anyone. Why? Silco asked. Linwen pointed at the ground where Yellow Hair lay. We can go on, but it won't be fun. You better not try it. I'm afraid you might stir up trouble. After all, your talent for causing chaos is too strong, and I'm worried you might make some noise. Silco, who had clashed with Linwen numerous times before, knew exactly what Linwen meant by stirring up trouble. When Silco heard Linwen's words, he chuckled lightly and replied, but compared to me, aren't some people even more dangerous? Look, I have just this little group of... However, Silco's words were cut short by Linwen. Enough of that. I know it, and you know it too. You're more dangerous than them all because you have this. He pointed to his own head. But don't worry, I'll also go and warn those guys. Though Linwen said this, he knew that invoking Vander's name would be enough to control them. Silco nodded slightly, indicating his agreement, but he couldn't help but express a hint of regret. A shame. Don't dwell on it, Linwen retorted. If it weren't for certain reasons, you would have been dead in my hands 10 times over. Don't think I'm oblivious to your secret dealings. Silco shrugged indifferently, you mean the 2 workshops that disappeared? Wasn't it your handiwork? Linwen grinned widely, you got the message. Silco looked at Linwen but remained silent. Silco had nothing to say, and Linwen continued, the second matter, your potion. Is it ready? If it's ready, show it to me. Silco didn't hesitate and tossed a bottle of the potion to Linwen. Then, he said, you shouldn't be associating with people like Vander. You should join us. With you on our side, together, we can make Piltover fear us, make them stop discriminating against and enslaving us, Silco said with determination. Linwen raised his hand and looked at the potion. He muttered, idiot. Even after being insulted by Linwen, Silco remained unfazed. No, Silco, do you really think that with this stuff, you can defeat the people of Piltover? Don't you realize how powerful they are now? I don't need to defeat them. I know I can't. I just want the people of the topside to fear us. I want them to know that we aren't their doormats, Silco replied calmly. He was well aware of the vast disparity between Zaun and Piltover, but that wasn't a reason to surrender without a fight. Silco vehemently rejected that notion. What he sought wasn't conquest or status, it was dignity, the dignity of the people of Zaun. Haha, you really are a fool, Linwen scoffed. You talk about righteousness, but in reality, you're leading people to their deaths. At the same time, the data for the potion came up. Shimmer, item. Quality. Effect, after use, the consumer will gain an increase of 8 strength and 5 agility. They will enter an excited state, disregarding some pain. The duration is directly proportional to the consumer's physical fitness. Side effects, damages bodily functions. Repeated use will damage brain cells and lead to mutations. Silco, promise me one more thing, Linwen said, handing the elixir back to Silco and looking at him earnestly. Silco frowned, what is it? You and your alchemist friend here must absolutely not consume this potion, Linwen stated seriously. Why? Silco inquired. This thing damages the human brain, Linwen replied calmly, hands behind his back. Chapter 5 Good luck. How did you know? Silco was finally surprised. He looked at the alchemist in the white coat not far away and then turned to Linwen, asking in a cold but calm tone, the shimmer has not been tested on humans, but it does indeed have the side effects you mentioned. This should be confidential. Due to his cybernetic eye, Silco could only squint one eye when he narrowed his eyes. He looked at Linwen, his tone a bit cold but still composed, have you been observing me all along? I'm not that bored to observe you, Linwen responded disdainfully. Silco, do you really think so highly of yourself? Silco remained silent. Don't play games with me, Silco. You're strong and wealthy, and your presence has seriously impacted Vander's position. I haven't killed you just because of Vander. After all, he still cares about the past. He drove you out of the Undercity, forbidding you from entering for life. That's the punishment for what you've done. But, Silco, I actually quite admire you. Linwen spoke to Silco, and this was the truth. He did genuinely admire Silco. Silco was not a hero, he hadn't even appeared in the League of Legends universe. However, he was the first person Linwen started to pay attention to, even though he wasn't initially in Linwen's focus. This world wasn't in Linwen's sphere of interest, but Silco slowly caught his attention. Silco was not a hero, but he was a dangerous individual. He could potentially overturn Zaun at any moment, causing a disturbance. Linwen had to keep an eye on him. After all, the gap between the Undercity and the Upper City was something Linwen understood very well. The memories of his previous life told Linwen that in this world, both Zaun and Piltover were just insignificant. There were far more powerful entities. For example, the big nations. And then, the gods. After being in this world for half a year, Linwen had already made a power ranking in his mind. In this ranking, if you added up Piltover and Zaun, it would only account for one entry. Linwen himself was also at the lowest level. Runeterra, just being in Runeterra, there were already so many formidable creatures. Linwen felt like he was here to pay off some debt. His favorite position and role in the game was mid lane, and he loved ganking the Baron lane. Now, the guys in the Baron lane were monsters one after another. In Linwen's power ranking, the most powerful existence, without a doubt, was the Star Forger, or Lion Soul. That was a being with a mind and strength not proportional and now trapped by the aspects of Targon. The Starforger was naturally a being of the T tier. In the T1 tier, Linwen believed it should be true gods like Bard. T2 would be something like the aspect of Targon. T3 would be demigods and ascended beings like Darkin. T4 would be high-level magic humans and mutated magical creatures. T5 would be human champions. Heroes Linwen had encountered, such as Six, Powder, Little Echo, and the guy next to Silco, belonged to the T5 category, mostly wandering in the middle ranks. Then why don't you? Silco tentatively began. Don't recruit me. I admire you, but don't get too comfortable with it. Linwen furrowed his brow and said. This guy, Silco, always tried to bring him into his fold after witnessing his strength. But Linwen wouldn't willingly walk into danger. Especially considering the current power disparity between Piltover and Zaun, Zaun might not even catch that woman's eye if things got noisy. Silco remained silent. There was really no way to deal with Linwen right now. Otherwise, why would he speak and try to recruit Linwen? In any case, you're better off listening to me, Linwen thought for a moment and decided to tell Silco. Seeing Silco not speaking, not bothering with Linwen, and closing his eyes as if to dismiss him, Linwen spoke again, friendly tip, how about I tell you a secret about Piltover? Oh. Silco opened his eyes and looked at Linwen. Who is the master of Piltover? Silco furrowed his brow, the elegant demeanor disappearing. He looked at Linwen, hesitated for a moment, and said, the councilman. Seeing Linwen about to burst into laughter, Silco immediately added, it's the major families behind the councilman. Linwen didn't deny it, looking at Silco, he asked seriously, so your answer is that the major families collectively control Piltover. Isn't that the case? Piltover is splendidly known as the City of Progress, but as you and I both know, it's all an illusion. In reality, over 90% of the resources in the true City of Progress are monopolized by the major families. Even the lower-level apprentices, no matter how talented, as long as they're not born into a major family, they end up signing slave contracts with them to seek employment. A city like this, can it still be called an enlightened city of progressive order? Silco sneered, ridiculous, a shameful form of progress. Valid points, but what you've said isn't entirely accurate. Linwen nodded. Silco, being at the bottom of Zaun, could see the current situation of Piltover. This indicated that he was different from Vander. The reason Vander was able to make peace now wasn't because of his intelligence, he was a brute, wanting to lead the people of Zaun to a better future as a gang leader. But behind the scenes, he grew afraid and didn't want to see the people of Zaun going to their deaths. On the day of the ashes, many people from Zaun died, including Powder's and Six's parents. And it also affected the upper echelons, the enforcers, on that day. So, tell me, where did I said something wrong? Silco asked. One thing. Linwen looked at Silco and calmly said, there's one thing you got wrong. Piltover, as a city-state, doesn't have a centralized government. The ones controlling the city are indeed the families you mentioned. Silco listened, tilted his head, and smirked, thinking, isn't that exactly what I said? In that case, where did I go wrong? But, Silco, the one and only place you were mistaken is that Piltover isn't controlled by various major families, but by a single family. Linwen extended a finger, raised it, and looked calmly at Silco. It's the Pharaoh's family. The family that discovered the origin crystal. Silco furrowed his brow. The origin crystal. Linwen paused, then smiled. Ah, I see, at this point in time, Jace is probably still playing with his little hammer. I remember from the background story that Jace invented hextech crystal using the crystals he excavated from the Pharaoh's family and refined it further, leading to the development of hextech technology. But at this current time, Six is only around 13 or 14, and Jinx is just a little girl little less than 10. Because of this, Jace should still be an apprentice, not the one who developed hextech technology, the defender of tomorrow. However, saying it like this, Linwen wasn't entirely sure of his guess due to the habit of Riot Games of frequently changing lore, the fuzzy timeline of the story, and the tendency of Riot to eat their own lore. For instance, in the original lore, Echo was an orphan and nearly got sent off to the top side to become an elite, right? But now, that little guy has become a character similar to Linwen, working in a grocery store. You mean, the actual controller of Piltover is the Pharaoh's family? Silco was a bit incredulous. Don't spread this around, or you might end up moving your head somewhere else. I'm not taking the blame for that, Linwen waved his hand. She'll help you move your head, for free and efficiently. // this she probably referring to Camille // Silco's mouth twitched. Because he realized that Linwen wasn't joking with him. He was serious. If it was as Linwen said, then what were the current apparent wealthiest people of Piltover, the designated policy makers in Piltover, and the various major families hidden behind them? Silco suddenly felt a chill on his neck. If what Linwen said was true, Piltover wasn't fragmented. Having an actual controller made Piltover even harder to deal with. A powerful loose alliance isn't terrifying for Silco, but if these factions followed commands, it would be truly frightening. All right, my friendly advice ends here. Linwen stood up, patted his backside, but then suddenly thought of something. He grinned at Silco. Oh right, Silco, I've improved quite a bit recently. Would you like to see? Silco tilted his head slightly, not quite understanding Linwen's intent. But Linwen knew well. People like Silco should never be allowed to have hope, not even a glimmer. Otherwise, if they saw a crack, they would strive to widen it until they achieved their goals. But what if there were no cracks from the beginning? The difference between smart people and regular ones lies in them not wasting efforts. Silco was a clever man. Under his robe, Linwen extended his slender fingers and then clenched them into a fist. He wanted Silco to know the difference between their strengths. This way, he would remain obedient and listen to Linwen, lurking quietly in his corner. He took a deep breath and exhaled a long, lingering sigh. Linwen clenched his teeth, feeling the warm breath escaping his lips and teeth. Then, as fast as lightning, Linwen struck a 4-meter diameter circular support pillar in front of him. A massive wave of air lifted his robe and blew towards the surroundings. Silco, standing not far away, instinctively raised his hand to shield his face. In front of Linwen, the punch-like gust of wind shattered the pillar, pulverizing countless small stones within a 2-meter radius as it shattered the stone pillar. Linwen felt some of his stamina deplete, but in front of him, the pillar was shattered. A 2-meter-sized rock was flung out and slammed into the factory wall at an extremely fast speed, creating a huge depression in the metal wall. Ability, Relentless Force. Effect, Consume Stamina, swinging a fist to deal area damage equal to twice the strength to the front. Silco. Do you think you can withstand this punch? 15 years in the making. Linwen looked at Silco, coldly asking him. Silco's mouth and eye corners twitched. His hands trembled slightly, but he tried to calm himself, adjusting his suit's tie. He spoke, "Are you still a human?" Humans were impossible to deliver an attack like this using just physical strength. Absolutely impossible. Linwen turned around, putting on his hat, walking towards the factory's exit. But he left behind a sentence. For Silco. Silco, I agree with your ideals. Foolish tolerance only widens the gap between Piltover and Zaun. But you are wrong, so much more wrong than Vander. Linwen looked at Silco coldly, continuing. You think you can make the people of Piltover submit, fear, using those drugs? You're greatly mistaken. The current leader of the Pharaoh's family will be stronger than me, not weaker. So, good luck. / The below is the original author note, kinda important so I'll translate it to / I'm worried that everyone might habitually not read what the author says, so I'm placing it here. This part is really, really important. Well, it's about Camille. Firstly, Jace didn't invent the hextech heart for the steel shadow, Camille, nor did he invent the hextech crystal. It was the Pharaoh's family imitating the Shurima, the crystal vanguards, to manufacture it. After all, there were only so many Shurimans, and there were so many hextech gems in all of Piltover, so why slaughter the Shurimans? And Canely's heart, on the other hand, is the actual original core, later researched and installed by her first love. Therefore, I believe Camille, in the first 6 episodes of Arcane in Piltover, should be between 70 to 80 years old. She is a genuine old lady, not a problem even to be Jace's grandmother. After all, as everyone has seen, the development speed of hextech technology is very fast. In the series, just a few years have passed, and Powder is at most 15 or 16 years old, but hextech has already developed incredible magic technology like teleportation. As for Camille killing her brother and becoming the mastermind happened after the between Jace and Victor. This storyline should unfold in the next season of Arcane. By the time she captures Yin in the future, she'll be over 90 years old, close to 100. In short, I checked a lot of information, and it should be correct. So if you have any questions or feel something is off, dear readers, you can say it in the comment section, and I'll check. I'll correct it if there are any mistakes. Chapter 6 Why? On the way back to the back alley, Linwen lowered his head, deep in thought about something. He wasn't trying to intimidate Silco, rather, he was stating a fact to him. Vander and Silco, two individuals once aligned in purpose but ultimately went their separate ways, had diverged in their ideologies. Having followed Vander for these years, Linwen had a good grasp of Vander's thoughts. Vander advocated for a peaceful approach, seeking to establish boundaries with the topside, but Zaun, how could they survive without depending on Piltover? Despite most Zaunites verbally resenting Piltover, they secretly envied the topsiders' lifestyle. In reality, Zaunites relied on Piltover for their survival. While trade was restricted in Piltover, no one controlled it in Zaun. This discrepancy led to the thriving black market in Zaun, an interesting case of the prosperous influencing the less privileged. Piltover's immense wealth was due to its unique geographical position, situated at the junction of Valoran and Shurima continents. This geographic advantage brought higher trade points than the island city of Bilgewater. Piltover, under the cunning leadership of the Piltes, soon became the most technologically advanced and economically flourishing city on the entire continent, giving rise to the City of Progress. Silco, more than Vander, clearly saw the gap between Piltover and Zaun. Silco believed that as time passed, the gap between Piltover and Zaun would only widen. Linwen agreed with this assessment, for he knew better than anyone. Soon, Jace would develop hextech technology, and when this genius truly integrated magic into technology, Zaun would no longer catch the attention of the Piltes. Weapons intended for non-military use could easily handle the dregs of the underworld, likely the source of the topsiders' confidence in their superiority. From a certain perspective, Linwen didn't want Silco to act too impulsively at the moment. Although the possibility was small, if Silco did catch Camille's attention because of Shimmer, his head might end up on the streets of Zaun the next day. There was no doubt about it, Camille Ferros, as an exceptional spy, possessed the capability. Linwen remembered very clearly that the controller behind Piltover, no, according to the timeline, her brother should still be alive, right? He remembered that she executed her own younger brother after Victor had followers for his glorious evolution. According to the current timeline, she should be around 70 years old, right? But even so, she would only be stronger than Linwen now, not weaker. Despite receiving a complete champion card and experiencing a leap in his strength, Linwen didn't think he could defeat her. After all, as the most formidable spy in the Ferros family, no, in the entire Piltover, Camille Ferros was no longer a human. Human? Could a person whose heart had become mechanical still be considered human? In Linwen's mental ranking list, this little old lady, Camille, was in the upper middle class among humans. Her ranking in Tier 5 would definitely be in the top tier, especially with the hextech technology developed by Jace in the future. With it integrated for military use in Camille, her future self was a magic mechanical being that had a chance of touching Tier 4. That was why, in the past few years, Linwen had acted low-key. He was afraid of catching the eye of this old lady too early. After all, assassination was something no one in Piltover could compare to her in. As the strongest spy, her intelligence and combat abilities were the highest in present Piltover. In short, Camille must not be provoked. One should note that she used a original hex core, not those replicable hex crystals. The crystal in Camille's chest was made from a Brackern core. However, a hex core, with the death of the creator, Hakim, and the disappearance of the blueprints, the crystal in Camille's chest was likely the world's only hex heart. Yes, if you can avoid provoking her, then avoid it. When Linwen arrived back at the last drop, he sensed that something was amiss. In the tavern, Vander's group, a bunch of fierce-looking men and women covered in various tattoos, stood up. Some people grabbed their weapons, their backs to the tavern's entrance, looking toward the bar. Linwen wasn't very tall, currently standing at just over 1.6 meters. After all, this body was only 15 years old, and during this growth stage, nutrition hadn't kept up. Consequently, Linwen, unable to see the situation, could only pat the large person in front of him. The guy turned around, his big face full of displeasure. However, upon seeing Linwen, his expression changed, and he nodded warmly. "Greg, excuse me, let me see what's going on. The guy named Greg shook his head, raising a hand to stop Linwen from entering. He looked at Linwen and said, Linwen, it's better if you don't go in, the enforcers are here. As one of Vander's henchmen, he knew very well why the enforcers had come down to the Undercity. Piltover folks coming to Zaun meant only one thing. Arrests. Piltover and Zaun, two cities, sister cities adjacent to each other, claimed to have a policy of non-interference. However, saying they didn't interfere, when Piltover's enforcers came down to the Undercity, did they truly not interfere? Well, the illicit trades in the Undercity were likely mostly orchestrated by the topsiders. Six and her group are at your place. It's not a good idea for you to go in. Greg, despite his rough and large appearance, had a keen mind. If Vander could let them search so openly with an indifferent expression, it probably meant Six wasn't in the tavern, and the bigger possibility was that she was being protected by the person in front of him. The last drop's second-in-command the Undercity's enforcer Linwen Laurent. So, if Linwen talked to the enforcers, it would only make things more complicated. They've already arrived. Linwen frowned. This was too fast. From the moment he received Six's message to going to Silco, it had only been about 4 hours. Now, the enforcers were already in the Undercity. Even if they took the lift, the journey would still take an hour or two, plus the search warrant and various other factors. Linwen felt a headache coming on. What had Six and the others done to make the enforcers come out to arrest people on the very same day? I won't go in, I'll just take a look. Greg nodded, stepping aside with his massive body. He also patted the person in front of him. When that person turned around, looking puzzled at Greg, Greg pointed backward with his thumb, and then, the person saw Linwen waving at him with a smile. Soon, a path spontaneously opened up in front of Linwen. He sat at a table, looked at the half-empty bottle of Shurima yeast brew, the kind of drink that Linwen didn't mind. After all, the alcohol content was quite low. So Linwen poured the drink into a clean little glass and started sipping it. This drink came from Nashram, a port city in Shurima. The materials used for making it were simple, just local Shurima yeast and alcohol for fermentation. The taste had a bit of sourness, but the texture was quite good, suitable for the young folks in Zaun. Well, it was a bit like chewing on bread. Linwen savored the drink, looking at the bar and listening carefully to the sounds inside. His senses had long surpassed those of an ordinary person. Marcus, that's enough. Linwen saw a female enforcer with brown curly hair reach out and restrain a young man. Vander, this matter has gone too far. Hand over the person to me. The brown-haired woman was tall, but in front of Vander, she seemed like a child. Vander shook his head. Grayson, they're not here. This matter isn't trivial, Vander. Hand over the person, or the next time I bring more than just a few people. Grayson looked around, then spoke again, you don't want the enforcers to conduct a major search in the Undercity. Grayson, she's not here with me. I have no one to hand over to you. You fool, do you think we didn't prepare before coming? We received the information, and they are. The young man restrained by Grayson, irritated, raised his hand and pointed at Vander. Along with his yelling at Vander, in the tavern, everyone moved a step forward. Among them, a burly man snorted loudly with his nose. This made all the enforcers, including Marcus, nervous, except for Grayson. One of them even pulled out a gun. Back off. Vander shook his head at them. Grayson also turned and pushed down the enforcer's gun, then turned to Vander, asking, Can I have a word? Vander initially wanted to shake his head, but looking into Grayson's eyes, he nodded and walked away from the bar. He headed towards a nearby underground chamber, saying to Grayson, Come on, this way. Before Grayson followed Vander towards the underground chamber, she grabbed Marcus and warned him earnestly, Don't cause trouble for me. This isn't Piltover. But. No buts, Marcus. Listen to me, Grayson patted his shoulder, and Marcus fell silent. With Vander and Grayson both entering the underground chamber, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. In the tavern, the gangsters from the Undercity glared fiercely at the four enforcers. Although Marcus was a bit nervous, he was not afraid. He pulled out his baton and slammed it on a table, flipping it over, splattering the drinks. Marcus angrily glared at them and shouted, What are you looking at, you filthy Undercity rats? If you have the guts, come at me. I just happen to want to arrest a few people to boost my performance. Marcus yelled loudly, taking bold steps forward. On either side, a thin, sharp-nosed man with a nose ring also moved forward, but just as he was about to approach Marcus, he was pulled back by his companion. "Don't!" The companion shook his head at him. If they assaulted the enforcers, the person involved would definitely be taken to Piltover's prison for rehabilitation. And if they killed an enforcer, the entire Undercity would suffer. This was where Marcus's confidence lay because behind him was a powerful city-state, far stronger than Zaun. Piltover wouldn't tolerate any resistance from Zaunites, that was for certain. A few years ago, during the Day of the Ashes, was a clear testament. Marcus pushed aside a few people, and then, he saw a young man sitting and drinking. The young man looked clean, devoid of tattoos, nose rings, or strange attire, but had a head of smooth black hair. Marcus's eyes brightened. This young man was definitely not a gangster. Zaun's gangsters would never look like this. So, he was the perfect target to assert his authority. Marcus approached him, and then, he heavily slammed his baton in front of the young man. "What are you doing? Isn't it obvious?" "Mr. Enforcer, I'm drinking." "Is this the time to drink? We're conducting an inspection, and you're drinking right in front of us. Do you disrespect the enforcers of Piltover? Have I done anything wrong? Disrespecting an enforcer is a mistake. But I'm just having a drink." Laughter echoed around, making Marcus lose his temper. He turned and shouted, "Why are you laughing? Who's laughing?" No one answered. Marcus bent down, glaring at the young man's black eyes. He spoke coldly, "How about moving to a different place for your drink? It'll be my treat." The young man remained silent. But Marcus couldn't sense any nervousness from him. This wasn't the result Marcus wanted. The boy from the Undercity, even fearsome Zaun gangsters would tremble in front of the enforcers. Not to mention ordinary Zaun youths. He wanted to see fear and anxiety in him. "Marcus, come back." One of the accompanying enforcers sensed something was off. Zaunites were usually united against Piltover residents. However, no one stood up for the young man being bullied. Instead, the gang members watched like it was a show, and even, the enforcer saw a hint of amusement on their faces. This was abnormal. "Come back for what?" Frustrated by his teammates' interference, Marcus became angrier, turning to grab him to demonstrate the enforcer's authority. Sigh. A soft sigh accompanied a painful yelp as Marcus's hand was swiftly hit and reddened. "Damn, you dare resist me!" Marcus bent down, clutching his swollen wrist, and looked at him. The young man stood up, puzzled. "What did I do? I was just having a drink. Why are you arresting me?" "Linwen, give him a punch on the face." "Yeah, give him a knuckle sandwich." Voices from the surroundings joined in. The other three enforcers also tried to rush to Marcus's side to protect him, but they couldn't. The crowd that had separated regrouped, blocking their path. And there stood Greg, with a build matching Vander's, defiantly facing the enforcers. He had a broad face with a thick beard, and his copper bell eyes were silently fixed on the trembling enforcer in front of him. His face was getting closer, and through his breath mask filtering the toxic air, Greg saw the enforcer's eyes. Eyes filled with fear. Enforcers, afraid. Could they be afraid too? Even in the Undercity? Just because we outnumber them? But you have guns, right? You have such good weapons. Move, move. Clear the way. What do you all want? Are you trying to resist the law? He raised his gun, aiming at Greg's face. Resist the law? How can the laws of the topside reach the Undercity? Coexist in peace? Separate governance? Is this what the people from the topside call peace? Is this their so-called delineation of boundaries in management? Why does Zaun have to obey Piltover's commands? Why must Zaun be under Piltover's management? Why can't Zaun be independent? Zaun is Zaun, and Piltover is Piltover. Why? Greg suddenly felt angry. He suddenly understood why some people were becoming dissatisfied with Vander. At the same time, he understood why Vander often sighed alone. If you have the guts, go ahead and shoot. Greg pointed to his chest, grabbing the enforcer's gun and aiming it at the circular tattoo on his open chest. He focused on the spot over his heart and confronted the shivering enforcer, his previously calm face changing to a fierce expression. Let's see how many people you can kill. You all. I don't understand. Your captain told you to calm down, but why won't you listen? The young man stood up, looking down at Marcus from a higher position. Your captain told you to wait for her return. We don't want to provoke you, but can you not provoke us? Marcus, however, pulled out the gun from his belt, gritting his teeth and pointing it at him. Don't, Marcus! One of the enforcers surrounded by Zaunites saw this scene and hurriedly spoke to stop Marcus. He knew him, he had excellent performance in the police force and came from a well-to-do family. He might be the successor to Grayson, becoming the new police chief of Piltover. But his temper was very volatile, he couldn't stand such humiliation. Marcus was truly ready to fire. Bam! And with a loud bang, sparks flew as Marcus watched ahead with unease and excitement. But the scene he expected didn't happen. The gangsters in the bar didn't react with anger. The three enforcers stood dumbfounded. The young man tilted his head slightly, his previously cheerful face turning cold, and on the wall behind him, there was a hole pierced by a gunshot. It's because of people like you that the relationship between Zaun and Piltover is worsening. Linwen calmly looked at him. His face remained calm, but Linwen felt a growing fire within him. The more this fire burned, the more he felt the need to express himself. Yes, this was the injustice most Zaunites faced when dealing with enforcers. Sometimes, Zaunites would be searched just passing by them. If they resisted, they'd be dragged to a corner and beaten. Sometimes, Zaunites would be extorted, pinned to a wall, and robbed of valuable belongings, all under the theory that being from Zaun meant they must have stolen them. They called this justice. Sometimes. But Linwen really didn't expect them to actually shoot at a young man. A person who clearly hadn't done anything, just enjoying a drink. What's the reason behind this injustice? Linwen found himself growing to despise Piltover more. This hatred for Piltover had developed in Linwen after integrating into Zaun, and now it was only intensifying. He had hurt many Zaunites, but he had never harmed a person from Piltover. But today, Linwen suddenly wanted to know what consequences killing a person from Piltover would bring. The Steel Shadow? If it reached that point. He took out the unknown runestone, although he didn't know what kind of runestone it was, he knew that any runestone fragment would possess tremendous power. The reason he hadn't carefully studied it was that he feared it might attract the attention of a certain bald, purple man. And currently, hextech technology hadn't emerged yet. The legs of Steel Shadow might not even be blades. So, even if he couldn't beat her, Linwen could put up a fight. Moreover, the death of just one enforcer might not even attract the attention of that woman. The reason Yin, that deranged murderer, became the target of that assassin was because he killed many enforcers and remained elusive for a long time, causing fear in Piltover. That's why the Steel Shadow was forced to intervene and apprehend Yin. But would the Steel Shadow intervene for the death of a single enforcer? Unconsciously, Linwen's hand tightened around Marcus's neck. Marcus's face first turned a dreadful shade of red, and then, gradually paled. His hands, clutching Linwen's arm, weakened, and his legs began to stiffen. Enough! Until a large hand pressed down on Linwen's hand. Vander's big face appeared, shaking his head at Linwen. His eyes carried a sense of helplessness, self-blame, and apology. Chapter 7 Are you serious? 10 minutes ago. Inside the small room where Powder and Six resided, Vander and Grayson sat facing each other. There was no scent of gunpowder, unlike the tense atmosphere in the tavern earlier. Below ground, these two individuals, one from the Zaunite underworld and the other a law enforcement chief in Piltover, both had a similar expression on their faces. The atmosphere was surprisingly quiet, even somewhat relaxed. Both of them wore a slightly helpless look on their faces, but Vander was feeling quite a headache. He clutched a box of cigarettes and banged it against the table. His powerful arms were tensed, and he wasn't as relaxed as he appeared. Grayson was feeling a headache as well. She had received a strict order from the council, instructing her to apprehend the culprit within a certain time frame. Piltover wouldn't allow dangerous unknown weapons to fall into Zaunite hands. For this reason, many had been arrested in connection with this incident, and even the young miss from the Kiraman family had been questioned. As for the instigator, he should be in custody, awaiting the council's judgment. Therefore, even though Grayson didn't know what the culprit had taken, she was well aware that this was no minor matter and different from the usual small disturbances. Vander, you must hand over the culprit to me. The council has issued a strict order. If I don't find the culprit, the next individuals to come won't be as easy to negotiate with. Grayson looked at Vander, speaking seriously. I understand. We both want to avoid troubles, but trouble will always find us. You want peace for Zaun, and I want stability for Piltover. In the past, I could turn a blind eye to the things you did, and you know that. This approach has kept our cooperation pleasant for years. But this time is different, Vander. I understand, but I can't hand the person over to you. Vander shook his head bitterly. Though Vander and Grayson weren't from the same city, they stood on the same side. Both of them were people who didn't want to incite war. Vander wanted Zaun to prosper, and Grayson wanted Piltover to continue its peaceful development. She even hoped that the Undercity could improve. In Vander's eyes, Grayson was a good chief of police who understood the suffering of the Undercity's residents. She was willing to punish enforcers who acted wrongly. Zaun's stability could be attributed to Vander on the surface, but behind the scenes, it was also due to the help of Grayson, the Piltover police chief. After all, in the bridge assault a few years ago, Vander had been scared, and so had Grayson. So many lives were lost. To point a gun at humans and personally kill them, this wasn't something everyone could enjoy. At least, Grayson didn't. Who are they to you? Grayson looked at Vander as she lit a cigarette. She spoke after a brief silence. You've already guessed, so there's no need to ask me. That's not a reason, Vander. I can't present this answer to the council. Grayson picked up the box in front of Vander and pulled out a cigarette. She cut the front of the cigar, ignited it, and took a deep puff. She blew the smoke out, and the lingering mist mixed with the stifling air of Zaun a bitter irony. The smoke from the cigar smelled even better than the air, and this was where the people of Zaun lived. 2 boys and 2 short-haired girls. One has pink hair, the other blue. The one with black hair and the one with yellow hair are plump and skinny respectively. Finding replacements for them is impossible. Today, I saw at least a dozen enforcers chasing them in Piltover, and they were chased by a whole squad along the way, a total of 6 people. Grayson bit on the cigar. Vander looked at the table. On this worn wooden table, there were blue graffiti drawn by children. It was a crooked image of a rabbit and a monkey. Powder had drawn it. Give me a few more days. A few days. Grayson was silent for a while, then took a deep drag of the cigarette. Then, she took out something. Think it over and tell me. I can give you a maximum of 5 days. Vander waved his hand. 5 days? That's enough. And Grayson looked at him, as if she had guessed what this man was thinking. But just as Grayson was about to speak, she heard a loud rumbling noise. Instinctively, she looked up, and the next moment, both Grayson and Vander ran out. Then, Grayson witnessed a scene she would never forget. An inconspicuous black-haired teenager from Zaun extended his hand expressionlessly, gripping Marcus by the neck and lifting him off the ground. Marcus struggled desperately, but it was in vain. The Black Alley gangsters formed a blockade, intercepting the 3 enforcers trying to rescue Marcus. Seeing this, Vander immediately pushed through the crowd and walked over. Linwen, let go. Are you done talking? Linwen turned his head, glanced at Vander, but quickly turned back. He didn't release Marcus as instructed by Vander, instead, he continued to grip Marcus's neck. Frowning, Grayson stood beside Vander. Let go. Linwen looked at her, then at Vander. The head of the cops, the police chief from the upper city, Vander spoke up. This was to tell Linwen that if he continued, it would be trouble. Linwen certainly understood Vander's meaning. He clicked his tongue and then casually threw Marcus out, easily tossing an adult man, taller than himself, several meters away and overturning several tables in the tavern. 3 enforcers approached, and one of them, not pleased, pointed at Linwen. You. Enough. Grayson shouted and pressed down the enforcer's hand, looking at Linwen. She said, take Marcus away. But Captain, you. Didn't you hear me? Do I have to repeat myself? Yes, Captain. Once the 3 enforcers carried Marcus away, Grayson looked at Linwen. Vander, care to introduce? Vander took a drag of his cigarette, exhaled, and took a few steps past Grayson. He stood behind Linwen, lowered his head, and stared at Grayson. Soon, the gang members also stood behind Vander. Vander calmly said, my second in command, the future successor of the Undercity's Black Alley. Grayson responded. I understand, Grayson said meaningfully, looking at Linwen for a few moments, then turned and walked out of the tavern. With Linwen's voice, take care, Captain. Once Grayson and the enforcers left, Vander looked at Linwen. Seeing Linwen looking at him, he smiled, showing a gentle expression. Vander, facing this young man whose strength likely surpassed his, said, attacking without a mask and with such rage, how did he offend you? I was just sitting here having a drink, but he decided to shoot at me. Well, then he got what he deserved. But Grayson is different. Grayson. The captain. Oh. Linwen stretched the tone, teasingly looking at Vander. Don't give me that look, you brat. Vander waved his hand, and soon, the people in the tavern left, leaving only Linwen and Vander. How are Six and the others doing now? The two sat side by side at the bar. From behind, Vander's back looked 3 to 4 times wider than Linwen's. He was really as broad as a bear. But now, this bear had retracted his claws. Linwen looked up at the metallic knuckles hanging above. They were old-fashioned equipment from many years ago, outdated and unable to keep up with the times. From what old Zoran heard, Vander hadn't worn these knuckles for several years. I gave them a lesson. They're behaving much better now. She's a kid who can listen to reason. Vander handed a cup of alcohol to Linwen. Seeing Linwen still somewhat repelled, he snorted heavily. You won't drink this. The alcohol content is too. Are you a man? Fine, give me. Linwen took the cup, poured a sip for himself, and then turned the cup upside down. 2 droplets of foam fell on the bar. Seeing this, Vander laughed. Linwen knew Vander had something on his mind. Linwen had been in this world for 5 years, and old Zoran was the kindest person to him. Next to him was Vander, or rather, Vander was a very good person to everyone in the Black Alley, and to everyone in Zaun. He was like a patriarch, in places he didn't govern, people still respected him. So, Linwen was quite familiar with Vander. This matter is not so easily resolved. Vander sipped his alcohol and said, I was originally planning to go talk to Benzo, but you returned just in time. This time, it's not just annoying the enforcers. If it were only them, it would be fine, but the council is involved. Linwen looked at Vander, he was staring straight ahead, holding his cup. What's your relationship with Grayson? Is it funny? Vander turned around, propping his hand on the bar, looking at Linwen with a smile, and said teasingly, the mob boss actually teams up with a cop. I made a deal with her. I will handle the people in the Undercity, and she will turn a blind eye to Undercity matters. In other words, Linwen, as a Zaunite leading Zaunites, I have been cooperating with the person Zaunites hate the most. Linwen remained silent for a moment and then said, Six is with me now. I've also warned Silco and the Barons, so you don't need to worry about them. If the topsiders want to come down and search, just let them. They won't find anyone. That's not possible. Vander shook his head and told Linwen, I won't hand Six over to them, and I won't let them search the Undercity. The Undercity can't withstand a search. Vander said nonchalantly, they won't dare to kill me. If I die, the Undercity will become even more chaotic. Grayson will assist us from within. So, the worst-case scenario is being imprisoned for a few years. Linwen looked at Vander, raising an eyebrow, and said, Are you serious? Chapter 8 Survival is sought through battle. Are you serious? Linwen asked again. And Linwen clenched his fist, trying hard to restrain his impulsiveness. Otherwise, Vander might have been sent flying by now. He feared he might land a punch on Vander's big face. Hand himself over to Piltover? Was Vander joking? Linwen knew Vander wasn't as smart as Silco, but he never expected him to be this foolish. The rift between Piltover and Zaun was unfixable, like water and oil. No matter how much they tried to interact, they could never truly merge. Linwen, this is the only solution I can think of, Vander said with a somewhat strained smile. This situation has already caught the attention of the council. Do you think they will listen to you? If they could see the situation in Zaun, then you wouldn't have to charge the bridge. Vander, to them, the one who instigated that operation in Zaun, the one revered among the Zaunites, should die as soon as possible. Linwen's fist rested on the bar as he stood up, facing Vander. One seated, one standing, yet they met each other's gaze at eye level. Perhaps as you said, Piltover folks won't kill you. But if you're really thrown into prison, come back? Are you kidding me? They would never let you out. A casual excuse from an upper city person can add more years to your sentence. Can't you understand that? And as for your police lady? Linwen rolled his eyes dramatically, don't even mention it. What influence does the police chief you put so much hope in have in front of the council? Does she really have any say? I know, I understand. Vander lit another cigarette, taking a deep drag, a drink in one hand and a cigarette in the other. After blowing out smoke rings, he said, but other than compromising, I have no other choice. Fortunately, I have you by my side now. If it weren't for you, I'm certain I wouldn't be doing this. If I were to leave, they would certainly become restless, but now that you're here, you can help me protect those who have lost family and friends because of me, so Linwen, the Undercity's future. Is there really no other way besides compromising? Linwen interrupted Vander, preventing him from continuing with what sounded like a testament. He shook his head, looking at Vander. Suddenly, Linwen thought of Silco, whom he had seen earlier. These two people were so different yet so alike. Both were fighting for Zaun, both resisted the upper city. But Vander ultimately chose to compromise, while Silco was constantly plotting in the shadows. I went to Silco earlier. Don't you want to know what we talked about? At the mention of Silco, Vander's eyes flickered a few times. He pretended not to care and said, that brother of mine, what is he doing? He's still persisting in his struggle against Piltover, Linwen said in a deep voice. He's still the same. Vander, Silco's ideas are too extreme. You know I don't agree with his ideas, but he's right about one thing: you're too weak now, Linwen said straightforwardly. Weak? Maybe, Vander didn't refute Linwen. A big man, the leader of the Undercity, who had led the people of Zaun to charge the bridge, accepted the title of weakness calmly. He said, Linwen, a leader has responsibilities. They all believe in me, trust me. But I led them to their deaths. I once thought that as long as I led my people across the bridge, our lives would be better. But besides bodies scattered on the ground, homeless orphans, and a Zaun growing poorer, I gained nothing. No, I did gain something. Vander took a large gulp of his drink. I'm burdened by guilt, a lifetime of apologies to them, to their children, families, and friends. Setting the glass down, Vander turned to Linwen, his face calm. So I'm scared now, Linwen. Am I wrong to be this way? We can't beat Piltover. Isn't it fine like this? A momentary peace under the help of the sheriff. Isn't that good? And these words, I can only share with you and Benzo. I've given up the criminal life, but they still look up to me, hoping one day I'll lead them in resisting Piltover again. But I can't carry that burden anymore, those are lives, individual lives. Vander's voice grew quieter as he spoke. Linwen fell silent. Was Vander wrong in what he said? No, he wasn't. And when everyone anticipated Vander leading them in resisting Piltover again, no one considered what he might be thinking, including Linwen. Were they all eagerly awaiting his response? Vander's timidity and retreat stemmed from him being acutely aware that he was the prime responsible for those lives. After the Day of the Ashes, Vander was no longer just a rebel, now, he was caught between Zaun and Piltover, striving to maintain order as a guardian teetering on the brink of collapse. He truly loved Zaun and its people. But it was precisely because of this that Linwen grew angrier. Because Linwen knew how the future would unfold. As long as he didn't swallow the book, there was absolutely no possibility of reconciliation between Zaun and Piltover. Vander, the peace you seek is nothing but a bubble, Linwen said, staring at Vander. Silco is right, only when you land a punch on the proud faces of those Piltover folks, sending their teeth flying, can you earn their respect. Vander frowned deeply. I'm a man with experience, Linwen. I've seen it. In war, there are only losers, no winners. Nonsense. Only losers in war. Linwen pointed at Vander's face. Linwen could understand the sacrifices Vander had made for Zaun. But if Vander thought he could survive by relying on the sympathy of the sheriff and the enforcers, that was absolutely wrong. This approach, Linwen disagrees. Based on Linwen's memories of the League's lore, the future relationship between Zaun and Piltover will only deteriorate further. With the advent of hextech technology, the gap between the two sides is insurmountable. In that future, Piltover residents will run rampant in the Undercity, insulting Zaunites openly. Alchemical technology advancement, is it the will of Zaunites? Not at all. It's because they are forced to do so in order to survive. And in such a time, only two people can save Zaun. One is the true child of Zaun, Echo, and the other is Victor, who abandons humanity and pursues divinity. But, even so, according to Linwen's speculation, without a few hundred years, Victor would struggle to surpass the hextech-powered Jace. Therefore, Vander is wrong, completely wrong. Vander, without war, Zaun will certainly be the loser. Vander, you've maintained order in Zaun, but you can't change the toxic gases in the sump, the polluted water sources, and the rampant diseases. Within your Black Ally, you protect everyone well. But what about beyond the Black Ally? Are those people no longer Zaunites? Open your eyes and look outside. Is this so-called stability what you desire? Haven't you seen those enormous pipelines? The waste from Piltover flows into Zaun incessantly. If this is the stability you want, then what's the difference between this stability and being a dog? Bang! I have my reasons. Only I understand how powerful Piltover people are. They have weapons, what do we have? Vander slammed the table, stood up, and stood in front of Linwen like a wall. Weapons? Vander, we can have weapons too. I may not agree with Silco's main combat philosophy, but he always remembers his former ideals and is willing to sacrifice everything for them. Now he has manufactured weapons with his people. Though they have its flaws, they are very powerful. But what about you? What have you been doing these years? Have you been a lapdog to Piltover? Vander, Zaun's independence and rise will depend on ourselves. To attain the same status and development rights as Piltover, from what I see now, Silco's ideals are not wrong. We need to make the lofty council members of Piltover understand pain from a personal perspective before we can achieve peace. I won't join forces with Silco, don't worry. But now, I won't align with you either. I will protect Zaun, and you, in my own way. Linwen picked up the drink and poured it into the glass in front of him. Then, he raised it and drank it all. Vander is wrong, but even if he's wrong, he's family. When a family is wrong, you must correct them, not abandon them. Now, he must correct Vander's mistake. Turn myself in? Ha, that's utterly foolish. There's always a way. Crack. The sound of bones cracking echoed. At some point, Vander had taken down his old gauntlet and stood in front of Linwen, who was about to leave the tavern. He shook his burly neck and made a punching motion. I've said it, I'll handle the enforcers, and what you need to do is protect Six and Powder. Are you trying to fight me now? What does it feel like when alcohol hits you? It's probably the sensation of the whole world being under your influence. Especially after playing the tough guy for a few years. Right now, Linwen had only one feeling. Even if Camille, that old lady, appeared in front of him right now with her probably mechanical face, Linwen would punch her. To test if his fist is stronger or her metal construct. And now, it's just Vander, with a physical body and ordinary weapons, standing in front of him? Then let me wake you up, boss. Linwen stretched his hands forward, propping them up, and stretched lazily. Then, he looked at the massive man in front of him and said in a deep voice. Let me tell you. Vander. Survival sought through compromise leads to the demise of peace. Survival sought through battle leads to the preservation of peace. Peace is never achieved by asking, it's fought for. Chapter 9. Your brother beat up your dad. Boom. Bang. Thud, thud, thud. Snap. Outside the tavern, a group of gang members who were waiting for Vander and Linwen to finish their conversation and planned to go in for a drink suddenly became alarmed. They heard the sounds from inside. It was the clashing of metal and the thudding of flesh. Like ants on a hot pan, they hurriedly opened the inn's door, wanting to rush inside to see what was happening. Linwen and Vander, the second in command and the leader, what were they doing? Were they fighting? However, the first one to open the door, Greg, was sent flying out, along with the 5 people behind him. Greg was knocked unconscious, and Vander stood up from Greg's body. He first looked apologetically at Greg and the few people crushed under him. Vander then turned to the front. He used his fingers to block one nostril and forcefully exhaled through the other, spraying a darkish liquid on the ground. He then wiped his mouth and spat out some fresh blood. He looked at the young man who had come out in surprise. Come on boss, don't look at me like that, Silco gave me it look already. Vander grinned. He had been kicked by Linwen and sent flying over 10 meters. The sensation was like being struck in the chest with a pneumatic hammer. This guy, was he really this powerful? Vander prepared himself and then made a slight motion with his right hand. Linwen was not one to hold back, especially after the conversation with Vander. He had genuinely wanted to give Vander a beating and really wanted to. Moreover, with the influence of alcohol, Linwen didn't care how others would view him. He charged straight in. With an agility of 70, Linwen broke through Vander's defenses in just 2 breaths and penetrated Vander's side. Vander couldn't keep up with Linwen's speed, but years of combat experience allowed him to quickly respond, contracting his body and side blocking with both arms. Bang! His iron arm slightly caved in, and Vander retreated a few meters. But his hand had also grabbed Linwen's leg. Linwen's powerful roundhouse kick landed heavily on Vander's arms. Hey! Linwen was somewhat surprised. Vander also saw Linwen's surprise. He gripped Linwen's leg and shouted, "You brat, do you think I survived through all these years with nothing?" He spun around, holding Linwen's leg, intending to throw Linwen out. But just as he flung Linwen away, Linwen put his hands behind his back. Then, even though Linwen's fists were a few meters above the ground suddenly crumbled, and an almost 3-meter depression appeared out of nowhere. Rocks flew, and a few even hit Vander in the face. At the same time, Linwen's foot flew back and landed squarely on Vander's face. But even though he had held back in the end, Vander pointed at Linwen, his face showing confusion. Vander was somewhat puzzled. Was that magic? No, Linwen was a Zaunite for as long as he knew, he couldn't use magic. However, if it wasn't magic, how did he do it? Linwen had actually adjusted his body in midair and rebounded back to deliver a kick? With this kind of confusion, Vander fell into a daze. Before losing consciousness, he scolded Linwen. "You brat, you really kick hard." Seeing Vander unconscious, Linwen, who had moved around, felt somewhat sober. After fighting with Vander, Linwen realized that he surprisingly felt very comfortable. At the same time, Linwen also felt a sense of certainty. All along, he had been protecting Six and Powder, helping Vander maintain order in the Undercity. Over time, acting under the mask, Linwen had been somewhat dubbed as the Undercity's enforcer by some barons. This time wasn't much different. Once again, he was here to protect Six and Powder. But what was different this time was that Linwen decided to take a stand. "Sevika!" Linwen called out into the crowd. A woman with a very disdainful expression emerged. She looked at Linwen, then at Vander on the ground, and finally at the half-meter deep pit. While Sevika's expression remained cold, her eyes twitched violently, revealing her true thoughts at this moment. "Drag Vander back. When he wakes up, tell him he lost. When you're the loser, you have to listen to the winner," Linwen ordered. Sevika and another person lifted Vander, but she looked at Linwen. "What did you and Vander say?" "Want to know?" Linwen raised an eyebrow. Sevika and Greg looked at Linwen. These two were among the few people Linwen paid attention to, mainly because they were strong. Especially Sevika, despite being a woman, was exceptionally skilled. Before Linwen's arrival, whenever something happened in the Undercity, Vander always sent Sevika. This indirectly indicated her combat prowess. She was very likely the third strongest in the Undercity. Of course, Vander was the second strongest. And the first, undoubtedly, was Linwen. Now, in all of Zaun, there was no one who could beat Linwen. Proud.jpg. "But I'm not telling you," Linwen brushed past Sevika, smiled, and walked out. "You." Sevika looked coldly at Linwen, then, together with another person, took the unconscious Vander back into the tavern. "Linwen, why did you fight Vander? My goodness, that move you just made, what was that?" A group of people followed Linwen, asking him. Linwen looked at the person who asked about the move. He had an exaggerated hairstyle and hair color. "Wanna learn?" "Yeah." "Run 15 kilometers every day, do 100 sit UPS, 100 push UPS, 100 squats, 100 pull UPS. After 3 years, you might catch up to me." "Really?" Linwen looked at him. He was a very skinny kid. "Well, at least it will definitely make you stronger." "Oh no, oh no, oh no." The door of the dilapidated square metal house was opened, and a girl with pink hair lowered her head, showing a displeased expression. In front of her was a little guy who was panting, with a dark complexion, looking a bit shorter than Powder. He had short white hair, delicate features, but was smeared with some white. "Little guy, what's the fuss? I knew you would be here." "Hey, little guy." Another person appeared behind Six. She looked at him, somewhat happy. Why did you come now? I thought you would come find me as soon as I returned. No, something's wrong, something's really wrong. Come in and tell me. 6 pulled him inside. Claggor saw him and smiled happily. Echo, why are you here? Wait. Yes, Powder, your brother beat up your dad. What? 6 was stunned, unable to process. Echo grabbed 6's hand, shaking it hard. Linwen knocked Vander unconscious. 6 turned pale, grabbing Echo in turn and asked loudly, why would something like this happen? Suddenly, Echo hesitated. An expression of difficulty crossed his face. Recalling the things he overheard, he didn't know if he should reveal them. It was harmful to Vander, and at the same time, it was evidence of 6's wrongdoing. But in the end, gritting his teeth, Echo still told 6. Because, compared to Linwen, 6 was his boss. Chapter 10 Big Brother. When Linwen entered the metal-walled room, he was completely sober. He realized that he might have been a bit impulsive in hitting Vander earlier. Making Vander lose face in front of so many people, especially when the second-in-command of the team beats up the leader. However, Linwen didn't regret it. Vander deserved a good beating, he always acted like the big boss, and his actions reflected that. Rather than discussing things with Linwen, Vander seemed to be just venting to him. Whenever Linwen pointed out Vander's wrongdoings, he would switch from venting Vander to the authoritative Vander. Did he really think that nobody in the Undercity could beat him? Linwen had just spared him some embarrassment. Linwen shook his head and pushed open the door. Upon entering, he felt something was off. Little Powder didn't rush to his legs as usual, and 6 was sitting on the couch, hands crossed under her chin, in the same manner Vander often adopted. Claggor and Milo stood behind 6, like bodyguards. Claggor looked at Linwen apologetically, and Milo simply avoided making eye contact. What's going on? Linwen asked, then he saw the white-haired little boy hiding in the corner. Echo, you little rascal. As soon as Linwen saw him, he understood the situation with everyone. Echo, the clever and sly guy in the group, had his ways. He was intelligent and mischievous, and in this generation of the Undercity, there was no secret that Echo couldn't uncover. His strange inventions were all over the Undercity, sometimes even benefiting Linwen. He was indeed a very clever guy. But, how dare he? He actually dared to use his little inventions on me? And he dares to eavesdrop on my conversation with Vander. Benzo didn't teach him this, did he? Is your butt ready for a beating? Linwen grinned, rolling up his fists, walking towards Echo. 6. You promised you'd help me. Echo bolted, running to 6. Linwen. 6 rushed to Linwen, looking up at him and pointing at his chest with her finger, speaking rapidly like a machine gun. Why did you hit Vander? Although I don't need Vander to clean up after me, because I'm not a child anymore and I'll take responsibility for my own mistakes. But Vander didn't do anything wrong. He was looking out for me. By hitting him like this, how do you think people outside of the Undercity will view him? Are you two breaking apart? What are you talking about? I'm not talking nonsense. How could you hit Vander? He's like a father to me, in any case, it's wrong for you to hit him. So it's okay if he hits me? Vander didn't seem to want to hit me either. Linwen shook his head and quickly grabbed 6's hand, then used his other hand to vigorously ruffle her hair. He raised his voice, speaking sternly. Who gave you permission to speak to me like this? Powder, seeing this scene, felt nervous, holding the blue rabbit plushie Linwen had given her, standing there unsure of who to help. However, judging by where her eyes were focused, she leaned more towards her sister. Older and wiser Milo simply started walking towards the door step by step, choosing not to take sides, and not even staying inside the room. He planned to eavesdrop from outside. Claggor, having seen this kind of situation many times, wasn't surprised. 6, with her quick temper, and Linwen, who often complained about Vander being the big boss but still managed to protect and guide everyone. They easily ended up arguing whenever they were together. It's your fault. How did I do anything wrong? Linwen chuckled. He lightly pushed 6 and then pressed her onto the couch, restraining her shoulder with one hand, making her sit still. Linwen then spoke again, his tone fierce. What? You want to fight me? I'm the one who taught you how to fight. Besides, even Vander can't beat me. You think you can beat me? 6, Wait another 100 years if you want to try. Also, who told you that Vander's actions were justified? 6 sat on the couch, still huffing with anger, retorting, of course, I know he was wrong. I'll handle my own mistakes, and if I need to turn myself in, I'll do it on my own. Smack. Ouch, Linwen, what are you doing? 6 held her head in pain after the hit. Linwen withdrew his hand, bent down slowly, and looked at 6. 6, maybe I've been too lenient in the past, or maybe you're going through your rebellious phase. Seeing that Linwen seemed genuinely angry, 6 stopped talking. I had my reasons for hitting Vander, and about breaking apart. Do you want me to sever ties with Vander? I didn't. Sit down. Okay. 6 placed her hands on her lap, straightened her posture, and became obedient, looking ahead without saying a word. Behind Clagger, little Echo saw this scene and realized he was in trouble. 6 always played with him and was his boss, but 6 had a boss too, and that boss was Linwen, right? He didn't mess with the boss, but he managed to anger the boss's boss. Echo, I'm done for. When Vander couldn't handle 6, Linwen would step in. For certain reasons, Vander had never laid a hand on 6, but Linwen was different. If 6 really did something very wrong, Linwen would indeed discipline her. Her combat skills, aside from being honed in the streets, were primarily developed by Linwen's training. Now she could easily handle several same-aged or even older troublemakers. This demonstrated 6's talent in combat, but also implied that Linwen was tough when he disciplined her. Do you now understand where you went wrong? Yes. Tell me where you went wrong. I was wrong for being impulsive. I should have listened to your explanation first, big brother, 6 said, raising her head, looking at Linwen with a pitiful expression. Linwen chuckled, lightly tapping 6's forehead with his index finger, mimicking how she had pointed at his chest earlier. Explanation? Explain what to you? What you said earlier was somewhat right, but what about the things you said afterward? Linwen lightly tapped 6's forehead again, causing her head to tilt backward. Sit here and reflect on your actions. He tapped her again. Surrender yourself? Surrender my foot. If it weren't for my permission, do you dare leave this room? Just wait and see. Clagger. Milo. Linwen called again. Yes, big brother. Here, big brother. Milo hurriedly ran into the room, afraid of being scolded by Linwen for being too slow. Except for Powder, from today onwards, none of you are allowed to enter this room. And Echo. Yes. Echo stood straight. Watch over this room for me. If things go smoothly from here, this incident can be put behind us. Otherwise. Echo shivered and quickly agreed. Finally, Linwen flicked 6's forehead slightly before standing up. Speaking in a softer tone, Linwen said, I made a promise to you, and I'll sort all this out. 6 nodded. I know you will. So why did you act that way? Don't you trust me? I do trust you. I feel like all of this is my fault. It definitely is your fault. 6 nodded again. That's why I think I should take responsibility for it. I've grown up too. Echo already told me. Linwen teased 6, you're only 13, what do you mean grown up? You. Linwen's teasing got 6 a bit upset. But you were already helping Vander with things at my age. Why can't I? Even if you've grown up, I won't allow you to do this. Why? You can't always be like this. Linwen, I know you want to protect me, but I really have grown up. I can make decisions for myself. 6 raised her hands, gesticulating animatedly. You can protect Powder, and I can protect myself, MMPH. Linwen placed a hand over her mouth and shook his head. You're my sister too. 6 blinked, then turned her head. Okay, she truly lost to this guy. Always looking gentle, always pretending to be weak and inconspicuous. But when something happened, he acted like Vander, asserting himself. Not only did he manage his own affairs, but also trivial things like posture and how she sat. Truly a big brother. Chapter 11 Will you hate me? Inside the room, Linwen put on a slightly dirty apron and headed towards the cooking area to prepare a simple dinner for everyone. Seeing Linwen heading to the kitchen, Echo had no intention of leaving. He stood behind Powder, feeling his mouth starting to water. Why haven't you left yet, you little rascal? Linwen noticed Echo's behavior and saw him holding Powder's hand. Seeing this, Linwen furrowed his brows. This kid. Linwen knew that Echo had been fond of Powder since he was little, and it wasn't just admiration, it was more of a romantic liking. You claim to be a tough Zaunite, but you can't even walk away at the sight of dinner. Linwen teased Echo. Seeing Linwen smile, Echo immediately felt less nervous. They couldn't really play with Linwen, including Six. Even though Linwen wasn't much older than them, in fact, Linwen was only 2 years older than Six, spending time with him, including Six, made them all feel uneasy. Echo also thought Linwen was even more nagging than Benzo, always keeping an eye on them. Dinner was very simple, some dark brown bread rolls and a piece of dried meat for each person. Despite the simplicity, it made the youngsters quite content. Because even in Vander's place, Six and Powder rarely got to eat meat. In Zaun, a nicely baked oatmeal bread was expensive, not to mention fresh meat. Did Bogdoad count as meat? With that taste and its anesthetic toxicity, definitely not. Milo, Clagger, stay out of trouble on your way to Benzo's place tonight. After sending Echo, Milo, and Clagger away, Linwen turned around. Six was washing dishes, a small basin filled with water and a wet cloth, but she was going to use this bit of water to wash several dishes. Powder, on the other hand, was sitting on the sofa cuddling her rabbit doll, lost in thought. Linwen noticed that something was off with Powder. He had noticed it during dinner. She didn't seem as lively as before. After all, when Linwen used to give her dried meat, she would cheer and leap around. But this time, when Linwen brought out the meat, Powder just took it silently and held it like a little rabbit, nibbling on it. This was not right. Powder was not a quiet girl. Although she didn't act as wild and tomboyish as Six, she had been with Six on the streets of Zaun since she was young. Gentle? That word truly didn't fit the children of Zaun. Linwen walked behind Powder, bent down, and gently placed his arm on her head. What's wrong? Your eyebrows are all furrowed, he asked. First of all, let me clarify, Six and I weren't arguing. I was educating her because she's immature, Linwen said. Sure, you're always right. My bad, Six complained while washing the dishes. Linwen. Powder gripped her rabbit plushie tightly, pressing its arm into a small hollow. If I make a mistake, will you hate me? She asked, her voice trembling. Linwen ruffled Powder's hair. Clean water in Zaun was precious, so maintaining a bubbly hairstyle like this was not as easy to take care of like Six's hair. Powder's hair was slightly dirty, but Linwen reached out and gently ruffled it. Unlike when he spoke to Six, Linwen's tone was very gentle when talking to Powder. No, but depending on the severity of your mistake, I'll have to discipline you, he answered. Powder looked up, and Linwen withdrew his hand. She looked at him, biting her lower lip. Will you hit me, like how you hit Six? He won't hit you. He'll just lift you up, tell you bedtime stories, and take you to buy delicious food the next day. Six's hand shot up, making a gesture of being speechless. Then she lowered her voice and said, Damn you, Linwen, even though I'm also your little sister. How good was Linwen's hearing? Of course, he heard Six's voice clearly. In the original universe, the brutal enforcer of Piltover would say something like this. Linwen wasn't surprised at all. Because Six was truly a kind and adorable girl. She easily placed trust in someone, but at the same time, she could easily get angry at them. A straightforward and carefree young girl that was Six. And she was the first champion card Linwen ever collected. I'll save the disciplining for when you grow a bit older. Hearing Six's words, Powder was initially smiling, her little face showing happiness. But when she heard Linwen's addition, she immediately wore a worried expression. I think I know why the explosion happened. Six rushed out, holding a wet cloth, but when she saw the water stains on the cloth flying onto Linwen's face, and Linwen looking at her silently, she quickly ran back into the kitchen. But her hand holding the dish didn't move, and her head was turned in this direction. Linwen, Milo was right. The explosion happened because of me. But I didn't lie to you. I only discovered it just now. I really didn't lie to you. Remembering her conversation with Linwen earlier in the morning, Powder felt nervous. She was afraid Linwen would think she was lying, but she really wasn't. Powder squeezed the arm of her rabbit plushie tightly and whispered, I really didn't mean to. Someone was banging on the door, and I got scared. I really didn't mean to. Why did the explosion happen? Powder felt her pocket and pulled out a few small balls from her pants. They were small stones emitting a blue glow, appearing beautiful like precious gemstones. This indeed seemed like something girls would like. However, it was clearly not in Six's preference range. Powder held the stones carefully and said, "It seems to be because of this thing." It fell on the ground, then hit the wall, and then, the explosion happened. Linwen took one of the balls and tried to examine it using the system. Suddenly, he froze. Then, he grabbed all the balls and hugged Powder tightly, giving her a kiss on her little face. "Hey!" Startled, Powder touched the spot where Linwen kissed her. I didn't get scolded and got a kiss? Is Linwen going crazy? This is a very dangerous thing. Stealing is wrong, but this time, you brought back something really good for me." Six, who had come over at some point, leaned closer, looking at the small balls. "Isn't this just a rock?" Smack! "Why do you keep hitting me?" Six, holding her head, squatted down and looked at Linwen, gritting her teeth. "That's why I told you to read more books. Can a rock that explodes still be called a rock?" "Powder, we can't be like Six, a dumb one who only knows how to use fists." "Oh, okay. Powder, I'm your big sister." Seeing Powder agreeing with Linwen, Six fumed. "Anyway, let me research this. If I can crack this thing, we'll have some leverage," Linwen said, squinting at the blue stones in his hands. He didn't notice little Powder rubbing her face. Only Six would kiss her on the forehead and cheeks. In truth, always being Six's shadow, Powder sometimes felt sad. Due to her young age, she would often become the burden of the group of four, her real playmate being only little Echo. However, she didn't want to leave Six, so, even though she often heard Milo's complaints, Powder still chose to follow them. But over time, Powder also began to feel inferior. She was just an 11-year-old little girl. But Linwen always spoiled her. So, she liked Linwen, though a bit less than Six, but at a level equal to Vander. His fondness made Powder feel acknowledged and needed a sense of happiness. Powder lowered her head. Why did Linwen like her so much? He always spoiled her, never scolding her even when she did something wrong, unlike Six, who always gets scolded for her mistakes. She just can't stop thinking about it. But Linwen kept the gemstones and suddenly looked at Powder seriously. "Stealing is a bad behavior. I won't allow you to go up to the..." "Forget it, I've lost count of how many times I've said that. Anyway, you never listen." Linwen said helplessly, mostly complaining about himself. "Yeah, always warning, 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 and they kept breaking the rules. What's the use of my warnings?" Six, she's just disobedient." Upon hearing Linwen's words, Six burst into laughter. Powder also raised her head and looked at Linwen, who had a helpless expression. She joined Six in laughing. Ding, affection level from the Demolition Diva increased, gaining experience. Ding, congratulations, player. The champion the Demolition Diva has an affection level with you exceeding 90%. Player gains a reward, 1 lottery chance. Ding, congratulations, player. You've obtained a champion card, the Demolition Diva. Please check your inventory for details. Linwen. This little Powder. Your card can be obtained with just a kiss on the cheek. Chapter 12. You're a genius. Player, Linwen. Level, 15. Strength, 155. Agility, 170. Intelligence, 90. Psi, 0. Skills, Advanced Repair, Basic Swordsmanship, Relentless Force. Hero cards, Piltover Enforcer, the Demolition Diva. Items, Chrono Ring, 10 meters, Duran's Blade, Health Potion x3, Damaged Unknown Rune Shard x1, Rejuvenation Bead. Remaining lottery draws, x1. Activating the Demolition Diva champion card has boosted Linwen's agility by 100 points. This gives Linwen more confidence in the tasks ahead. Now, looking at his attributes alone, Linwen is no longer just an ordinary person. Although, after Six obtained her full set of hextech equipment, her attributes should be similar to Linwen's now, or even higher in strength. However, Linwen can also equip himself. When it comes to hextech and such, he'll try to get a set later. Speaking of which, how did Jace come up with this stuff? Linwen stepped out of the dark alley, found an empty place, and then lit a lamp. In the light, Linwen prepared to conduct his research. He wanted to study the stones Powder brought back. Hextech crystal, material. Quality. A man-made crystal that can produce strange energy without needing heat or pressure, containing the power of Arcane. Effects. One can develop and integrate the crystal into apparatuses, possibly resulting in unexpected effects. 2. Crushing the gem will generate immense energy. Under the lamp, Linwen squinted. All his knowledge of technology came from Old Zaun. However, even though Old Zaun was a good alchemist in the Undercity, the technological level of the Undercity couldn't be compared to the Upper City. While Linwen knew about hextech crystals, and even knew the uses of hextech gemstone and hextech cores, he held a hextech crystal in his hand now and had spent half an hour under the lamp, yet he didn't know where to start. Crush it, maybe. After much consideration, Linwen looked at the hextech crystal placed on the stone and finally decided to follow the system's instructions. In terms of technology, he didn't need to think. If hextech technology was something easily developed, they wouldn't need to wait for Jace. Remember, Jace was the first person in Piltover to merge magic and technology. No. Since the birth of Runeterra, magic and technology were never meant to mix. However, Jace's appearance merged the forces of nature and man-made power, two forces that never had an intersection, and actually merged them. He was a genius who astonished the world, destined to be remembered in the history books. Though Linwen didn't think he was stupid, but with the skills he had learned from Old Zaun, he really didn't think he could figure out this piece of stone. So, smash it! Thud! He smashed the hextech crystal onto the stone, and then Linwen witnessed, as cracks emerged from the impact, blue light bursting out from the tiny cracks. Soon, the surroundings were as bright as daylight because of it. Linwen felt something strange, feeling his body becoming light. As he looked down at his feet, he felt a powerful force rushing towards him. No heat, but a rush of air. Although he wasn't knocked over, Linwen was surprised by the force. His current power measurements combined were more than enough to defeat several Vanders, but this small stone required his full strength just to resist being blown away. Plus, with the explosive effect. Now Linwen understood why Powder and the others were unharmed in the explosion incident in the Upper City. Because this thing's explosion didn't produce heat. Explosions and high temperatures are the first things Undercity scientists need to understand. So, it's wind force? No. Linwen is very familiar with wind, and it's not electric power either. Although the blue flashes initially look like lightning, the patterns created by the interactions of various blue light particles are not the movement patterns of electricity. Linwen is very familiar with this thing. Moreover, Linwen keenly felt it. Did he lift off the ground a second before the energy explosion was born? Hovered about a foot. Could that be the power of magic? Looking at the remaining 3 hextech crystals, Linwen frowned. This thing isn't dangerous for him, and it's not even dangerous for Vander. As long as he pays attention beforehand and finds an open space, after all, the energy generated by its explosion has no substantial harm. What it produces is a kind of kinetic energy that Linwen can't understand now. It's an energy wave. But if it's placed in Powder's hand, and accidentally smashed one in the room, this kinetic force flying around would definitely cause harm. He's not making excuses for himself after grabbing a child's stuff. This thing is very dangerous for Powder. Linwen put away the remaining 3 hextech crystals and then headed towards the dark alley. It's late, I'm closing the shop. If there's anything, come back early tomorrow. Inside a grocery store, the stout shopkeeper with a rosy beard was packing up. Hearing the noise behind him, he quickly spoke up. Benzo, it's me. Why are you here? Seeing Linwen, Benzo frowned. When Linwen casually walked into the shop and found a chair to sit down, Benzo looked at him and said, You and Vander, what happened this afternoon? Different beliefs, Benzo. Vander did something foolish again, and I needed to knock some sense into him. Linwen said as he walked towards upstairs. He was going to find a little fellow. So, can I consider this as just a minor misunderstanding between you two? You haven't broken ties with him, right? How could I break ties with him? I have a great relationship with Six and Powder, I treat them like sisters. That's good. To be honest, I was terrified when I heard this news. If you really had an unpleasant falling out with Vander, Black Alley would definitely not be peaceful. You should know how sought after you are in the eyes of those damn gangsters. Benzo, Vander, and I are also gangsters. Him? He wanted to quit a long time ago, and your way of doing things doesn't seem like that of a gangster, Benzo chuckled, holding his belly. Linwen waved it off, then pushed open a nearby door. When the three inside saw Linwen, they rubbed their eyes in disbelief. Big bro, how come you're here? Milo and Clagger rushed over, while Echo blinked his eyes, hesitating, and slowly backed away, clutching his backside. Once he gets to the window, he can escape. Echo thought Linwen had come to settle scores. Could it be that he's going to get a beating from Linwen tonight? Echo wanted to say he's already 8 years old, and the 8-year-olds in Zaun are starting to figure out how to survive on the streets. But here he is, enduring the physical pain of being disciplined. Echo, I need to talk to you, Linwen grabbed Echo's collar, then lifted him up. Big bro, don't beat me. Echo shut his eyes and quickly said, I know I was wrong, I promise I won't eavesdrop on your conversations next time. I'm not beating you, but I need your help, Linwen said as he lifted him, giving him a little shake. When Echo opened his eyes, Linwen spoke, can you understand this? Zaun's little inventor. Linwen pinched a hextech crystal between 2 fingers and presented it to Echo. Wow, it's a beautiful gem. After putting Echo down, Linwen stared at him, then placed the gem in his hand. Take a look, see if you can find something from it. Wow, is this for me? Echo asked, surprised. The gem is so beautiful, and Powder likes beautiful things. If he takes this and gives it to Powder, she'll be really happy. Don't even think about it, this thing is very dangerous. The reason Milo and them caused an explosion in the upper city is because of this little thing. Echo tensed up upon hearing this, his hand shook, almost dropping the hextech crystal, but Linwen immediately grabbed his hand. Calm down, Echo. As long as there's no intense impact, it won't explode. This thing. Milo, rubbing his chin, came over, and when he saw it clearly, he exclaimed, it's powder, I knew it was powder. She said it wasn't. Big bro, Powder lied, you said she's not allowed to lie. Shut up. She didn't lie. All right. Milo slinked away to find solace with Clagger. Linwen sat on a chair, legs crossed, looking at Echo. It's not some sudden decision. After all, despite Echo's young age, he's a true genius. No, he's a monster. Someone who can repair simple devices right after learning to crawl, isn't that a monster? It's just like in the eyes of Benzo and Vander, Linwen isn't just a 15-year-old kid. The reason Linwen came to find Echo is that in the League's universe, there are quite a few champions who can use hextech, like Six, like Camille. In short, hextech can be used by any being, which is why it's so powerful. However, the individuals who can develop hextech technology are just a handful. Piltover has some, and there are 2 people on Zaun's side who can handle hextech. However, currently, there's only one. Because Victor is certainly capable, being a mechanical prodigy, but he should be in the upper city now, not in Zaun. Naturally, Echo became Linwen's first choice. The night passed, and neither Linwen nor Echo slept. Big bro, I don't understand. When Echo walked up to Linwen holding the gem, looking a bit disheartened, Linwen patted his shoulder, it's okay, you'll understand when you grow up. Future Echo could independently develop the Z-Drive after receiving a hextech crystal fragment, and its related to time abilities. Linwen had confidence in him. After all, Six and Powder are 3-star cards, while Echo is a 4-star card, indicating his immense potential. Echo, seeing Linwen wasn't reprimanding him, propped himself up with his hands on Linwen's legs and looked up at him, saying, but big bro, if I could disassemble this thing, I think I could understand its manufacturing principles. Right now, I've only found this information, not sure if it's useful to you. Echo took out a piece of paper with scribbles all over it. Linwen took a look at it. Then, impressively, Echo, in just one night and with the help of the system, had gathered a lot of information about the hextech crystal, which Linwen couldn't comprehend. The paper contained Echo's understanding of the hextech crystal. 1. The internal structure is very unstable and incomplete, yet it holds tremendous energy. What is the source of this energy? 2. It cannot withstand collisions, even slight impacts will affect its structure. Airflow can move small yet complicated structures inside it, which can lead to energy being drawn out. But if the internal structure can be improved to stabilize it, it should endure impacts. Copper wires cannot be used this time. In Zaun, copper wires are the common choice for scientists, as gold wires, a better option, are affordable only to those in the upper city. 3. A single fragment doesn't contain energy, its energy source is collisions between different structures, linking to, or, to put it another way, an unknown power source. My discoveries, did they help you? Echo looked up at Linwen, eyes filled with hope. He was very scared of Linwen, but at the same time, he really liked him. This wasn't contradictory. Because while Linwen always bossed everyone around, he was also always protecting everyone. If Vander was the gang leader of the back alley, then Linwen was their boss. Whenever something happened to Six, or Powder, or Milo, or Clagger, or even Echo himself, they'd immediately seek Linwen's help. They all knew Linwen would help them. And now, Echo really wanted to help his big brother. You're a genius. Linwen ruffled little Echo's head and affirmed. Though he's a genius, it's a no-go to court Powder, at least not now. Linwen chuckled, seeing Echo's happy face. Yup, definitely. Chapter 13. Stay safe. After Echo fell asleep, Milo was the first to wake up. Linwen patted a ring on his hand and then reached into his pocket, taking out a small bag and handing it to Milo. Inside were some deliciously roasted meat slices that Linwen had prepared in advance. This was Linwen's reward for Echo. Take it, give it to him when he wakes up. You and Clagger aren't allowed to sneak a bite. These are all for Echo, Linwen instructed. Milo took the bag, smelling the enticing aroma of food emanating from it. He knew exactly what was inside. But seeing Linwen's serious expression, Milo stood up straight, saluted, and said, Yes, big bro. Rest assured, I'll give it to Echo safely. Of course, you can also ask Echo for some. He's not a stingy person, Linwen suggested. Linwen knew Echo wasn't a stingy guy. In fact, despite his young age, Echo already exhibited the potential of a great leader. This was largely due to him spending time with Linwen, Vander, and Benzo. Compared to Six and Powder, who were always fooling around in the streets or doing reckless things like stealing from the upper city, little Echo was better at bargaining and tricking people out of their money. Was this good? Of course not, but Linwen deeply understood that this was the survival method of Zaunites. In Zaun, quality was a rather ironic term. When survival became a problem, people turned into beasts. Vander was suppressing these beasts, struggling to maintain order in the Undercity. Milo listened, a bit downcast. My relationship with him isn't that good. Clagger gets along with him better. That's your own fault, Milo. I've told you several times to treat Powder and Echo well, especially Echo. Can't you see he's a genius? Alright big bro, Echo is a genius, Milo nodded. He didn't really dislike Echo and Powder. He just had a tongue and couldn't control it. Unless he faced someone who could beat him up, he would always badmouth others. When fighting in the streets, if someone targeted Powder, Milo would fight fiercely to help her. But he would only do this silently, he wouldn't speak out loud about it. He and Powder and Echo had always clashed. If you don't improve your relationship with him, when he grows up, he could very well be the one to lead all of Zaun, Linwen said after considering. Milo gave Linwen a confused look. Lead all of Zaun. Vander couldn't truly achieve this, but Milo believed that Big Bro could. And Big Bro said Echo could achieve it. Ha, what a joke. Scientists should focus on researching technology, not getting into fights. In any case, you and Clagger stay here, stay put, and don't go out during the day. If the enforcers find you, you're done. Understand? I understand. Linwen nodded and took the piece of paper that Echo had written on. After greeting Benzo, the chubby Benzo nodded at him. He pushed the door open, put on a white hat that covered his entire head, and his figure quickly disappeared into the dark alley. Jace Tallis. You are charged with illegal possession of equipment and endangering citizens of Piltover. Do you have anything to defend yourself? The sturdy young man lowered his head, looking at the ground, the spotlight shining on him, with countless people watching. The danger level of those scientific equipment far exceeds my understanding. But now, I realize I violated the rules of the Academy. After the trial, Jace was drenched in sweat. Walking out of the council, a young man behind Jace pursed his lips, holding a notebook in his hands. Black Alley, Zoran's repair shop. As Linwen pushed open the door, a small iron canister flew towards him. He extended his hand to catch it, pursed his lips, and looked at Zoran, who was wearing an iron mask and repairing equipment. Linwen spoke, I've been wanting to ask for a long time, Zoran. Why do you always throw things at me when I enter? Aren't you afraid you might hit someone else? No one in Zaun walks like you, hesitant yet with a trace of delight. A gutter rat is just a gutter rat, can't even walk properly. Why are you back? Only remember to come back when you're hungry? Why don't you just go die? With just a few words, old Zoran started to attack Linwen again. At home, of course, you don't have to be careful about your steps. Do I have to be cautious when I return to my own home? Linwen moved a chair and sat beside Zoran, watching him meticulously repair a piece of equipment. To be precise, it was a gear. Tell me, where are you planning to go this time? Zoran didn't turn around but continued his repair work. However, the critical gears were already disassembled. He disassembled a gear the size of a pinky into dozens of smaller components and placed them all in a small box. Who would have thought that a gear could have so many parts? Not clear yet, but this time is different from the past. I'm heading to the topside. Linwen said with a smile. But don't worry about me, I won't be in danger. I'm very strong now, firearms are useless against me. Yeah, of course, you've beaten that Vander guy to a pulp. Old Zoran lifted his head, wrench in hand, and said, but I'm gratified by this. Well done, you little brat. Vander should have had a beating a long time ago. I know what he's been up to, we all do, but I don't want to get involved. He's been very tired over these years, but dedication and fatigue aren't his reasons for doing what he's about to do. The Undercity needs to find a way out. Vander hasn't found the right path. Many people in Zaun know this, but everyone hopes Vander will wake up again and lead us to rebel against the upper city. However, it's clear we've been waiting for 4 years, and he still hasn't awakened. What do you plan to do? Linwen answered, create weapons, a kind that will make Piltover citizens acknowledge us. Only when we have blades in our hands will they truly listen to us. Linwen continued, actually, Silco has already developed a kind of weapon. However, it's harmful to humans. I destroyed several of his factories and warned him not to spread that thing in Zaun. Is it very powerful? Yeah, it allows an ordinary person to easily kill enforcers after consumption. Even military machine guns might not harm them. Old Zoran nodded, if you don't allow it, it means that this thing is very dangerous. Trust your own judgment. Yeah. Linwen, I've always wanted you to go to the upper city, but I didn't expect it to be in this way. When you came to me years ago, you were just this small. Old Zoran gestured to his waist. Now, in the blink of an eye, 5 years have passed, and you've already grown into an adult. You said your name is Linwen, but I've added a surname. Laurent. Linwen was speechless. You always want to send me to Piltover, just like that genius you saw years ago. Don't flatter yourself, you foolish lad. Victor is much smarter than you. Old Zoran raised his hand and gave Linwen a strong pat. Linwen's mouth twitched. Oh, by the way, here's this for you. Linwen took out the rejuvenation bead and handed it to old Zoran. What is it? Good stuff. Just keep it. Upon hearing Linwen's words, Zoran took it and then felt something warm and soothing. It's good for your body, Linwen said, looking at old Zoran. Zoran looked at the bead for a short while, then he returned to his usual attitude. Get lost. I can tell what you're about to say from your expression. Linwen nodded. But as he opened the door, old Zoran spoke again. Stay safe. Linwen turned back and saw the frail old Zoran engrossed in tinkering with equipment. It was as if nothing had happened. Chapter 14 Frightened Little Girl? Navigating into the upper city is a difficult feat for most Zaunites. The people of Piltover don't typically greet Zaunites warmly, and a thorough inspection is a necessary procedure. In this process, many Zaunites find themselves faltering after all. With their peculiar hairstyles, numerous earrings, and an appearance that seems dubious, they don't present themselves as trustworthy individuals. Their intentions in coming to the upper city are clear: they're after money. However, making it through to the upper city is an immense challenge. The difficulty level is off the charts. But facing Linwen, a young man with black hair, a friendly smile, and an appearance that seemed like that of a neighborly youth, the enforcer overseeing the bridge softened considerably. He didn't appear to be a Zaunite at all, he looked more like a Piltover resident. There was a distinct scent of Piltover on him, the scent of knowledge. That was the enforcer's initial impression. A clean-cut young man. If not for the Zaun-specific attire he wore, one might not even believe he hailed from the Undercity. Always abide by Piltover's laws: no theft, no conflicts, and absolutely no smuggling. I understand. Thank you. Well, if you're here to buy materials, there are a few good shops on Constellion Avenue that might suit you, and they're open to your kind, the polite youth, who had gained favor with the enforcer, and earned a few more tips. If you're looking for work, Cantor Costa is currently hiring workers. You seem a bit fragile, but the job doesn't involve heavy lifting, just operating switches. It might be monotonous, but it should suit you. Linwen knew what Cantor Costa was. It was a prominent landmark at Piltover's harbor. As a trading city, Piltover's harbor saw hundreds of merchant ships docking each day, and Cantor Costa's cable cars were a major asset in transporting these goods. The enforcer was a good person, and the job he recommended to Linwen was indeed promising. However, this job might be quite challenging for Linwen. After all, Piltover residents wouldn't necessarily trust a Zaunite with operating a switch, even if he appeared clean-cut and didn't seem like a thief. Even if it was just a switch for a small room or one controlling the up and down movement of the cable car, Piltover citizens might not feel comfortable entrusting it to a Zaunite. But it won't, it absolutely won't. Because Piltoverians and Zaunites are fundamentally incompatible. Linwen walked the streets of Piltover, feeling the warm sunlight on his face. Some places had an unpleasant smell, a mix of metal and oil, but it was far from unbearable. Compared to the air in Zaun, the air in Piltover was exponentially better. Hey! The latest flying butterfly toy, runs all day with just a small piece of magnetic charge. Get one for your kid. Come here, we have delicious strawberry-flavored ice cream and tasty pancakes. Sir! These two vehicles are prohibited from driving on Constellion Avenue. What? You're not from Piltover? That's not allowed either. Please come with me, I need to issue the appropriate punishment. It was lively, bustling, and everything seemed beautiful. This was Piltover. While its twin sister city had descended into madness, lethargy, and chaos. Linwen roamed Constellion Avenue the entire day until nightfall. He then put on his hat and made his way into the alleyways. Coming to the upper city, Linwen had only one thing to do. That was to go to the house where Powder and the others had stolen the hex crystal. Linwen wanted to see if there was anything useful left inside. Kiraman family, was Caitlin's family name? The only person Linwen knew of who could possess a hex crystal at this stage and conduct research was Jace Tallis. Jace and that sheriff girl, weren't they a couple? A handsome guy and a beautiful girl. As for why Linwen thought it was Jace wasn't that obvious. Only Jace would be conducting research on hex crystals at this stage. So, the owner of the house that Powder and the others had stolen from, was Jace's. Linwen found it amusing just thinking about it. If he could find relevant materials in that house, he could bring them to Echo and Old Zoran. With the help of Jace's research, Echo might finally understand the principles of hextech crystals. So, where is that house? Linwen stroked his chin, evading the crowd. The constables of Piltover had started patrolling the streets, but they couldn't detect Linwen. Six's directions are close to useless. What does climb up, then jump over, and jump again even mean? Linwen kicked the wall and, repeating the action 3 or 4 times, made it to the rooftop. He looked at Piltover under the night sky, and it was bright. Following Six's directions, Linwen spent a dozen minutes to reach a location. Then, his eye twitched violently. In front of him was a building, with 2 connected balconies shattered to pieces. Enormous rocks revealed the massive steel bars inside. Okay, looking at it this way, Six's directions weren't wrong. Jace looked at his laboratory. His childhood dreams had once incubated here. But now, Jace was facing ruins and some abandoned test samples. Sitting on a collapsed rock, Jace lowered his head, covering his face. Everything is over. Everything is already over. No one believed him. Nobody. If it weren't for his mother's plea, he would have probably been expelled from Piltover by now. His teachers, friends, even his mother who was saved by magic, nobody believed in him. Magic could bring convenience to humanity. So, what's left for me? Thinking this, Jace walked to the edge of the balcony. This place used to be where he enjoyed afternoon tea. The day before yesterday, he was researching materials here while sipping his tea. And his childhood friend would bring him delicious handmade pastries. But now, everything was gone. Without the support of the Kiraman family, he was expelled from the academy. He undid the band on his wrist, removed the Talus family emblem, and placed them on the tilted rock. Jace walked to the edge of the balcony, looked at Piltover, clenched his fists, and then released them. Then, he spread his arms, opening them wide as if giving Piltover one last embrace. He closed his eyes and leaned forward. He thought he was about to fall. He wanted to end it all. At this moment, an apologetic voice came from behind him. Am I interrupting something?" Jace turned around and saw the assistant professor who had previously given him trouble. Seeing this, Jace angrily said, "What's going on with you? Why are you here? Is my name on some list again?" "Well, indeed it is, but this time it's in your notebook, and it's on every page. But, this is a bit narcissistic, don't you think?" He looked at Jace and said softly. His tone was weak, but very gentle. This made Jace pause, then he touched his brow. "Is this why you came? To mock me? I actually thought what you said during the trial was insightful. I came to talk to you about your research. I guess you're the only one who was impressed." Remembering the look he saw in his eyes during the trial, Jace believed him. He closed the notebook he was holding, which belonged to Jace, and then said to him, "It's your hextech technology theory." Jace hesitated. "It's not a theory. I've witnessed firsthand the incredible power of magic. It can save lives. You can't imagine how wonderful it can be. But now it's all over, nobody believes me." Jace turned around, and the sound of a cane hitting the ground came from behind him. He walked forward, speaking, "Nobody ever believed in me. A poor and lame person from the Undercity. From the moment I stepped into Piltover, I've always been an outsider." He paused. "I've never received any help, nor had any family to take me in. I could only bet everything on myself, believe in myself." His voice was weak, gentle, yet firm. Jace looked at him, and he was still speaking, sentence by sentence, reigniting a flicker of hope in Jace's initially extinguished heart. "When you have the power to change the world, you don't need anyone's approval." Jace paused, looking at him in surprise. He then spread his hands and, gently, handed Jace a strap with a blue gem embedded in it, looking at Jace with clear eyes. I don't even know your name. My name is Victor." Jace took the strap, and then, the two looked at each other. But, a voice suddenly sounded, interrupting their gaze. Well, it seems like I've appeared at the wrong time. Am I, interrupting something?" A voice came from behind Victor and Jace. Jace was startled, turning around to look, but his steps suddenly slipped. He was standing at the edge of the balcony. A minute ago, he had been contemplating suicide, so this slip caused him to fall backward. Victor was also taken aback, trying to reach out and grab Jace, but he stumbled and couldn't steady himself. He was a cripple. "No!" Victor's cry came just in time as a strong wind blew from the side, carrying the tail of a white robe, disappearing from view. Victor just stared at the person who had followed suit and jumped. Wasn't he just by the door? When did he get here? And why did he jump? This is the 5th floor. No. Accompanied by Jace's loud cries, then, a strange grunting sound. Victor quickly leaned over to look, and he saw, on a distant building, on a massive iron universal heating device, a pair of legs was stepping on it, forcefully squashing it. Mind you, this thing was made of special metal, and to avoid accidents, it used highly resilient metal. But, it got squashed. The owner of those legs was the white-robed young man who had suddenly appeared earlier. Victor looked up and saw him princess carrying Jace, who was much larger than him. Jace was scared, rolling his eyes and trembling, making grunting sounds with his mouth blocked by the young man's hand. "Hey, Mr. Talus, be quiet. Don't you want others to see you like this? I guess you wouldn't want to be seen like this, it's embarrassing." Linwen released the hand covering Jace's mouth and then carried him. He remarked with a smile, "But you don't quite look like your appearance suggests, Mr. Talus. Clearly, you're a research student into inventions, but, muscles bulging, well, a very nice physique, Mr. Talus." Jace, still catching his breath, gradually steadied himself. Then, he looked at this stranger hugging him and said, I'm not dead." Linwen flashed a smile and winked at him, saying coolly, "Of course you're not dead. But, Mr. Talus, how long do you plan to hold on to me?" Victor let out a sigh of relief, finding the scene quite amusing. Thankfully, his anticipated future collaborator was unharmed. How did you do that? My goodness, this is the 5th floor. Did you caught me in mid-air and jumped from over there to here? Jace came to his senses, looking at Linwen in astonishment, saying. Now's not the time to ask that. Please hold on to me. I'll take you back. Wait, 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 wait. Sir, don't, please, wait, this is a distance of over 6 meters, are you joking with me? Jace quickly held onto Linwen's neck with both hands and shouted, do you want to carry me from here and jump over there? No, I don't want to die. I just carried you from over there to here like this. Now we're just going back. Linwen's leg muscles tensed, and despite his thin body, he erupted with tremendous energy at this moment. He held Jace, under the moonlight, under the gaze of Piltover's city, leaped high, a distance of at least 6 or 7 meters. Then, to Victor's incredulous eyes, Linwen, with Jace huddled in his arms, returned to his presence. From over there, to here, in the blink of an eye. Victor blinked. He saw the tall Jace in Linwen's arms, like a frightened little girl. How did you do that? Victor stammered, first glancing at Jace, who was clinging to Linwen like a frightened chick, then at Linwen, who looked relaxed, as if he had done a minor task, and he asked in a soft voice. Victor, don't you recognize me? But when the other person spoke, Victor was stunned. Chapter 15 Big Brother Victor. Do you know me? Wait. I don't remember you. Who are you? Victor spoke up, but Jace beside him interrupted. Jace looked at Linwen with a complex expression and said seriously, Sir, you saved me. But if it weren't for you, I wouldn't have fallen. So, this was originally your fault. But I still want to say thank you for saving me. I am Jace Tallis. By the way, how do you know my name? I don't think I've met you. Linwen smiled at him and asked, can I call you Jace? Jace hesitated for a moment. It was hard to be so close to someone he had just met. However, considering that the person had saved him earlier and he had hung on to him for a few minutes, he felt a bit awkward. Jace finally nodded and said to Linwen, of course, but how did you know my name? Linwen explained, I'm sorry, Jace. I overheard your conversation with Victor earlier. Jace couldn't deny that and asked, from what you said just now, you know Victor? Victor stood beside Jace, somewhat speechless. He had just asked about the other person's background. But considering every stroke of Jace's notes on the page, Victor shook his head inwardly. Jace was a genius, an arrogant and self-centered genius. Linwen ignored Jace and looked at Victor with a smiling face, saying, Victor, old Zoran asked me to say hello to you. Zoran. Victor was taken aback, pushing Jace hard. He pushed with all his might, but he only managed to push Jace back a step. Then Victor looked at Linwen excitedly. You know Zoran? The Zoran from the Undercity. You're from the Undercity. Jace looked at Victor and then at Linwen. Are you like him? He only found out moments ago that Victor was from the Undercity. In fact, before today, he didn't know Victor at all. But now, he felt grateful to Victor. Victor was right, hextech technology could change the world. His hextech could change the world, so he had no reason to listen to others. Most people in this world were fools, and fools would only keep the world stagnant. So, he should believe in himself and boldly invent hextech technology. You really seem to have forgotten me, but I still remember you, Big Brother Victor. But I'm sorry, I really don't remember much about you, Victor said apologetically, supporting himself with his crutch. Linwen nodded in his heart. Not remembering was the right thing. When he first saw him, he didn't know this skinny man would be Victor. In addition, Victor didn't live in the back alley, he lived in the middle layer of Zaun. His family background was considered decent though not wealthy, it was enough to keep Victor from being like the children in the lanes, resorting to stealing or violence. In addition, after Linwen was taken in by old Zoran, Victor left the lanes a few days later. Victor and old Zoran studied technology for a while, focusing on repair-related knowledge such as making toys and fixing them. Victor was a genius. It only took him a few weeks to absorb all of old Zoran's knowledge accumulated over half a lifetime. After that, he left Zoran and returned to the middle layer of Zaun. Subsequently, Victor made his way to Piltover and became an assistant at the academy. Linwen knew about Victor's past as that young man. It wasn't until one day when Linwen was learning too slowly, and old Zoran criticized him, considering Linwen an idiot, that old Zoran used Victor as an example. When Linwen heard the name Victor from Zoran's mouth, he was truly stunned. That young man who had been standing in front of the door, holding a cane and wearing a gentle smile, turned out to be the future mad scientist of Zaun, feared by the people of Piltover. That was a real plot twist. Well, in any case, Linwen was quite happy looking at Victor now. He was from Zaun. As for Jace and Victor, the two were close friends, but they later had a falling out over something, leading to a heated argument and a deep-seated enmity. Wait. I think I remember now. You're the boy adopted by Zoran. Victor looked at Linwen's black hair, suddenly recalling. You've grown up so much. Victor said in surprise. Yup, it's me, Linwen grinned at Victor. Are you here specifically to find me? Linwen hesitated, suddenly feeling a bit guilty. He had initially planned to steal something but didn't anticipate encountering Jace contemplating suicide, and then Victor preventing it. When Victor mentioned his name to Jace, a plan formed in Linwen's mind. Steal research? No. Stealing a talent was obviously more important. Bringing Victor back to Zaun and having him research hex crystals with Echo was crucial. Did he really need Jace's research for that? Linwen had no doubt that Victor, regarded as a destined rival by Jace, was equally talented. Yes. I appreciate you coming to find me. However, now is not the time. Jace and I have something to do. By the way, what's your name? Victor said softly. Linwen. What do we need to do? Jace was puzzled. Victor looked at Jace and fell silent. Seeing Jace genuinely didn't know, Victor said helplessly, don't you want to develop your hextech technology? Ah, right. Jace clapped his hands, but then with a dejected face, he said, but my experimental equipment was confiscated by Professor Heimerdinger. Without them, I can't, and they'll destroy those things tomorrow. Victor coughed. I have a way. You have a way. As an assistant with a professor's key, I think this shouldn't be too much of a rebellion, Victor said, taking out a bunch of keys from behind, and there were a lot of them. Jace's eyes lit up. He immediately knew what Victor was planning. He didn't expect it. This person who looked scholarly and bookish would also do such rebellious things? Victor didn't quite match his appearance. Linwen, do you want to join us? Victor looked at Linwen and asked. Linwen was taken aback for a moment, then vigorously nodded. That would be the best. He had been wanting an excuse to follow Victor. Jace could wait for now. Victor had to be brought back to Zaun, Linwen was very clear about that. Victor's philosophy was more suitable for Zaun. As for Jace, in the end, Mr. Tallis, although a kind person, was a native of Piltover. He was naturally repelled by Zaun. Jace, what do you think? Victor looked at Jace again. I have no objections, but Victor, are you sure about letting an outsider into the academy? Jace frowned. He wasn't targeting Linwen, considering Linwen had saved him earlier. He was just concerned that Linwen wasn't a student of the academy, his situation was different from theirs. Linwen was still a Zaunite, and if caught, he might end up in jail. However, Victor suddenly smiled. He patted Jace's shoulder and said, as for that part, aren't you an outsider too? Jace. Right. I was expelled from the academy this afternoon. Chapter 16 What the heck? Linwen, your physique, have you undergone alchemical modifications? Your strength, speed, and explosiveness far surpass that of a normal person. It's impossible for an ordinary person to leap over 6 meters while carrying a fully grown man like you did, Victor exclaimed. On the way to the academy, Victor was perched on Linwen's back and couldn't help but ask. A few steps behind, Jace was trailing, but Linwen, following the directions Victor provided, moved so swiftly that he left a trail. No, Zoran didn't allow me to undergo alchemical modifications. He deemed it too risky, and a human body in good condition doesn't need alteration, Linwen said with a smile. That does sound like something Zoran would say, Victor nodded and smiled, though there was a hint of desolation in his eyes. A human body in good condition doesn't need alteration, then, what about a body that's not in good condition? But Zoran also said that alchemical science is a field Zaun must develop. He believes that future Zaunites will undergo alchemical modifications because looking at recent trends, the amount of wastewater dumped from the upper levels to the lower levels is increasing, and there's a rise in Zaun's industrial output. Alchemy, as a technology, can reshape the lives of Zaunites. It not only drives Zaun's future economy, but it also determines whether Zaunites can continue living in Zaun. So alchemical studies are crucial. Victor softly nodded, placing his hands on Linwen's shoulders. He tilted his face slightly, feeling the sensation of the wind brushing against his cheeks. The speed was something he had never experienced before. He was somewhat envious of Linwen, because he had never run like this before. Being able to run like this was probably a blissful thing. And what about you, Linwen? How do you see it? Linwen paused, thought for a moment, lifted his hand a bit higher so that Victor could securely hang onto his back, and then he said, I, of course, support old Zoran's perspective. You don't reject body modifications. Me? Victor, I certainly don't reject body modifications. Though I probably won't undergo them myself, I believe that if a person is born with a defect, then undergoing modification isn't heretical, it's a form of evolution. Evolution. Victor's eyes brightened slightly. With the appearance of these two words, the previous hint of desolation seemed to melt away. These two words seemed to pinpoint something deep in Victor's heart. Victor, if it's about evolution, then it's glorious. Linwen, of course, knew what Victor was thinking. After all, Victor, the Machine Herald, a character who seems like an antagonist boss in the story, isn't really so. Victor isn't an antagonist. On the contrary, like Echo, he represents the future of Zaun, but Echo is conventional, while Victor is somewhat extreme. Or rather, Victor is an extremist. Victor reveres fleshly suffering and the radical theories of mechanical ascension, which form the foundation of his life's steadfast creed, reducing human flaws through technological means, a philosophy he dubs glorious evolution. But, how should I put it, matters concerning humanity or divinity, Linwen actually doesn't want to delve too much into it. Victor's ideology is somewhat extreme for Linwen, but luckily, Victor doesn't force others into modifications. He only helps those in need of alteration, especially during the time when Zaun was heavily contaminated. Victor created some kind of teaching from it. So, Linwen said what he did to align with Victor's preferences and gained corresponding benefits. Ding, Machine Herald strongly agrees with your words, he's becoming increasingly interested in you. Ding, Machine Herald has an increased fondness for you. Ding, keep up the good work. Although the card didn't activate, this was normal. After all, if activating the card was that easy, Linwen wouldn't have taken 5 years to activate only 4 cards. You're right, thank you. When they infiltrated the academy, Linwen set Victor down. Suddenly, Victor spoke up. Did I say something strange? Linwen blinked at Victor. The latter lightly chuckled, patted Linwen's shoulder, and then, he handed the cane to Linwen, taking out keys and searching for the right one. Of course not, it wasn't strange at all. When Jace appeared, it was a few minutes later. Mr. Tallis was panting heavily, his coat off, revealing a black t-shirt underneath. His robust physique glistened with sweat under the flashlight's glow. He had a really good physique. How can you be so fast? Jace's first words upon arrival were directed at Linwen. Are you even human? My situation is a bit special, Linwen shrugged nonchalantly. All right, let's go in. Victor tried one key after another and finally opened the door. Linwen was the second to enter, and Victor was the last. He carefully closed the door, then looked at Jace. I can assist you in the experiment. I've looked at your data, you've already refined it quite a bit, haven't you? Jace nodded, but stabilizing the last step is very difficult. Finding the solidification point of hex crystals is a big challenge. I've tried various methods, but the outer layer remains too fragile. Jace found a box and picked up a support. These were his belongings. Inside the box were the remaining hex crystals. Linwen glanced at them and quickly looked away. Powder. She was lucky not to have taken all of them. If she had, he probably wouldn't be able to witness Victor and Jace's experiment now. Jace took one out and handed it to Victor. Its internal density is extremely high, but the outer layer is fragile. I must use the equipment I've made to stabilize it. Otherwise, vibrations in the air will cause it to float. This is a significant problem in controlling the electrical conduction into it. Linwen was utterly puzzled by what he was hearing. I understand now. And what about the vibration situation? Victor said, those peculiar runic fragments, you've tried over 100 ways to establish the communication link. I think this one is more feasible, Jace. If we first link it with this, then establish the connection with this. The collision between these two exceptional geniuses made Linwen, the fake genius, feel extremely embarrassed. No wonder Zoran looked down on him. Linwen was starting to look down on himself now. I thought I was somewhat a mechanical genius. Genius? My ass. Linwen initially thought he could understand, after all, Echo had done some research for him in advance. But now, looking at it, Echo, in just one night, had already refined Jace's thoughts and found solutions to all the problems. As Victor had mentioned, Jace's research on hextech crystals had progressed to the very end. He was only one step away, how to stabilize the crystal's vibration without compromising its internal structure. Come on, let's try it. The two of them walked to the experimental equipment, exchanged glances, and Jace placed the crystal on it. The faceted sphere pressed down, Jace's hand on the current device, and Victor nodded to him. You focus on control, I'll help observe. Jace nodded as well. Watching the two who had now entered a focused state, Linwen stood there in a daze. Linwen. What about me now? What should I do? After half an hour, footsteps suddenly came from outside, the steps fast-paced and urgent. Victor tensed, it's the professor. Looking at Jace, he said, it's okay, don't panic. Jace responded, the more you say that, the more I panic. Jace, don't panic. Linwen found his role and immediately raised his hand, saying, you two focus on your research, I'll handle the door. As long as they don't bring a battering ram, no one can push it open. Trust me. Walking to the door, Linwen held the door with one hand and placed the other hand by his ear, confidently flipping his hand towards Jace and Victor. The two calmed down immediately. Yes. Linwen was here, and this guy could hold the door. I can hold this all day, you guys go for it. Jace nodded, thank you. Thud. The sound of the door being pounded resounded. Ignoring the noise, Jace grabbed the button, his wrist shaking, adjusting the direction of the current. Victor stood by, helping Jace ensure the correct path of the current. Linwen effortlessly held the door. Hey, open up. Open it now. Thud thud thud. The banging on the door grew more urgent, accompanied by a sharp voice, Jace, stop this ridiculous act now. You can still open the door. Hurry, open the door. Don't be scared. Don't listen to him, I'm here, Linwen whistled. Pressing the door bolt with one hand, Linwen stood firm, not budging. Jace and Victor remained silent, neither of them paid attention to the commotion. Jace even closed his eyes. In this moment, he saw a scene from over a decade ago. On the snowy mountain, his body covered in snow, the young him cried helplessly by his mother's side. Blue light, strange runes. A staff that swirled the snowstorm. And a blue gem he left behind. Jace took a deep breath, opened his eyes, and hesitated no more. Inside the cracking hex crystal, peculiar characters appeared, crescent moons, stars, and some strange patterns. Just like that scene over a decade ago on the mountain. Jace pushed the button with his hand, and the final current was about to flow. Then, he widened his eyes. The violently vibrating crystal returned to calmness, but a vivid blue light flashed. Boom! With a loud bang, Linwen's hand shook, and he was propelled into the air, powerless. The door was pushed open. The two enforcers who had just entered were initially dazed, then they looked in horror at the scene before them. It was as if the sky had descended into the room, they saw a starry sky, a flowing blue galaxy. Victor and Jace were even more absurdly lifted into the air, hovering at the highest point. Excuse me, be careful, don't step on me. The sharp voice rang again, and a yellow furry figure emerged from beneath the two enforcers. This. Heimerdinger's large white mustache twitched as he looked in astonishment at the scene before him. It was three boys flying in the sky, accompanied by books, instruments, small metal buckles, and the blue sky above their heads. This was the power of Arcane. Then, Heimerdinger heard a very surprised voice. What the heck? Science Poppy. Chapter 17 Undercurrent. Zaun isn't truly devoid of sunshine. A century ago, Zaun had its fair share of sunny days, back when Piltover's towering skyscrapers were yet to be constructed. Now, Zaun's sunlight comes as charity from Piltover. In the depths of the sump, enjoying regular daylight is a rarity. So, whenever the sun showed its face, Six would drag a certain little bed-loving rascal out of bed to bask in the sunlight. This was based on Lin Wen's advice: sun exposure helps with growth and overall health. But today, the little one lounging on the couch wasn't happy. She complained, "I know, I can do it, I can get up." "Six, you can't always do this. I can get up by myself. I'm a big kid now. Forget about whether I can wake you up or not, big kid." "Powder, you're only 10 this year. What's wrong with being 10? When you were my age, you were already asking Vander for independence. Isn't 10 a big kid, just as you and Vander said? Now, I want to tell you the same thing, 6, 10 is a big kid too." Powder rubbed her eyes, holding her rabbit plushie, looking visibly upset. She certainly didn't dislike 6, in fact, she liked her the most. She just disliked this stage of 6, the 6 who woke her up from sleep. "No, I'm your big sister. I have to take care of you. Lin Wen said so. Kids need sunlight, otherwise, they won't grow tall. Do you want to stay tiny?" 6 walked to the couch, sat down, and gently caressed Powder's face. / can't decide if Lin Wen or Lin Wen is better, y'all choose / Her tomboyish demeanor softened in front of Powder, displaying warmth. However, little Powder was not convinced. She looked at 6 and grumbled, "Well, Lin Wen also said that ample sleep is good for growing tall. Why don't you let me sleep a little more? Sunlight isn't necessarily that important." "No, these are all excuses. Powder, whose words are you going to follow, mine or Lin Wen's? I'm your big sister." 6 grabbed Powder, pulling her away, causing the little one to cry out. "No, I don't want to go out. I want to sleep, let me sleep a bit more. Get up. Finish your breakfast and spar with me. Why sleep so much?" In the end, 10-year-old Powder lost to her sister. Sitting at the dining table, Powder was a bit dissatisfied, pouting, "Why fish again? We've had fish for several days now, 6. I want bread. I don't have the money to buy you bread. Vander doesn't either. He says he might be even poorer." 6 picked up a fish from her bowl, held it up high, and then raised her head, opening her mouth, letting the cooked fish slide into her mouth. Some reddish seasoning, a bit salty, and a slight spiciness. But even so, the taste was still not very good. Both Zaun and Piltover, being by the sea, could rely on the sea for food. Not only Piltover but also Zaun benefited from seafood, making fish one of the cheapest meats in Zaun. The fish strips Powder was eating, about the size of a child's forearm, were exceptionally affordable. A single fish cost only about 3 copper coins. If one could find a daily wage job at Piltover's docks, they could earn dozens of copper coins in a day, which would amount to 10 or more fish. But the one bringing food was Echo. 6 didn't expect Echo to bring anything delicious. Powder looked at the unappetizing, pale fish meat with remnants of uncleaned fish skin and slime in her bowl. She glanced at her sister, pouting but dared not say anything. If Lin Wen was cooking, even for this kind of fish, he could make it taste delicious. But recently, 6 was the one cooking for Powder. Did she clean the fish meat properly? What's wrong? 6 chewed the fish meat and asked Powder. Powder felt a bit disheartened. "I miss Lin Wen. Why hasn't he come back yet?" 6. What if Lin Wen went to Upper City and started liking it there, so he won't come back? 6 raised an eyebrow. "Did you talk to Milo again?" Powder nodded, used her spoon to separate the fish meat, picked up a large spoonful, and put it in her mouth. She obediently chewed but struggled as she swallowed, her little face turning red, and her throat making gulping sounds. That was the sound of her desperately swallowing saliva. That slime was so gross. It slipped and slid in her mouth, extremely uncomfortable. 6 didn't notice Powder's distress but expressed her dissatisfaction with Powder and Milo. She said, "Silly Powder, think for yourself. How many times has Milo lied to you? How can you still believe him?" "I'm just..." Powder paused, looking a bit embarrassed, and glanced at 6. "I'm just scared. What is there to be afraid of? Lin Wen went out for business, you understand? Hasn't he been gone for several days before whenever he went out?" Powder lowered her head, the spoon lightly tapping against the bowl, and her small feet swung under the table. She didn't dare to speak. Should she tell 6 that she was afraid that if Lin Wen didn't come back, 6 would poison her? But seeing how happily 6 was eating, Powder couldn't bring herself to say something so cruel. But don't worry, Vander came to see us yesterday and said, he already sent Sevika to find Lin Wen. Soon, we'll be able to see him. Okay. Powder obediently nodded. Hey, Lin Wen, can you help me carry this down? A person with a cane smiled at him. Of course, Victor. Lin Wen, don't mind Victor for now, come help me first. My side is more important. Lin Wen, do you know? If my hextech crystal can be properly processed, the magical energy in it can be used for spatial traversal. You have to help me, Lin Wen, this is a job for all three of us. A handsome, muscular young man excitedly approached him. All right, Jace, I'm coming. Lin Wen, my boy, I need your help to lift these heavy items, a furry little figure tugged on Lin Wen's pants and said. Professor Heimerdinger, you could actually use a trolley. Sorry, my mistake. I guess the trolley's height doesn't fit. In the University of Piltover, Lin Wen became a busy person. That night, under the assurance of Jace and Victor, Lin Wen became their assistant and, well, a general handyman at the academy. However, unlike Victor, whose social skills were close to zero, Lin Wen, how do I put it? He was very popular, extremely popular. At first, the students and professors at Piltover Academy were skeptical of this newcomer from Zaun. But after a few days of seeing Lin Wen always smiling, exuding an aura of warmth, helping them out, both the professors and the students in the academy began to change their perception of this young man. A scholar, someone focused on learning and not bothered with people and social matters. So although he was a kid from Zaun, he was quite polite. Although he was a kid from Zaun, he was very energetic. Although he was a kid from Zaun, he looked good. In short, Lin Wen's innocent face and the gentle aura of a boy next door quickly endeared him to everyone. And now, Lin Wen walked over to Jace's work area. After hextech was recognized by the council, Jace's status and position underwent a major reversal. Currently, 3 out of 7 council members were keeping an eye on Jace, with 2 of them having high hopes for him. These 2 council members were Professor Heimerdinger and Mel, the councilor from the Metterdaw family. The other council member paying attention to Jace, according to what Jace had told Lin Wen, was Councillor Balbach, a person who had undergone technological modifications. He scrutinized Jace as if he were a set of parts, every gear on him filled with suspicion towards Jace's arcane arts. Well, Jace didn't care. Right now, he was filled with zeal, all for the purpose of developing hextech technology. You came just in time, Lin Wen. Hurry, help me buy some materials from Constellate Avenue. Seeing Lin Wen, Jace's face brightened. His hair was messy, and the area around his eyes had darkened a bit. Not far from him was Victor, who looked about the same. The hextech crystals had stabilized, and now the next step was to utilize the power within. But how should this power be used? That was what Jace and Victor were currently researching. I'm sorry, Jace. Lin Wen smiled apologetically and scratched the back of his head. He continued, I have to leave for a while. What are you going for? We're at a crucial point in our research. Jace said disapprovingly. There's a family matter that needs to be resolved back home, Lin Wen shrugged. Sevika, the silly big sister, was already waiting outside. Lin Wen hadn't expected her to search the whole city for him. If not for her agile moves, she would have been mistaken for a suspicious person and arrested by the enforcers during the night. Jace nodded and walked up, patting Lin Wen's shoulder. Need me to come with you? I can help. Victor was conducting experiments nearby, but his ears were tuned into this conversation. Upon hearing Jace's confident offer, he silently chuckled. Help. In Zaun, 11 out of 10 matters were related to violence. Lin Wen would be getting into a brawl down there. How could Jace help him? Victor had to admit, Jace did have a good physique, but brawling wasn't about physique. This academic genius, a noble man, certainly wouldn't know how to fight. At least, probably not as well as he did. Thanks, but Zaun has its rules. Matters involving Zaunites should be resolved by Zaunites themselves, Lin Wen said with a smile. Zaun had its own set of rules. Jace nodded, not pressing the matter further. Then, hurry and come back. Our experiments are more important. With you around, I can save a lot of effort, Jace said seriously, then proceeded to Victor with an iron stick. Lin Wen shook his head and then put on his small bag as he walked out of the academy. Seeing the irritated expression on the big sister's face standing there, Lin Wen immediately felt amused. Jace and himself, and Sevika. Ha! This guy Jace. Isn't he treating himself as a free laborer? Chapter 18 Vander is awake. Inspector Grayson, we've given you ample time. You promised to catch them within 5 days, but that time has elapsed. 3 council members stood together, facing Inspector Grayson, a robust woman with brown curly hair dressed in enforcer attire. I apologize. It was my mistake. I don't need apologies, I need results, Inspector. The speaker was a woman with a dark complexion, adorned with various exquisite golden accessories, dressed in a tailored white gown and standing in the middle. She was someone who effortlessly harmonized the high-end colors of gold and white. Her tone was somewhat sinister and soft. A slender male council member, playing with his nails, chimed in, "So, what's the situation? From what you said, these Zaunites are sticking together, refusing to hand over anyone." Another, more portly council member spoke impatiently, "Isn't this simple? Just round up a few Zaunites and lock them up. Scare them a bit, and they'll willingly surrender the culprits." Grayson wanted to speak, but the portly council member keenly noticed her expression. Annoyed, he raised his voice, "Inspector Grayson, you've seriously neglected your duty. Do you have any objections to my suggestion now?" Grayson took a step forward, about to speak, but under the portly council member's gaze, she could only retreat to her original position and close her eyes. She was left speechless. "That won't do," said the central woman, lifting her head slightly. She elegantly spoke, "Councilor, I find your suggestion inappropriate. Randomly arresting people violates Piltover's laws. Mel, they are just Undercity dwellers. Councilor, since they are also under Piltover's jurisdiction, we should manage them using Piltover's laws. This way, they will respect and obey us," the lady known as Mel continued. "Currently, the misunderstandings between Piltover and Zaun are deepening. Over time, this conflict has escalated to a point where it can no longer be directly resolved. We must prioritize fostering understanding." The portly council member nodded indifferently. He had only made a casual remark. If they adopted it, fine, if not, he had nothing to lose. He added, "But Mel, what if we can't retrieve the gem? Don't you value Jace's research greatly?" "Yes, Councilor. However, I doubt the Undercity residents can comprehend hextech technology. This invention, apart from its founder Jace Talus, only Victor can keep up with Jace. We have numerous geniuses in Piltover, but only those 3. Ah, Professor Heimerdinger also fits in. It should be said that only these 3 can truly understand it." After Mel conveyed this to the portly council member, she turned her head, a glint of shrewdness passing through her eyes. She calmly continued, "But, Grayson, as I mentioned before, what I've said is not an excuse for your dereliction of duty." Grayson lowered her head and saluted, saying, "Yes, Councilor. I hope you can quickly find the culprits. When necessary, you can employ unconventional measures and apply some pressure. This isn't a mistake, it's the right approach. After all, they broke the law first." Mel's words seemed similar to the portly council member's suggestion at first, but Grayson sensed the difference. So, the portly council member views all Zaunites the same, the extent of harm he can cause extends to the entire Zaun. On the other hand, Councilor Mel focuses solely on the culprits, not wanting Grayson to harm innocent civilians. Mel, being a council member and one of the wealthiest person in Piltover, had eyes and ears all over Piltover and even parts of Zaun. Hence, her words were directed at Grayson, subtly conveying, "I know who you're associated with, so you should know who to apply pressure on." Grayson responded in a somber tone. Following this, Mel gestured for her to go, saying, "Go, Inspector Grayson. I hope to hear good news." After Grayson left, the tall and slender council member looked at Mel, hesitated for a moment, then spoke, "Mel, what if Grayson isn't successful? There will be a solution." Mel smiled. In the depths of the sump, Sevika looked at Lin Wen leaping between the floors of Zaun and couldn't help but make an expression of speechlessness, yet she chose to follow Lin Wen. "Sevika, can you go any faster?" Lin Wen pounced forward, tumbled upon landing, and turned to see Sevika frozen in her tracks. "You little!" Sevika yelled in frustration. Seeing the distance of over 9 meters in front of her, she hesitated for a while, then finally chose another path. From the very beginning, she shouldn't have followed Lin Wen on this route. He's a monster. Leapfrogging from the middle to the lower levels, Lin Wen quickly reached the depths of Zaun. After a week, he was breathing the air of Zaun again, and he had an indescribable feeling. Before this, he had never stepped out of Zaun. Even the information he had about the upper city was gathered from Vander's tavern. And now, standing on the streets of Zaun, he was enjoying the bustle belonging to Zaun. There were many merchants around, loudly advertising their wares. Various strange smells wafted into Lin Wen's nostrils. Some smelled like food, while others like poison. Lin Wen leaned against the wall, waited for a while, and saw Sevika emerging from the underground elevator. "Sevika, you're a bit slow." Lin Wen looked up, smiled, and said to Sevika, who was considerably taller than him. "I'm already fast enough," Sevika shouted loudly, then proceeded forward. Lin Wen followed behind her. Two things have happened in the Undercity recently, Lin Wen. Walking and talking, Sevika took out a cigarette from her pocket, bit it and lit it. Taking a deep drag, she exhaled a thick mist, confidently striding down the road. This irritated some people, but when they saw the audacious individual's face, they would fall silent and willingly make way for Sevika. Although this area clearly didn't belong to the Undercity, Sevika's reputation had spread here too. "While you were away, the enforcers have been coming down every day. They've not only been smashing and searching in the Undercity but also conducting extensive searches in other areas. At first, everyone endured it, but soon it provoked a lot of dissatisfaction." Sevika's voice was heavy. "What does Vander say?" "Him? What can he say?" Sevika shrugged, making a helpless gesture and sneering, "He'll only ask everyone to stay calm, be patient, and watch the enforcers be arrogant." But she also added he also changed a bit, becoming more like before. "To be honest, I'm happy that you beat up Vander. If Vander heard that, he might be sad for a while." "Sevika, Vander values you a lot." "No, he values you more. When I said it to his face, Vander did say you punched him well." Lin Wen looked at her expression and smiled silently. Sevika was someone who couldn't hide her thoughts, wearing her satisfaction on her face. Just like now, her satisfaction with Lin Wen was clearly visible. "The enforcers have made the people of Zaun uneasy. Some are getting restless. But this time Vander didn't back down. He has already had talks with them. Baron Cross and the Snake Baron were dealt with by him and his people, making them much more compliant. That's a good thing." Lin Wen wasn't surprised. After all, Vander was Vander. You see, Vander could dominate a part of Zaun, even suppressing various forces. What did he rely on? It was his fists. Vander wasn't a kind-hearted person, he was one of the largest gang boss in Zaun. But amidst his delight, Lin Wen felt a slight annoyance. So Vander, that guy remains low before Piltoverians, but hit hard against his own people? But knowing Vander well, Lin Wen was just playfully venting his frustration. He certainly knew what Vander was thinking. The only trouble now is the Spider Baron from the Black Hospital. We don't know where he acquired the guns, and the guns were from Piltover. We lost 2 of our guys and 7 were injured. Sevika calmly stated. So, that's why Vander called me back. Yes, Vander said he understands now. He won't hand over 6 and powder, and he won't surrender himself either. He still disagrees with warring against Piltover, but he understands your point. The conflict isn't about fighting Piltover or not, it's about the attitude towards Piltover. He is willing to support your idea, but the prerequisite is first unifying Zaun. Sevika continued, her tone rising and becoming somewhat excited. Vander wants to become the true influencer in Zaun. Only by achieving that, by having control over Zaun's discourse, can we resist Piltover. For this, Vander needs your help. Our second in command. Lin Wen patted Sevika's shoulder, a gesture that irritated Sevika a bit. But she didn't dare to resist. Mainly because Vander could beat her around as if she were a toy, and Lin Wen could do the same to Vander. That's how the food chain goes. Vander finally gets it, I'm pleased. Lin Wen said in a casual tone. Originally, he thought he'd have to do it alone. But now, Vander was standing behind him with his people, just like in the tavern when he stood against the enforcers. Now, Vander was awake. He would lead not just the back ally, but all the people of Zaun. They would strive for their own peace and interests. Perhaps it was because of Lin Wen's words, perhaps it was Lin Wen's fists. In any case, Vander had also grasped the truth. For peace between Zaun and Piltover to be achieved, it couldn't be begged for. Did they think they could wait for Piltover to generously grant them peace? That would be foolish and ignorant. Peace between Zaun and Piltover had to be fought for. In Lin Wen's view, it could only be achieved through struggle. And the difference in ideology between Vander and his former brother Silco was not about whether to fight against Piltover or not. It was a difference in their attitudes towards Piltover. They had once stood on the same side, fighting for the same ideal, but Vander had changed. He had his back against Silco. After failing once, Vander didn't want to see people from Zaun die for his ideals anymore. Therefore, he became more dovish. He did indeed maintain peace in Zaun, but the peace he sought came at the cost of Piltover's haughty charity. But Silco had a strong action mindset. He wants to strive for Zaun's interests with a strong attitude. He doesn't need to stand on equal footing with Piltover, but he must earn Piltover's respect. The wheel of history told Lin Wen the result. Silco may not be right, but Vander was certainly wrong. But now, he's awake. Let's go, no need to return to the tavern. Lin Wen stopped Sevika, who was about to continue forward. Sevika looked at Lin Wen, seeing him open his backpack and searching for something inside. When she saw a white mask being taken out by Lin Wen, she was dumbfounded. What are you doing? Are you planning to go directly to the Black Spider? Have you gone mad? Lin Wen put on the mask and smiled at Sevika. Opened his mouth, but the voice had changed. This mask had the ability to alter the voice. Of course, I'm not mad. I have things to do in the upper city. Lin Wen moved his shoulders. So, let's make this quick. After dealing with him, I need to check on Powder and Six. Chapter 19 Enforcement. Really, I'm fed up with working with you. You're always like this, acting blindly and individualistic. You always think you can solve everything by yourself. But this time, they have guns, real guns. Are you trying to tell me you're not afraid of guns now? Not the shoddy spray guns we use around here. Those are high-grade firearms sourced from Piltover. Can't you hear what I'm saying, Lin Wen? Are you deaf now? On their way to the Black Spider's territory, Sevika, leading the way, never ceased talking. This surprised Lin Wen, who had thought she wasn't the type to complain. But now, it seems she can talk quite a bit. But what intrigued Lin Wen was that while Sevika was complaining, her strides showed no signs of hesitation. She was walking fast, very fast, resolute and decisive. Sevika was just that kind of person. In the Black Alley, whether it's a big or small fight, she always got involved. When she was under Vander's command in the past, if she wasn't fighting, she was on the way to a fight. After all, when Lin Wen met Vander, Vander had already started to be more diplomatic. As a result, Sevika was forced to pick up the banner of Big Boss and walk at the forefront of everything in the Black Alley. Lin Wen remained silent throughout the journey, listening to this big sister's complaints. It wasn't until they entered the Black Spider's territory that Sevika changed her demeanor as well. Tucking her hands into her sleeves, gripping her sleeve blade, and biting a thick cigar, she, already tall and burly, raised her head arrogantly. Lin Wen observed the surroundings with a frown. This area no longer fell under Vander's jurisdiction. It was run down, dim, and filled with the foul smell of liquids. Some people were staring at Sevika and Lin Wen from the sides, and these individuals had no gang tattoos. They were likely ordinary thieves or thugs. However, their emaciated bodies, sunken faces, and peculiar glints in their eyes showed that they were addicts. They had indulged in those substances to the point where they were no longer recognizable as human. As beasts, they understood clearly that Sevika was someone they couldn't mess with, as evidenced by the way they averted their gaze as soon as Sevika glanced at them. These were a bunch of junkies. As they approached an abandoned hospital. Sevika, why are you here? The place was filthy and dilapidated. At the entrance of the hospital stood several men and women with strange hairstyles and extensive tattoos on their bodies. One of the tattoos was a dark red giant spider. These people were the henchmen of the Black Spider. They were playing cards, but when they saw Sevika, they all stopped what they were doing. Sevika walked up to the person who asked the question. She got very close, very close. Then she lowered her head, exhaled the smoke onto the person's face, and said in a cold tone, "Take me to see Fiden. We don't welcome Black Hounds people. Is this your personal opinion or Fiden's?" "This. I'll say it again." Sevika gave him a hard shove, pushing him to the ground. Then she flipped the table in front of her. Holding the cigar in her mouth, she scanned everyone with a cold gaze, seemingly ignoring them. Take me to see Phaidon. It's getting late, and you guys won't be able to handle the consequence. Linwen wanted to applaud Sevika, but this was clearly not the right occasion. Still, Sevika was quite cool. With this move, she had completely suppressed the arrogance of the yellow-haired guy. I got it. Phaidon is inside. He no longer challenged Sevika and instead gestured to the others. Soon, a short person ran in front of Linwen and Sevika, apparently to report to Phaidon. Sevika didn't stop him, and neither did Linwen. Follow me. He turned around and began leading the way. Linwen followed closely behind Sevika, carefully observing the surroundings. Phaidon's manpower isn't substantial, probably around 20 or so individuals. Compared to Vander's dozens or even hundreds, Phaidon's group can only occupy an abandoned hospital. He oversees a small piece of land deep in the sewers, and they've been relatively obedient, not violating Vander's instructions. However, after somehow obtaining a few guns from Piltover, it's evident that Phaidon is no longer content with the status quo. He's getting restless. Oh, Sevika, what wind brought you here? Aren't you staying in the Black Ally? Why come to me? On the raised platform ahead, a lean, shirtless man sat. Surrounding him were several women with darkened complexions and dirty hair hanging around him. On his body, a massive dark red spider tattoo crawled across his waist and abdomen. Linwen watched him. He was smiling, looking at Sevika with a cold gaze. Phaidon, spare me the nonsense. Tell me, was it you who carried out the recent robbery in the Black Ally? Phaidon spread his hands, saying wordlessly, he took my merchandise but didn't pay me. I just did what I had to do. Are you guys trying to intervene even in Zaun's transactions? Sevika looked at him. Vander and him don't allow these substances to be sold around the Undercity. Looks like those guns gave you some courage. Sevika, that's enough, don't use him to press me. I've received news from someone that the Undercity's enforcer have already broken ties with Vander, and they had a big fight, didn't they? Phaidon stood up, looking at Sevika, and said loudly, furthermore, Sevika, do you really want to continue with Vander? Look at what he's done. He doesn't allow us to sell drugs. Who does he think he is? A saint? He thinks he's different from us, but in reality, he's just like us. Sevika, Vander makes you do everything, but now he appeared and just because he's better at fighting, Vander made him the second in command of the Black Ally, and even publicly stated that he would pass the Black Ally to him. Sevika, can you really endure this? Phaidon tilted his head, waving his hands, seemingly advocating for Sevika's cause. From the mouths of others, all I hear about is Sevika taking care of things. Sevika is on her way, if you need anything, go find Sevika. Vander has delegated the task of receiving guests to Sevika. But look at what's happening now. Phaidon shouted loudly. But Sevika glanced at Linwen beside her discreetly. However, he was wearing a white mask and had lowered his hat, making it impossible for Sevika to see his expression. However, what Phaidon said was something Sevika had considered. Indeed, there was a time when she was dissatisfied, but now, Sevika was very satisfied. She was never loyal to anyone. For Sevika, there was only one object of loyalty: Zaun. In total, there are 4 guns. Sevika, you go out first. Wait for me to call you. Linwen patted her shoulder. Sevika nodded and looked at Phaidon for a moment, then, to Phaidon's puzzled expression, she turned and walked away. She's leaving. I've said so much, and she just left like this? But when screams were heard outside, Phaidon's face immediately turned pale, and he pointed at Linwen. Kill this kid. Behind him, 2 guns were aimed at Linwen. Then Phaidon watched as he lifted the brim of his hat, revealing a pure white mask. It was a mask that only revealed one eye. And that eye was pitch black. Then Phaidon seemed to recall something. No, this can't be right. You broke ties with Vander, didn't you? How come you're here? Who told you I broke ties with Vander? Linwen lifted his white robe, revealing a finely crafted iron sword of moderate length. Fire, fire! Kill him! Phaidon pointed at Linwen, screaming in a peculiar manner. Boom boom boom! Ah! Accompanied by the gunshots, a split second before, Linwen threw the iron sword he held. It pierced through a person's body, the massive force propelling his body, piercing his chest, and nailing him to the hospital wall. Phaidon, you've done something wrong. Wrongdoings deserve punishment. A hoarse and somber voice emanated from Lin Wen's mouth. The enforcer of the Undercity was about to start his enforcement action. In Phaidon's terrified gaze, the next second, Lin Wen appeared beside another person holding a gun. He bent and threw a punch, a heavy punch landing on the person's side abdomen. The ferocious force shattered half of his body, tearing it apart to reveal the inner organs. They scattered on the ground, the stench of blood and viscera filling the air, splattering on a few faces, instantly causing them to break down and lose their ability to act. Yet, Lin Wen's fist remained untainted. With strength and agility surpassing 150, when Lin Wen threw a punch now, it was no longer just about sheer strength. Quickly, drink the potion. In just a few short seconds, 2 of his underlings had died. This made Phaidon truly believe Lin Wen's words. Guns were useless against him. If he were to reappear, only that thing would be effective. A faint hope. Drink it all, or we'll all die. Phaidon waved his hand, and then, the dozen or so gangsters who were previously frightened all around, as if grabbing a life-saving straw, immediately took out a bottle of purple potion and quickly poured it into their mouths. Their bodies corrupt and twisted, muscles rapidly expanding. In just a few breaths, they transformed from humans into beasts. After dealing with another person with a gun, Lin Wen turned around and simply laughed. Lin Wen opened his mouth and silently cursed. Silco, you little son of a... Chapter 20 Loyalty. Roar. He opened his mouth to roar, but the next moment, he was firmly pressed to the ground, followed by a punch to the back of the head, burying his whole head and upper body into the soil. Eat dirt, your mouth stinks. Lin Wen said while turning his head, dodging a claw from behind. He moved his legs, followed suit, and lifted his hand to deliver a sharp punch. However, due to the opponent's body transformation, which had increased their height to almost 3 meters, Lin Wen's punch landed on the massive thigh, comparable to his own waist. Although the stabbing punch, effective when hitting the face, had directly forced the person to kneel on the ground. 1, 2, 1, 2. After kneeling down, their height became more manageable. Lin Wen started with a left hook hitting the person's big face, and as their head swung fast, he followed up with a right hook, directly hitting their head. He repeated this combo twice, then grabbed their head and thrust it with his knee. How many days has it been? Lin Wen muttered. He was well aware of what these guys had just drinked, and the effects were clearly abnormal. Lin Wen had seen the shimmer before and knew it couldn't grant such strength to people. Now, these people's physique was evidently superior to Vander's. From this, it was apparent that this was Shimmer 2.0. Lin Wen took a breath, feeling impressed. If they could eliminate the side effects, this thing could indeed be a significant weapon. If they could create hundreds of these warriors, a night raid on Piltover might genuinely destroy a considerable part of the city. Currently, hextech technology was still in the research phase, but Silco and Singed had already developed Shimmer to version 2.0. Silco, you've really surprised me. Lin Wen quipped as he continued his combo. However, physical bodies couldn't match those with weapons. Lin Wen retrieved the iron sword he had thrown earlier and charged forward. Basic swordsmanship. Quality. Effect, increases strength and agility by 5% when using sword weapons. One swing, and a massive arm flew off. Lin Wen felt no pressure. Even though each of these guys had become beings that could overpower Vander, there was still a massive gap between them and Lin Wen. In a one-on-one situation, although their physical capabilities surpassed Vander's, if Vander wore his iron gauntlets, he would still be able to defeat them. Rich combat experience and good weapons were no weaker than powerful physique. Moreover, these people who had undergone a transformation due to Shimmer were still human at the end of the day. Within the realm of humanity, Lin Wen could test his strength against all but a few. Soon, Lin Wen had dealt with everything in front of him and stood in front of the Baron. No, please, Master Enforcer, I know I was wrong, please give me another chance. It was Silco who misled me. I won't make such a mistake again. I'll manage this place well, I swear, I won't let my people step into Black Alley again. Fearing for his life, Phaidon knelt before Lin Wen, begging. And as Lin Wen finished off these guys in 5 minutes, Sevika also quieted down outside. She then walked in, holding 2 thugs who had been knocked unconscious by her. But when she saw the blood on the ground, the limbs, intestines, and those creatures that were obviously not human, with dark purple skin, muscles coiling like snakes, she was still shocked despite being prepared. Seeing Phaidon trembling in front of Lin Wen, she was astonished. Indeed, following Lin Wen was the right choice. Lin Wen is Zaun's hope. With him around, Zaun will surely regain its lost dignity. Watching Lin Wen, who had taken off his own mask, stand before Phaidon, Sevika believed strongly in this. Yo Yuri. Phaidon looked at Lin Wen in disbelief. The face was so clean, except for the somewhat cold gaze, this face was quite ordinary, somewhat good-looking, and had an affable look. This was the face that most young people in Zaun had. Phaidon, I've already given you a chance. Lin Wen sighed, pressing down on one of Phaidon's hands with his foot. Lin Wen applied pressure, and Phaidon let out a painful howl. One hand was quickly crushed into a black-red pulp by Lin Wen's foot. I know I was wrong, I really know. Please, give me another chance. It was Silco who misled me. If not for him, I wouldn't have opposed Vander. Please spare me. I'm willing to be your subordinate. I can give you all my wealth. Lin Wen frowned. Hearing the name Silco from Phaidon's mouth made Lin Wen uncomfortable. He had warned him, that guy. Really, did he want to die that badly? Where did you get your gun? Phaidon immediately answered, my men stole it. It was stolen from an upper city warehouse. Those guns were old models that were no longer in military use. Oh, that makes sense. Even if the enforcers from the upper city are daring, they wouldn't willingly sell guns to Zaun. After all, the people above fear us having weapons. Lin Wen nodded. Then, Lin Wen asked, what did Silco tell you? He said you broke ties with Vander and went to the upper city, and most likely won't come back. Phaidon imitated Silco's tone, the Piltovian officers treat the Undercity as their own, invading at will, wantonly destroying. They are wrecking our Undercity. Are you going to turn a blind eye to this? All of this is because of Vander. It's all because he sheltered a few kids. Vander betrayed Zaun, causing the entire Zaun to suffer for a few children. Phaidon moaned in pain. Silco said we should resist together. Lin Wen nodded. This sounded very much like something Silco would say. So, did this guy really disregard his warning? But, to be honest, if he thought about killing Silco, Lin Wen felt a bit regretful. Silco was truly a talented individual. If, without himself, Vander would absolutely lose to Silco. Lin Wen dared to think that. Because Silco was ruthless, not only to enemies but to himself as well. Such a person could achieve great things. Moreover, Silco had a broad vision. After being betrayed by Vander and threatened by Lin Wen, he didn't think of becoming enemies with Vander and Lin Wen but wanted to recruit him to fight for Zaun. But, seeing that just a few days after he left, Silco intervened for a few days, and Phaidon's territory changed like this, Lin Wen was convinced of one thing: Zaun should never be handed over to someone like Silco for management. Perhaps he could lead Zaun to rise, but on his path to elevate Zaun, too many Zaunites would suffer under him. Before succeeding, Silco wouldn't care about the lives of the poor in the Undercity. Perhaps in his eyes, reform might lead to sacrifices. And that was definitely not the result Lin Wen wanted. Phaidon, how did I instruct you last time? You said not to cause trouble while the enforcers are in the Undercity. But did you listen to my words? I'm sorry. How did Vander treat you? Phaidon hesitated for a moment, looked up at Lin Wen, and seeing his expressionless face, he panicked and spoke the truth. Vander is a good person, but, sir, good people cannot manage Zaun. Under his management, we are getting poorer. He is forcing us. But he kept his promise, he didn't bring people to snatch your territory. Sevika came to Lin Wen's side and stood quietly. Phaidon, what has enabled Zaun to survive and thrive for 200 years after the Progress Day? Phaidon remained silent. He dared not look at Lin Wen's expression. His body trembled. Tell me, is it because of those strange inventions? Or the gas filtering masks? Or the expanding black market? None of those. Lin Wen's face was cold. It's loyalty. Lin Wen handed his sword to Sevika. Sevika took the sword, and Lin Wen had already wiped his hands, walking outside. Behind him came Phaidon's desperate plea. I was wrong, please. Accompanied by Sevika's cold sneer. Repent in the depths of hell. Ah. Chapter 21 doesn't have to be me. Lin Wen, How strong are you really? On the way back to the alley, Sevika couldn't help but ask Linwen. She continued, those people were humans who consumed alchemical potions, right? You alone took on so many of them? And they had guns. Hearing her, Linwen thought, what's the use of guns? Those folks who had consumed Shimmer 2.0 had such speed that even the enforcers with guns might struggle to aim accurately. Even if they hit, it might not be a fatal wound. Anyway, Linwen didn't believe Piltover lacked advanced weaponry. As a city of progress and innovation, Piltover had plenty of skilled craftsmen, not just the ones Linwen knew. But Sevika's question piqued Linwen's interest, so he teased her, why, are you surprised? Did I scare you? Sevika rolled her eyes at Linwen. The tough big sister conveyed that she was truly fearless. As long as it could lead to Zaun's rise, Sevika wasn't averse to sacrificing. She was even willing to die on the path to glory for Zaun. That was why she now had opinions about Vander. That timid, peace-loving Vander wasn't the person Sevika would follow. She looked at Linwen before her, soft-spoken but decisive when needed. That was the person Sevika wanted to follow. I'm not sure if that stuff qualifies as an alchemical potion, but anyway, it's not a good thing. Sevika nodded, watching Linwen suddenly head towards another direction. She questioned, puzzled, where are you going? Have you been away for a few days and can't find your way home? The alley is this way. Linwen waved his hand, not turning back, and loudly said, wait a moment, I'm going to find some water to wash my hands and clothes. Is that necessary? Sevika said, puzzled. The two at home, 6 might like me this way, but Powder definitely won't. She hates the smell of blood. Linwen continued while walking, I don't want her to come to me and hesitate because my body is covered in blood. It's been a week since I last hugged her. Do you know how hard that is? Linwen was speaking the truth. He had liked Jinx, the character, even before he arrived at this world. When she was just released, he bought her with Crime City skin that year. That was the first time Linwen spent money on League of Legends. And now in this real world, the difference between Powder and Jinx was really, really huge. But whether it was Jinx or Little Powder, Linwen liked them both very much, and he loved the latter. The crazy girl from his memories was gone, but Linwen valued the present one more. Because she was real. She was mischievous, lively, full of little ideas, although her clothes were always playfully dirty, her face was soft. When Linwen picked her up, she liked to bury her head in Linwen's shoulder and hug his neck with her 2 little hands. When she needed Linwen's help, she would sneakily call him Big Brother Linwen. When she didn't, she would just call him Linwen. But whenever she sees Linwen, there's a sparkle in her eyes that trust and liking for Linwen make him feel appreciated. So, as a guardian other than Vander, Linwen needs to do what a guardian should do. Upon hearing Linwen's words, Sevika thought. Suddenly, the tough big sister had a surprising realization. A very astonishing realization. Vander could make Linwen work for him, damn. Could it be that those 2 little girls are the core of this? Sevika always thought those 2 were a burden, but now she looked. Hey, a burden? Favorites? At the same time, in the Undercity. The normally bustling The Last Drop Tavern was unusually quiet. The black market gangs that usually rooted in the Undercity were nowhere to be seen. And tavern had been closed for 3 days now. In these 3 days, the Hound's manpower had been mobilized everywhere. The activity had the enforcers only daring to come down in groups. For these days, whenever enforcers appeared in Zaun, they were never in groups of less than 6. They walked in groups, carrying guns, on the streets of the Undercity or other areas. Anyone could see, Zaun was about to fall into chaos. Vander, do you intend to unilaterally break the contract between us? In the basement of the tavern, Vander put on a black leather jacket, carefully trimmed his beard, and on his waist hung a pair of old-fashioned brass knuckles. Vander looked calmly at the policewoman sitting across from him. She was obviously not at ease, with her hands clasped together on her lap, her face showing clear anger towards Vander, something he understood. After all, he was the one who broke the contract first. Grayson, this time it's my fault, but I can't hand over the culprit to you. What? You promised to give me an answer in 5 days. Is this the answer you want to give me? Vander, I helped you delay 5 days with the councilors. This isn't the answer I want. Grayson had a headache and raised her voice at Vander. Moreover, this doesn't seem like you, Vander. Where's the you who longs for peace between Zaun and Piltover? Where did you go these days? I've seen everything you've done. Are you planning to rally them again and charge the bridge one more time? What exactly are you thinking in your head? Do you want to cause senseless sacrifices? Is this really what you want? Vander shook his head and said earnestly to Grayson, I know what I'm doing, Grayson. He looked at Grayson. This police chief had indeed been helping him all along, so Vander felt deep remorse towards her. Good people shouldn't be bullied, but reality is cruel. Good people are always bullied. Just like now, Vander disappointed Grayson. He calmly said, peace between Zaun and Piltover, can you truly believe in this statement, Grayson? But at least we worked together to keep Zaun and Piltover at peace for many years. Grayson retorted angrily. But it's a facade, Grayson. Just like this time, it was indeed my people's mistake first. However, you've seen it too. No matter how you restrain the enforcers, they still harm innocent Zaunites. And my position has been challenged because of this. The discrimination between the upper and undercities has not diminished but intensified over the years. Vander spoke sincerely, looking at Grayson. Originally, I thought about turning myself in. But someone woke me up. If I did that, I would not only hurt my 2 daughters but also betray the trust of my brothers and sisters who have always believed in me. I can't abandon my family once again. You. Grayson pointed at Vander, her chest heaving, too angry to speak. She had never expected that when Vander asked her to wait for 5 days, the final outcome would only be one of two, either arresting Vander and plunging Zaun back into chaos, which would also affect Piltover, or the current situation where Vander sought to unite Zaun and hold sway. Weren't these two outcomes essentially the same? Damaged were the interests of Piltover. Would Grayson even consider such an outcome? It seemed bizarre. While she indeed held goodwill toward the Undercity people, Grayson was ultimately from Piltover and prioritized the interests of Piltover. So Grayson really wanted to give Vander a punch, but she held back. After years of working together, she knew Vander's temper. Looking at Vander's expression, Grayson could only silently withdraw her hand, dropping both hands. She said with a hint of helplessness, but by doing this, you will only worsen the relationship between the two cities. You will also be targeted by the council. Grayson spoke to Vander slowly, you want to be a hero, fine. The council members may allow heroes to appear in Zaun, but they absolutely can't be living heroes. What you're doing is dangerous. Spies will endlessly appear in Zaun, and they'll seize the opportunity to kill you. You must have seen that. Vander fell silent. Spies, hey? The incident where someone's body was displayed on the streets of Zaun the day after offending major families in the upper city was not uncommon. But what of it? Vander had personally killed several Piltover spies, to say the least. Silence lingered for a few seconds. Grayson looked at Vander and sighed. She knew Vander. When he believed a path was viable, he wouldn't easily yield. And reality confirmed what Grayson had anticipated. Vander took out a cigarette, lit it, took a drag, and exhaled the smoke. He smiled amidst the smoke and said, it's okay, Grayson. I never hoped to achieve my ideal in this lifetime. I never expected to see Zaun's independence in my lifetime, so the one to witness Zaun's rise a century later doesn't have to be me. The laughter and celebration, that's for them. The blood and struggle, that's for us. His voice was firm and composed. An old awakened lion, is still a lion. Chapter 22 A Feigned Complaint. You're not heading back to the tavern, Linwen. I know, Sevika. When did I say I was going back to the tavern? I never intended to go back. Linwen turned around, looking surprised at Sevika, who was also staring at him. Upon hearing his words, an expression of bewilderment appeared on her otherwise cold and emotionless face. Linwen, you don't need to go see them directly. Shouldn't your priority be finding Vander? The situation with Phaidon has been troubling him for days, and now with Silco involved, shouldn't you inform Vander first? He needs to be prepared in advance. Silco isn't an easy opponent. But you're here, aren't you? Linwen had already cleaned himself up before coming back, stowing away his white robe and mask into his backpack. He had cleaned his hair and the bloodstains from his hand. I'd appreciate it if you could go tell Vander for me that I've dealt with Phaidon's matter and I'll come see him later. Linwen's tone was cheerful. Vander will understand my actions. As for you, you won't understand. After all, you don't have someone you care about, so you wouldn't understand my relationship with Vander. Sevika listened and turned to leave, but after a few steps, she stopped. You're really something, you little. Sevika gritted her teeth, muttering quietly. Turning around, she saw a metal house not far away, Linwen's personal territory. At this moment, the guy who had easily killed one of the gang boss of the Undercity was now sneaking around like a thief, approaching his metal house stealthily. He seemed to be acting like a thief. Observing his seriousness, Sevika felt that when Linwen was doing this, it was as if it was more important than killing Fiden. Sevika truly couldn't understand. Handling two little girls like this, was it really necessary? And not just that, it wasn't that Sevika was growing cold-hearted. It was that Linwen was just too strange. Zaun wasn't devoid of family bonds, and Zaunites certainly valued relationships. It was precisely because they lived in such a harsh environment that family and emotional bonds were highly valued. However, Linwen, he indulged the two of them like this. When they grew up, Six and Powder, without Linwen, could they still adapt to life in Zaun? Sevika, being the third hand of the tavern, often interacted with the two little ones. So, she was very clear. Six was doing all right, given her nature and being the older sister, she had already made a name for herself in the streets. But Powder, under Linwen's favor, had almost forgotten the survival rules of Zaun. This was not acceptable. Sevika silently observed. Linwen pressed his ear against the door, eavesdropping on the conversation inside. He was listening so intently. Noticing Sevika's gaze, Linwen raised his hand, beckoning her to leave. That's enough. The future of Zaun, each one more unreliable than the other. Sevika gritted her teeth and left. Meanwhile, Linwen continued eavesdropping on the sounds inside the room. Six, can you play with me for a while? I'm so bored. Powder, didn't we play earlier in the morning? But now it's already afternoon. Powder, I want to practice boxing. You play by yourself. How about working on inventing your useful little gadgets? Accompanied by thumping sounds, indicating punches hitting a soft surface. It's called Little Monkey, it's my buddy. Little Monkey needs you to play with her. Linwen listened to the noises inside, hearing Six's soothing tone akin to consoling a child. He could easily imagine Six's expression. When facing Powder, Six had a different demeanor than with outsiders. She would shed her prickly demeanor, softening her voice and even her facial expression. Six always showed her gentle side to Powder and her feisty and willful side to Linwen. This probably was the difference between a big brother and a little sister. Actually, Six was really beautiful. Even with her weird and rebellious slicked back hair, her features were stunning. Despite trying to act boyish, she remained a young girl, and currently, she was just a 13-year-old. Thump, thump. Linwen knocked on the door forceful. Quiet, Powder. Six whispered, but Linwen's heightened hearing caught it. He nodded in satisfaction. Their sense of danger was intact, and it seemed the two hadn't gone outside, they were listening to his instructions. That was good. After knocking heavily on the door, apart from Six's warning to Powder, no other sound came from inside. So Linwen knocked again. Still no response. This proved that Echo and the girls had established a pre-arranged code for opening the door. Seeing this, Linwen took out his key and proceeded to open the door. As the metal grill was pushed open and a rusted lock was unlocked with the key, Linwen pushed the door open. First, he tilted his head back, then gently raised his hand, easily holding the little fist that was coming at him, pulling it forward as she stumbled towards him. Just met, and you want to punch me? Tell me, have you been planning this for a long time? Really itching to give me a punch? Linwen snorted and, with his head lowered, looked at the girl in his arms. The teenage girl with oily hair hadn't bathed for 3 or 4 days, and a disagreeable odor emanated from her pink hair. But Linwen was used to it. Let's emphasize again, Zaun lacked water, wate. Adding to that, Linwen's place was just a timely emergency spot, so washing the face and brushing teeth were possible, but a bath? That was something only doable at the last drop. Tisk, too bad I didn't land the punch. She bumped the back of his head forcefully against Linwen's chest. Six hummed and stepped forward, leaving Linwen's embrace. Then she saw Linwen half kneeling. On the couch, her younger sister was smiling, showing all her teeth. She leaped from the couch, barefoot, and pounced straight at Linwen. Her eyes brimmed with trust in Linwen. She wasn't worried at all that Linwen wouldn't catch her. And Linwen didn't disappoint little Powder's trust. He extended his hands under her armpits and lifted her up. Have you been eating well? Linwen assessed her for a moment. Yes, Powder seemed to have gained a bit of weight. Was it due to the rapid growth stage? Or was it because of overeating and little exercise? Yes, but Six's cooking is really bad. Six immediately said, Powder, you didn't say that when it was just the two of us. What if I said it and you wouldn't cook for me? How could I ever let you go hungry? Six spread her hands, looking at Powder and Linwen, speechless. Well, although she didn't get a formal hug from Linwen, the recent one was pretty good too. After all, this time it seemed like she was the one who hugged Linwen first, right? Thinking about this, Six stood proudly, arms crossed, watching Powder and Linwen. But soon, she heard Linwen's voice. What are you standing there foolishly for? Linwen held Powder with one hand, and as usual, she used her little hands to grip Linwen's neck. Linwen's other hand was reaching out towards Six, and his face held a gentle smile. Six was a bit tsundere, to be honest. No matter how much of a tomboy she appeared, that was just an act. Linwen was well aware Six was indeed a strong, kind, and pretty girl. But no matter how strong she was, she also yearned to have someone she could act spoiled with. Back then, there were no conditions for that. The only person Six could act spoiled with was Vander. But Vander had so much to deal with every day, and Powder was always clinging to her. Consequently, Six gradually stopped seeking comfort from others. But when Linwen appeared, a Linwen who was 2 years older than Six and superior to Vander, and really, really nice to her. Remember, Six was still a girl. Of course, she also wanted to be pampered. So when Linwen gained Six's trust over 3 years. Who needs your hugs? A feigned complaint. Someone promptly moved forward, opening their arms and wrapping them around Linwen's waist. Linwen smiled, holding the two people most important in the world to him. This was a scene he would always encounter whenever he returned after being away for a few days. It was as usual. Just a bit smelly. So smelly. The faces of Six and Powder turned red instantly. Powder, especially, was desperate to get down from Linwen. She hadn't showered for almost a week, of course, there would be a smell. But Linwen, how could he say it? And Six? She blushed even more, but this blush was accompanied by shyness and anger. With one sentence from Linwen, Powder pushed his face forcefully with both hands, while Six used her hands to squeeze Linwen, seemingly wanting to give him a hard time. The two sisters were both shy, but their attitudes toward Linwen were completely different. One wanted to escape, the other was rebellious. All right. You two little stinkers, no fighting. I'm not a stinker. I just haven't taken a bath, protested Powder, disgruntled. Six was more straightforward. Her face still red, she looked up at Linwen, gritting her teeth. Linwen, you jerk. Chapter 23. Stop the chit-chat. Linwen, do we have any bread? Just the regular kind is fine. I'm not picky. A slightly embarrassed voice sounded behind him, nearly making Linwen burst into laughter. Wait, this little guy, Powder, insisted on having bread even though she's not picky? Well, Linwen had actually prepared it in advance for Powder. And Powder was well aware that there would always be something tasty on Linwen. Moreover, if it weren't for the inconvenience of bringing the ice cream from Piltover, Linwen actually wanted Powder to taste the ice cream. After all, growing up in Zaun, Powder definitely hadn't tried that. Without turning his head, Linwen said, "Check in my bag." "Thanks." Powder's face lit up with joy, and she quickly trotted to the table. Then, she tiptoed and took down the backpack Linwen had hung up when he entered. Opening Linwen's backpack, Powder quickly found what she wanted. It was a large oiled paper bag, containing 2 beautifully colored and very soft loaves of bread. On the side, there were several different colored candies and something like a blackboard, black but emitting a sweet smell. Wow! Powder looked at the pile of little candies and exclaimed in excitement, "Can I have this too? Everything in the oiled paper bag is for you." Is this chocolate?" Powder exclaimed again. "No, Linwen, can I eat this too? This should be very expensive, right?" She was extremely surprised. She had heard that this was super expensive. And it's only sold in Piltover, because something like this would never appear in Zaun, it's simply not suitable. Not only was it pricey, but it was also just a small piece. As for the price, this small piece in Zaun could probably buy several dozen fish. Powder was a bit skeptical, but, it was in the paper bag. So she grabbed it, then looked at Linwen's figure and asked loudly. Linwen turned around and saw Powder holding a piece of black slate in her hands. It was a chocolate the size of Linwen's palm. Powder was now cradling the dark chocolate in her small hands, looking at Linwen with disbelief. But there was hope in her eyes, and her little head was tilted slightly, resembling a cute little blue kitten. Linwen. It was just a piece of chocolate, but Powder made it seem like she got something extraordinary. Linwen couldn't help but smile. After all, he was getting a bit tired of the fancy food during his stay in Piltover with Jace and Victor. As a member of Piltover's aristocracy, Jace wasn't just a guy focused on inventions, he truly knew how to enjoy life. Afternoon tea was an essential ritual, and Jace's childhood friend, although Linwen hadn't met her yet, was known for preparing delicious treats. From the delicate appearance of these cakes, so similar to certain champions' abilities, Linwen guessed who the pastry chef was. These exquisite cakes were either cream-filled or chocolate, but they all used the finest ingredients. She was, after all, Lady Kiraman's daughter, a councilwoman in Piltover. Linwen nudged Six with his arm and said, "Everything in the oiled paper bag is for you and Powder. But for now, let's stick to eating the bread. Save the candy for after the meal." "Okay." Powder opened the oiled paper bag on the table and divided the items into 2 portions. Since the number of candies couldn't be divided equally, Powder gave the extra portion to Six, intending to have one less candy herself. Upon hearing that she had her share, Six, who was standing by the sink, changed her expression and immediately wore a smile. Of course, she wanted to eat something delicious too. But being the older sister and considering the circumstances, Six had to suppress her desires. She also liked beautiful things and wanted to eat aesthetically pleasing food. For instance, exquisite cakes, tasty pastries, though not red tea. Six couldn't get used to that kind of drink. Inside the small room, Powder stood behind Linwen, holding the bread in her hands and chewing. Six, however, was caught by Linwen and he wanted to show this defiant gal how to cook. "You handle the fish first and let me see how you cook. What more do you need to do with this? It's really annoying." "Just cut it open and throw it in the pot," Six said, holding the fish Linwen had prepared and was about to throw it into the pot. "Ow, it hurts." Then, she clutched her hand and glared at Linwen. "Did Vander teach you to cook like this?" "No, what are you thinking? He can't cook. He just buys things for us to eat." Six rubbed her hand that Linwen had hit with a spoon and answered. Seeing her nonchalant demeanor, Linwen spoke again, "But you've seen me cook so many times. How about learning to cook properly from me? Watching you cook is troublesome." "I'm more interested to learn fighting from you," Six said with a smile. "Who needs to learn to cook from you? Besides, you cook for me and Powder anyway. You little, Milo and Clagger have definitely got the boss wrong." Linwen gently tapped Six's brow with his finger. But surprisingly, being trusted and relied upon by Six, this stubborn character, felt pretty good. So, Linwen began handling the fish on the wooden board. These fish fillets, brought by Echo for Six, had colorful fish skins, with each section displaying different hues. The fish meat itself was white, but it contained a peculiar kind of mucus inside. A gentle squeeze and it splattered out like oil. If this mucus wasn't handled properly, the fish meat would emit a fishy smell. So, Linwen pressed the fish meat, rinsed it with water, repeated this twice, then cut open the fish meat with a knife, spreading the spices placed nearby onto the fish. Cooking itself wasn't a very difficult task. However, in a survival environment like Zaun, most people were too lazy to enjoy such things. When survival became a problem, talking about enjoyment seemed a bit extravagant. But actually, Linwen believed that it was important to occasionally indulge and enjoy. That's how people could survive better. At least, processing ingredients reasonably, tossing them in a pot, and making the food tastier was not a very difficult task, was it? Making the meals more delightful to eat. If this wasn't considered important, then Linwen felt there might not be anything significant in this world. So Linwen grabbed the girl that was holding her bread and was about to escape to eat. He pressed her down beside him and earnestly said, "Watch me carefully and learn how to cook. At least strive to learn something from me. Don't always let Powder criticize your cooking. It's such a hassle." Six, holding the bread, muttered. But to be honest, as Linwen carefully handled the fish on the cutting board step by step, she was watching attentively. Then, a not-so-fancy dish was cooked by Linwen. It was a slightly salty fish soup, filled with fish pieces slightly scorched after a simple frying. This looks even more delicious than what Six makes. Holding a spoon, Powder complimented Linwen at the dining table, downplaying her sister's cooking. Then, she split her own bread, handed a large piece to Linwen, and said, "You eat, I already had mine." Linwen smiled and shook his head. Little Powder was only 10 years old, but she knew how to share. Good upbringing. Children of Zaun mature early. Are you really not eating, Linwen? Powder blinked, and after Linwen nodded again, she didn't insist further. Instead, with a contented expression, she broke her bread into small pieces and put them into the fish soup. This was a method Linwen had taught her earlier. Good bread was soft, and once soaked in the soup, it combined the unique aroma of wheat with the savory taste of the fish soup, creating a wonderful eating experience. That's why she liked Linwen. And these bread brought from Piltover were definitely of better quality than those from Zaun. Linwen lowered his head to sip the fish soup, finding it a bit salty, but it might be just right for Six and Powder. Just as he thought about this, something bumped into his face. He raised his head and saw Six sitting beside him, tilting her head, holding bread in her hand, and offering it to Linwen. She didn't look at Linwen but loudly said, I can't finish it alone, and I don't really like this, so help me eat some." Linwen. Who was it that was cherishing the bread so much earlier? Are you sure? Six tossed a huge chunk of bread into Linwen's big bowl and held the bowl, pretending to drink the fish soup. Stop the chit-chat. Chapter 24 You damn liar. Tonight, I won't be leaving. I'll be staying with you, but tomorrow morning, I should go find Vander, Linwen said as he sat on the couch. Cooking was his job, but doing the dishes clearly wasn't. Powder stood on a stool, washing the dishes, while Six was engaged in post-meal exercise, throwing punches at a wooden post Linwen had crafted a year ago. Linwen watched Six's punches. She had excellent rhythm, and her punches were both fast and precise. Six was a genius when it came to fighting, unlike learning to cook or studying. In the realm of combat talent, Six far surpassed Linwen. Six, like Echo, is a genius, but Six is a genius in fighting. At 13 or 14, she could defeat a group of men several years older than her. How could Six not be a genius? Linwen watched her as every punch landed on the wooden stake. To be honest, it was hard to imagine these sounds coming from a teenage girl. Tomorrow? How long do you plan to disappear again? And what are you doing to help Vander? Little guy told me Vander has been expanding his territory recently. Linwen, it's strange, Vander seems different from before. Six continued to punch the wooden stake while talking to Linwen. On the other side, Powder was doing the dishes, not paying attention to the conversation between the big guys. She was standing on a stool, washing 3 large bowls with a smile on her face. On a distant surface, her doll was placed. She didn't need her doll for company while Linwen was around. Actually, Powder really likes the night because during the night, whether at Vander's tavern or here with Linwen, there is always someone to accompany her. At Vander's place, Six would tell her bedtime stories and play around with her before bedtime. They would pretend to be monsters and play fight together. While here with Linwen, she would listen to Linwen tell stories and talk about what he has been up to lately. Powder really loves this sense of peace. Vander wants to be a key figure in Zaun. Isn't he already? Six asked in confusion. When has he become the boss of Zaun? I'm not aware of that. He led everyone in charging the bridge before, and everyone listened to him. Doesn't that make him the boss? No, at that time, he was just leading the people of the Black Ally in resistance. Zaun has a lot of people in total, 6. The Black Ally is just a small part of it. If Vander had led the entire population of Zaun in the charge against the bridge back then, the situation would have been different. At least Piltover would have taken Zaun's issues seriously. Even if they were arrogant and proud, they would have been scared if the entire city rebelled. They might have even made compromises as a result. The problem was that Vander didn't have that capability. He was only leading a few folks from the Black Ally and the surrounding area. After all, most people were content with the status quo. They wouldn't follow Vander to their deaths. Linwen drank water, looking at Six and said, but this time is different. Vander wants to be the boss of all of Zaun, and for that, he needs my help. Thud, thud, thud. Thunk. 6 remained silent, but accelerated her pace, hitting the wooden post harder with her fists. Bang! Finally, a strong backhand punch created a deep dent in the specially crafted wooden post. 6, panting, turned to Linwen and asked seriously, "Is it because of me?" Linwen nodded, not considering this to be a secretive matter. Perhaps the reason 6 preferred seeking Linwen after encountering issues wasn't because she genuinely thought Linwen was more important than Vander. She loved Vander, of course. It's just. Vander tended to brush her off, treating her like a child incapable of meaningful conversation. He always lectured her with grand ideas instead of engaging in proper communication. In this aspect, Linwen differed from Vander. Well, without the system, frankly, 6 could probably beat up several of him. Linwen didn't view 6 as a child. She was different from Powder. So Linwen continued, "Well, Vander has a relationship with the Piltover enforcers. As you've heard from Echo, he initially wanted to turn himself in and take the blame for you." 6 stood there, catching her breath after her punches, her anger growing as she listened to Linwen. Standing on her tiptoes on the stool, her face wearing a displeased expression, she spoke, "He's being unreasonable, ... You're wrong on this. He is a father and a good one." Linwen waved for 6 to sit beside him. Once she came over, Linwen continued, "If Vander was born in a prosperous era of Zaun, he would surely be a competent leader. But now, he's an inadequate boss. However, 6, you mustn't hold resentment against Vander. Don't think he's bad just because of his high-handedness. Though Vander might not be a capable leader, he's certainly a good father." "I know, but what he was about to do was just too much, Linwen. He never considered how I'd feel about this." Linwen nodded with a smile. This was one of the reasons he acted against Vander. Vander always aimed for compromises, thinking he could solve everything, but he never thought about how the people he helped would feel. If he indeed took the blame for 6, given 6's personality, she would genuinely resent herself for a lifetime. Linwen knew that well. 6 was a girl of this sort. Linwen put his arm around 6's shoulder, gently resting her head on his shoulder. 6 didn't resist. This was the advantage of having a 100% favorability. Even if she was tsundere, at 100% favorability, she was completely straightforward. But now he's realized. So, he started putting on his gauntlets again. And this time, 6, it's not to fight the topsiders to the death. He just wants to protect his 2 daughters. All right, I get it, Linwen. My bad, okay." 6 sat up straight, turned to look at Linwen, her eyes filled with displeasure. "Can you stop scolding me whenever you find a chance? I never said Vander is bad. I just think he handled this situation poorly. He should have considered my feelings." "Shut up, you little brat. If you didn't go stealing with Powder, would this even happen? Also, if I don't scold you now, it'll be hard to correct you when you're older," Linwen said confidently. "How can there be someone like you? What do you mean, it'll be hard to correct me when I'm older?" 6 protested. "You told me to be a reasonable person, but you never act reasonably yourself." Linwen swiftly gave her a playful tap on the head, and when she was holding her head, pouting at him, he chuckled and said, "Silly, it's because I don't just speak reasonably, I can also use my fists to get my point across. Your fists are not as big as mine, so my rules stand. You better follow them. Vander manages the black ally like this, right?" "Exactly, but look, it's because he hasn't shown his fists for too long that his rules are slowly being ignored. So, tomorrow." 6 suddenly placed her hands on her chest, making a praying gesture. Her small head shook as her pink hair swayed. Then, she blinked her eyes and whispered to Linwen, "Can you take me with you? Do you know what I'm going to do tomorrow? Fighting, right?" "I get it, Linwen. I can help you." "Wait, what are you two talking about?" In the distance, Powder had just finished washing the dishes and heard 6 mentioning going for a fight. "Where are you guys going?" Powder stood there, looking at 6. "Can I come?" "Powder." 6 hesitated. This wasn't a simple theft, it was going into gang territory for a fight. It was dangerous. After contemplating, 6 firmly said, "No, you're too young." 6, "I'm not young. I can help you." Powder protested unhappily. I said no, and it's final. This time is not about stealing, it's about fighting, and it's very dangerous. I have my little monkey, it can help us deal with the enemies. Seeing it wasn't working with 6, Powder quickly turned to Linwen and pleaded, Linwen, take me with you. Please, don't leave me behind. I can help. Linwen. 6 just started speaking, and Linwen shook his head at her. He looked at Powder and asked, do you really want to go with us? Yes. Powder vigorously nodded. Do you want to help me and Vander? I do. 6, becoming anxious, said, Linwen. Don't worry. Linwen blinked at 6. 6 was puzzled but gave Linwen a stern look. I have a plan. Powder immediately leaped onto Linwen's leg, happily laughing, Linwen, you're the best. 6, on the other hand, said grumpily, you better have one. The next day, at the last drop. At the counter, Greg, Sevika, 6, and Powder sat together. Sevika looked expressionless, staring at Powder, who was locking eyes with her. Greg kept his eyes on 6. He had to listen to Vander and Linwen. They told him to watch over her. 6 looked at Greg, who was almost the size of Vander. Her eyes twitched, recalling what they had agreed on last night. 6. Linwen, you damn liar. Chapter 25 Ways. You say, is this considered deceiving them? Before separating for their mission, the Black Alley members were gathered together, and Vander stood at the forefront. He lightly tapped his fists together and looked at Linwen, who was slightly shorter and wearing a faceless mask, dressed in a clean white robe. Of course not. You should know that guarding the Black Alley is an extremely important task. It's because I believe in 6 that I let her and Powder stay. Linwen didn't really believe his own words. But, you know, it's just talk. Vander extended a big hand and patted Linwen's back, saying with complexity, Linwen, has someone ever told you that you are very good at arguing? Linwen shrugged indifferently, smiling, of course. But becoming like this, I owe it all to old Zoran. Zoran, hey. Vander gave a smile and nodded. He indeed is a persuasive talker. You share this trait with him. Both of you are people who can argue without reason but still be righteous about it. Leaving Powder and 6 at the last drop was a thought Linwen had last night. He wouldn't bring 6 and Powder along, not because he couldn't protect them, but because Linwen didn't want to. Because if it was just 6 accompanying him, that would be okay, but if Powder insisted on coming too, Linwen would definitely refuse. Linwen wouldn't want to let Powder face death too early. But looking at Powder's innocent expression, if he didn't agree, she would definitely cry, so Linwen pretended to have made up his mind. Now, taking a look. It's not a bad thing to have the 2 little ones stay at the tavern. After all, 6 wanted to accompany Linwen to gain more experience, to join him in setting rules and reasoning with people. Vander would definitely not agree. He wouldn't let 6 go to dangerous places. The reason he put on his gauntlets again was precisely to ensure Powder and 6 could live more safely. And this time is different. Fighting and killing are fundamentally different. For this mission, Vander was very clear, it was destined that a few people would die. He wasn't afraid of deaths, and neither was Linwen. Vander might look like a goofy uncle, but the number of lives he and his subordinates have taken is easily in the dozens. Linwen, on the other hand, is even more formidable. Although he rarely resorts to killing, he has given a good beating to many who violated the rules over the years. After all, he was the enforcer of the Undercity. This title holds much more weight than being an enforcer of Piltover. Early exposure to life and death is undoubtedly helpful for Powder and 6's growth. It helps them mature faster, be more obedient, and learn to survive in Zaun sooner. But is it necessary? Absolutely not. Considering Linwen's current rate of growth, he believes that with the addition of Echo Card, he could easily stride through both cities. Initially, Linwen thought his attribute growth was slow, even a 6-star card on Ellie give a total of 100 to all stats. But later on, he realized he was wrong. With a 100 increase in all stats, an ordinary person would become a superhuman. The impact of attribute enhancement is not something a mere number can capture. Crossing the threshold of 100, Linwen felt like he had broken through a barrier. What changes would occur when he crosses 1,000? In any case, Linwen's rate of growth is accelerating. However, at the same time, he becomes more cautious. Because in terms of strength across the continent, Piltover and Zaun are undoubtedly at the bottom, and this is not Linwen being pessimistic. Piltover, known as the City of Progress, is the technological hub of the entire continent, with various titles such as the core of maritime traffic, the bridge between Valoran and Shurima, and more. At first glance, Piltover seems impressive, far surpassing the impoverished tribes of the Fjord or the pirate city of Bilgewater. But when comparing comprehensive strength, Zaun and Piltover are undeniably at the bottom. Especially the monsters from the Fjord, leaving aside the three demigods, probably Volibear, Anivia, and Orn, of the elements or the ancient Tri-Sisters, Avarosa, Cyrilda, and Lysandra, and their formidable abilities, even some local residents with iceborne bloodlines, those individuals with magical abilities, are like atomic bombs in both Piltover and Zaun. Most individuals with iceborne bloodlines in the Fjord possess magic. Considering Piltover's fear of magic, anyone with magical abilities already surpasses the category of human. In Bilgewater, while their overall strength is lacking due to low-level technology and magic, the individual soldier's quality is high. In the horrifying event of the harrowing, they resisted it, but in reality, it was just one person who resisted the harrowing, the Kraken priestess Ilea. Behind Ilea stood an omnipotent unknown god. And Zaun? Piltover? Let's forget about Piltover. As for Zaun, there is a god too, albeit her prestige doesn't seem as high as the one on the island. However, Zaun and Piltover have tremendous future potential. Piltover is developing hextech technology in the upper city, while the Undercity is actively pursuing alchemy science. The two unparalleled geniuses, Jace and Victor, will later empower Zaun and Piltover. So, although weak now, it doesn't mean they will always be weak. Alright, I'll go alone. Linwen patted Vander on the back and said to him, stay safe, don't get shot. The normal spray guns isn't much, it's the machine guns and gas-operated rifles that are worrisome, Vander said in a serious tone. Zaun has very few firearms, mostly old-fashioned spray guns. Those require getting quite close to be lethal, but because of this, people from Piltover look down on people from Zaun. Not to mention that they don't even have decent weapons. Dreaming of independence? What a joke. Vander looked ahead at his trusted subordinates. They were carrying slim, oiled machine guns. Fiden's guns are quite handy. Look, you don't even need to fire, and they already have a good deterrent effect. Linwen nodded, acknowledging, anyway, I'll go talk to those few individuals first. I think they'll agree. Fiden's body was found by someone yesterday, and the news quickly spread throughout various parts of Zaun through various rats. Many people now knew that the enforcer of the Undercity had returned. He didn't sever ties with Vander. And his return indicated a warning to those who wanted to make some moves, especially those who had already been up to something in secret. Vander nodded. Linwen immediately added, after this, I'll go talk to Silco. Silco? You might be disappointed. I've had people searching for information about him for 4 days now, but we haven't found anything. Linwen, since you last met him, he's vanished and we don't know where he's hiding. It's all right, I have my ways.
Thanks for listening.